Chen stared at the towering skyscraper, his legs trembling. Dozens of police cars with flashing lights surrounded the building. Heavily armed SWAT teams aimed their rifles upward. On the top floor, ruthless class-wanted criminals held hostages, creating a truly terrifying and deadly standoff. Suddenly, his phone screen glowed violently. A mysterious application called Absolute Mission hijacked his device. A crisp voice echoed in his mind, offering a bizarre task. He had 3 minutes to deliver a hot pork trotter meal directly to the heavily guarded presidential suite above. The reward was irresistible 10,000 yuan and a portable quantum shield. Desperate for money, Chen gritted his teeth and accepted. Instantly, a scorching current surged through his veins. His muscles expanded and elite combat skills permanently branded themselves deep into his brain. Armed with superhuman strength, he grabbed a rusty shared bicycle. Pedaling with explosive power, he transformed the bike into a yellow lightning bolt. Smashing through the police barricades, the ultimate delivery boy charged toward the deadly terrorists. His legendary and uncontrollable journey had begun. Hours earlier, Chen stood outside his former company building, clutching a half-empty cardboard box. The cold wind bit through his thin jacket. His employer had gone bankrupt, leaving him without compensation or months of unpaid wages. Today, he officially joined the unemployed masses. Inside the flimsy box lay his pathetic belongings. A withered potted plant, a mug mocking him with the words promotion and raise, and some tangled charging cables. He felt utterly drained, like a disposable battery discarded after burning away all its youthful energy and passion. His phone buzzed furiously in his pocket, vibrating like a broken tractor. Pulling it out, his blood pressure instantly spiked. A harsh message flashed across the cracked screen. His landlord demanded rent immediately, threatening to sell his leftover belongings online if he failed to pay. Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his fingers trembling around the device. The sheer disrespect of the message left him speechless. The lingering sorrow of losing his job quickly vanished, replaced by a suffocating wave of survival anxiety. He nervously checked his digital bank account balance. The screen displayed a pathetic 250 yuan. Panic gripped his chest. Seeking comfort, he instinctively opened his chat application and clicked on his girlfriend's familiar profile picture. She was his final sanctuary, the only person who could offer him some emotional support. He desperately wanted to tell her about his miserable day, hoping for a gentle word of encouragement. Before he could even type a single letter, a new message popped up from her. 5 cold, merciless words shattered his heart. Let us break up right now. The cruel message ended with a chilling period, signaling absolute finality. Chen's brain completely shut down for 3 agonizing seconds. He stared blankly at the screen, unable to process the sudden double tragedy. Losing his job and his love on the exact same day. A notification alerted him to her new social media post. With trembling thumbs, he opened the picture. His now ex-girlfriend smiled brightly, leaning affectionately against a mysterious man inside a luxurious car. The blurry background clearly revealed the unmistakable crest of a costly Porsche steering wheel. The man's wrist rested casually near her shoulder, adorned with a blindingly brilliant gold Rolex watch. The gleaming metal mocked Chen's poverty. He lowered his head, sinking into a heavy, stagnant silence. Warm words of affection could never compete with cold, hard cash. Defeated, Chen collapsed onto a dusty concrete planter by the street. The cardboard box slipped from his loose grip, crashing onto the pavement. His dying potted plant spilled onto the ground, officially ending its miserable existence. Exhaustion and despair washed over his entire body. He raised his phone high above his head, fully intending to smash it against the unforgiving concrete. He wanted to destroy everything, to throw a violent tantrum for his wasted youth. But he hesitated, slowly lowering his arm to spare the fragile device from destruction. After a moment of bitter reflection, Chen made a desperate decision. He needed money immediately to survive and reclaim his dignity. He prepared to register as a food delivery rider. Just as his finger hovered over the screen, the display suddenly lit up brightly. A bizarre icon materialized in the center of the screen. It looked like a cardboard delivery box engulfed in raging flames. Beneath the strange image, a bold red loading bar rapidly progressed. The mysterious application named Absolute Mission was installing itself without any user permission. Chen stared in absolute bewilderment as the progress bar flew past 70%. He cursed the aggressive nature of modern malware, shocked that it bypassed all security prompts. The loading bar instantly hit 100%, and the flaming box transformed into a character. A cute animated delivery rider wearing a tiny helmet and sitting on an electric scooter appeared on the screen. A system prompt declared the successful binding of the software, congratulating him as the sole test officer. The animated rider cheekily winked at the dumbfounded young man. Annoyed, Chen ruthlessly pressed down on the obnoxious icon, dragging it straight toward the trash bin symbol. He refused to be mocked by a malicious program. However, a small text box stubbornly popped up, informing him that the bound system could never be uninstalled. Feeling his intelligence was being insulted, he tried forcefully stopping the application and even restarting his device. Every attempt failed miserably. The animated rider remained firmly planted on the home screen, shifting its posture to flash a mocking peace sign at the frustrated young man. Enraged, Chen decided to perform a complete factory reset. Sensing his hostile intentions, the rogue software completely hijacked the phone's operating system. Without him touching the screen, the application launched itself. Surprisingly, the interface was incredibly clean, featuring a deep blue starry cosmic background. There were no annoying advertisements or pop-up windows. A single glowing button occupied the lower half of the screen, urging him to view the details of his pending beginner task. Chen scoffed, convinced this was just another elaborate scam designed to steal his banking information. Driven by morbid curiosity and having nothing left to lose, he pressed the glowing button. A new interface instantly materialized. The task required him to deliver a portion of pork trotter rice to a client on the top floor of the towering Jinmao skyscraper. The stipulated time limit was a mere 30 minutes. The reward, however, left him breathless: 10,000 yuan in cash and a mysterious hidden item. An additional bonus was promised if he managed to secure a flawless 5-star rating from the unknown high-altitude client. Chen froze in disbelief. 10,000 yuan for a single food delivery. He thought it was a ridiculous joke. He wondered if the pork came from a mythical beast. More importantly, he had absolutely no food to deliver, making the entire premise completely absurd. He sneered at the seemingly childish scam, preparing to force the phone into a hard reset. He needed to find a real job, not play stupid games. Just as his thumb moved toward the power button, a soft thud echoed over the ambient street noise. Chen snapped his head down. His heart felt as though an invisible hand had violently squeezed it. Inside the discarded cardboard box, a beautifully crafted Japanese wooden bento box had miraculously appeared out of thin air, wrapped in an elegant blue silk cloth. A delicate pink ribbon secured the mysterious package. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of braised meat and savory soy sauce drifted into his nostrils. It was the unmistakable, comforting scent of perfectly slow-cooked pork trotters. He blinked forcefully, convinced his exhausted mind was playing cruel tricks. The bento box remained perfectly still. The delicious fragrance grew even stronger, teasing his empty stomach. With a trembling hand, he carefully reached out and brushed his fingertips against the smooth wooden surface. The container radiated a comforting warmth. The impossible object was entirely real. Terrified by the supernatural phenomenon, Chen leaped backward, nearly tripping over his own feet. He stared wildly at the food, his mind racing through impossible explanations. Magic, advanced alien technology, a ghostly encounter. He looked between his glowing phone and the steaming meal. Suddenly, a thrilling realization hit him like a lightning bolt. This was a legendary system awakening. If this bizarre application truly possessed reality-bending powers, it represented a golden ticket to an entirely new life. The burning desire to alter his miserable destiny ignited within him. Forget about future godly powers, the immediate cash reward was enough to save him from eviction. He could finally secure his dignity. However, a grim reality quickly dampened his excitement. The towering skyscraper was over 20 kilometers away, located on the opposite side of town. It was the peak of evening rush hour. Driving would take hours, and the fastest subway route required multiple transfers, taking at least 40 minutes. Delivering the food within the strict 30-minute time limit seemed physically impossible for anyone trapped in this chaotic urban sprawl. As he agonized over the logistical nightmare, his phone vibrated violently. A new prompt urged him to accept the task and claim his beginner's gift pack. Chen's pupils contracted. Gritting his teeth, he smashed his finger against the flashing accept button with absolute determination. The moment his skin touched the screen, a terrifyingly hot current erupted from the device. The scorching energy surged up his arm, violently flooding every vein and artery in his body. He convulsed, violently freezing in place as a miraculous biological transformation began inside him. His spine, hunched from years of miserable desk work, forcefully straightened with a series of sharp cracking sounds. His exhausted internal organs, damaged by cheap takeout and endless overtime, felt as though they were soaking in a divine spring, rapidly regenerating with boundless youthful vitality. Chen vividly felt his muscle fibers tearing apart and instantly rebuilding. They multiplied and expanded, packing his slender frame with explosive, dense power. The blood rushing through his widened veins roared like a furious river, pushing his physical limits to an unimaginable new peak. This brutal physical forging was only the beginning. A massive torrent of foreign knowledge violently invaded his brain. The profound secrets of martial arts and mixed combat were forcibly branded into his cerebral cortex, instantly converting into deep, permanent muscle memory that defined a master. It felt as though he had trained flawlessly for decades without a single moment of rest. As the intense heat finally faded, Chen stood reborn. The system coldly congratulated him on acquiring basic physical enhancement and master-level combat proficiency, urging him to hurry up. Staring at his trembling hands, he slowly clenched his fists. The sheer force of his grip compressed the air, producing a muffled, terrifying pop. Thrilled by his newfound strength, he proudly declared himself a superhuman warrior. He snatched the warm bento box from the carton. Tying the blue silk cloth tightly around his waist, he secured the precious cargo. All previous doubts and fears evaporated from his mind. He was absolutely certain that destiny had chosen him. His lost job, his treacherous girlfriend, and his angry landlord no longer mattered. His singular focus was completing this impossible delivery mission at any cost. Scanning the crowded street, he spotted a bright yellow shared bicycle. He ignored the electric scooters, knowing their limited batteries would only restrict his explosive physical power. He swung his leg over the seat. The moment he gripped the handlebars, his entire aura shifted into that of a lethal predator. Leaning forward aggressively, the enhanced muscles in his thighs unleashed a terrifying burst of kinetic energy. The fragile bicycle groaned in protest as the metal chain stretched to its absolute limit. Like a yellow lightning bolt, the bicycle shot forward with impossible acceleration. Su Chen's vision, reflexes, and endurance operated at superhuman levels. The chaotic city blurred into streaks of light. Startled pedestrians screamed in shock as the ferocious gust of wind tore through their clothes. Bystanders rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had witnessed a low-flying jet. A young boy pointed at the screaming tires, shouting that the delivery man's bicycle was shooting sparks. Su Chen's mind remained frighteningly calm, calculating the most efficient path through the traffic. Red lights and congested intersections meant nothing to him. He threaded the needle through impossibly tight gaps between speeding cars. The obstacles that trapped normal citizens were mere illusions to his enhanced perception. The bicycle felt like it was powered by a roaring jet engine. He executed mind-bending drifts and sharp turns, the metal gears shrieking against the intense friction. Sparks flew wildly as he navigated the concrete jungle with the precision of a professional racer. Finally, after a dizzying spin, he slammed the brakes outside the towering corporate building. Glancing at his phone, he smiled. Only 10 minutes had passed. Not even a world-class cycling champion could match his terrifying speed. Astonishingly, his enhanced lungs barely heaved. A few deep breaths completely restored his stamina, leaving him feeling invincible and ready for any challenge. However, the chaotic scene unfolding before him instantly wiped the smile from his face. The entire avenue was locked down. Dozens of police cruisers formed a massive barricade, their flashing red and blue lights painting the towering skyscraper in an eerie, pulsating, and dangerous glow. Heavily armored SWAT officers clutching black assault rifles maintained a strict perimeter behind thick yellow tape. High above, the deafening roar of a police helicopter's rotors shook the glass windows. The tense, suffocating atmosphere made it clear that a catastrophic event was actively taking place. A massive crowd of anxious onlookers pressed against the barricades, filming the chaos with their phones. Su Chen overheard a panicked conversation nearby. A notorious gang of ruthless bank robbers known as the Vultures had violently seized the top floor and taken numerous innocent hostages. The terrified citizen explained that the heavily armed mercenaries were deadlocked with the authorities. Giant screens on the adjacent shopping mall broadcasted live news coverage of the terrifying siege. Su Chen slowly raised his head, tracing the massive glass facade up to the cloudy sky. The presidential suite on the top floor was his exact delivery destination. The system had intentionally sent him into a deadly war zone. He touched the warm bento box secured to his waist. The fragrant smell of pork trotters contrasted sharply with the smell of danger. A fierce light burned in his eyes. He possessed superhuman strength, elite combat knowledge, and the burning desire to change his fate. No terrorist organization would stand between him and his 10,000 yuan reward. He tightened his grip, preparing to breach the police line. Adjusting his jacket, the ultimate delivery rider stepped toward the heavily armed barricade. The Vulture gang had no idea what was coming for them. The absolute mission had to be completed, and Su Chen was ready to deliver justice alongside a perfectly cooked pork meal. She wore an impeccably tailored office ensembline haute couture skirt. The white blouse at her throat had been torn open, revealing a swathe of pale skin. A long rip marred the pencil skirt, exposing 2 long legs sheathed in black stockings. Her raven hair was disheveled, a trace of blood staining one corner of her mouth, all evidence of a desperate struggle. Even in such degradation, her face remained a devastating portrait of beauty and strength. Most arresting were her eyes. They betrayed no supplication, only a fierce, unyielding indignation, as though a thorned rose continued to stand imperious amid the storm. The name that surfaced in Su Chen's mind with inexplicable clarity was Lin Zian. Sweat chilled his skin. He felt the tremor in his knees, the pull of flight, yet his hands balled into fists as a different force awoke, within him a surging power that promised to rend hesitation apart. He banished the chaotic swirl of emotions and forced his gaze upon Jinmao Tower. System-calibrated vision rendered the skyscraper with clinical clarity, every seam, every recess resolved, as if viewed through a confluence of long focus and microimaging optics. The police had hermetically sealed every official ingress, main doors, side entrances, subterranean garages, rendering ordinary penetration impossible. Snipers had already found vantage points, their muzzles, disguised beneath camouflage, fixed upon the helipad. Chen understood why the authorities hesitated. Killing the ostensible leader would not guarantee the hostage's safety when other captors lurked in hidden angles. Outside on the street before Jinmao Tower, a black mobile command vehicle hummed with tense anticipation. Zhang Weiguo, the director of Jiangxing Jingbei, stared at the live surveillance feed and the sprawling architectural schematic with a furrowed brow so deep it seemed able to pinch a fly. Status of the snipers, he demanded. Report, Director Zhang. All 7 positions are in place, but the culprits occupy the tower's top floor, and the glass curtain is one way we cannot obtain a lock on their targets, came the reply. And the negotiator? They refused to communicate. Furious, Zhang slammed his fist against the table. This gang was brutal and Slevel-wanted group whose armaments likely originated beyond the nation's borders. Their sudden brazen appearance in Jiangxing bespoke long deliberate planning. His greatest consternation, however, was Lin Zihin, the hostage just brought to the rooftop, the only daughter of Lin Xiaoshan, the provincial director. Zhang cursed himself for approving the naive plan that had allowed her to pose as a civilian rescuer. The operation had faltered, the criminals remained on high alert, and Lin Zihin had been swept into the calamity. If this affair concluded poorly, his career would be in ruins and the entire Jingbei reduced to impotence. A young officer suggested lowering a special forces team from the roof for an assault, but Zhang rejected the idea outright. No, the assailants have left the terrace and we lack precise intelligence about the interior. A rash assault would only provoke them and imperil the hostages. Once more the command cabin fell into a strained silence. Across the way, concealed in the opposite building, the sniper Wang peered through a high-power scope. He had held his position for an eternity, his eyes ached. Muttering under his breath, he rubbed them and returned the lens to his sight. Then abruptly he froze. On the mirror-smooth facade of Jinmao Tower, something was moving upward. He blinked, certain his eyes deceived him, but the anomaly persisted and accelerated. He swung his rifle into alignment, and in the next instant comprehension struck like lightning. It was not an object. It was a man. A masked figure scaled the 300-meter vertical expanse with no protective gear, his movements sinuous and unervingly effortless. Wholly the seasoned marksman blurted. Chen observed Lin Zihin's footsteps falter and her limbs go slack as the assailants dragged her onward. A sense of urgency seized him. He knew he had to enter the building at once to prevent the calamity from unfolding. Images of the facade he had studied downstairs surged into his mind with uncanny clarity. The enhancement granted by the system was not limited to physical augmentation, his memory and cognition had sharpened as well. Guided by that sudden lucidity, he located a ventilation grate concealed in the shadow of the curtain wall some 10 meters away. Securing himself by an anchor with one hand, he pried open the vent and slipped into the slender duct, moving with a nimbleness that belied his exhaustion. The passage disgorged him into an equipment room. After a few furtive turns, he found the door that led to the corridor and prepared to listen. One of the thugs produced a keycard they had rifled from their captive and banged open the door to a presidential suite, shoving Lin Zihin inside. She collapsed to the carpet, the impact introducing pain, but the terror in her eyes eclipsing any physical hurt. The predators closed the door with calculated haste, intent on seizing every second of solitude. At the last possible instant, as the seam of the door began to seal, a phantom slipped through the narrowing gap and into the room. The latch clicked. Chen had materialized within their midst. Surprise rippled across the faces of the assailants. Lin Zihin stared incredulous and bereft of words beneath the tape that gagged her. Chen did not hesitate or indulge in theatrics. His movements were economy incarnate, honed to lethal perfection. He struck the triangular-eyed man with a gesture precise as a blade, severing the air and the threat in a single motion. A bone-cracking sound announced the end. The man collapsed without a scream. The yellow-haired thug reacted by instinct, reaching for his weapon, but Chen closed the distance in a heartbeat. With lightning dexterity, he seized the wrist, wrenching the rifle from its grip and stifling the sound of any outcry with his palm. A clean, devastating blow to the temple rendered the second man inert. 2 seconds had passed from first motion to finality. The suite fell into a stillness occupied only by Chen's steady breathing and Lin Zihin's sharp, involuntary gasps. For an instant, Chen stood over the 2 prone bodies and felt a tremor of disbelief at his own hands. He had read depictions of a protagonist's inaugural killing in novels, dazed and nauseous undine, but the turmoil he expected did not arrive. Instead, he experienced an unexpected clarity, as if a long-hidden beast within had been unshackled by the system. The sensation was not triumph nor remorse, it was the strange exhilaration of a constraint lifted. He pushed such ruminations aside. There was no time for introspection now. He turned to Lin Zihin, bound and mute, a vision still radiant despite her humiliation. Her eyes were wide, a tumult of shock, fear, confusion, and a fragile, grateful spark that had not yet been extinguished. Zhang Weiguo and the entire team were riveted to the enormous screen. Although Chen had vanished from view, the afterimage of his feet clung to them like a stubborn shadow. They had watched breathless as a man without harness or protective gear threaded his way up the facade through barely perceptible gaps and with nothing but his hands ascended to the roof of the 100-story edifice. When he reached the summit, he began to traverse laterally, a sequence of movements that belonged in a high-budget Hollywood spectacle. Palms went clammy and throats tightened. Even a few of the more faint-hearted female guards felt their knees go weak. Only when Chen slipped through the ventilation shaft and disappeared into the building did the taut cords of their nerves loosen. Everyone understood that the masked climber was not an asset of the security detail, and speculation spread through the room as to the identity and motives of this audacious intruder. A guard hurried to Zhang just side and dropped his voice into a rapid whisper. He reported that Taju's requested helicopter capable of accommodating 20 people had been secured through military coordination and that the 100 million in cash demanded was ready. The guard asked whether they should proceed as planned. All eyes returned to Zhang Weiguo. He closed his eyes, his temple throbbed visibly beneath the skin. When he opened them again, resolve had steadied his features. Wait, he commanded, the single syllable carrying absolute finality. Atop Jinmao Taju occupied the general manager's chair and produced an antique handset to dial an encrypted number. The call connected swiftly. "It is I," he intoned, his voice low. There was an unforeseen complication. The cops reacted faster than anticipated and sealed the building. An electronically processed voice, genderless and imperious, replied. Taju reassured the stranger that the helicopter and cash were in place, and that pickup would be arranged once Taju reached the rendezvous. He received the unequivocal instruction to complete the objective, and he answered in kind. "Rest assured, no one will be left alive." He hung up, and a hard, merciless glint passed over his eyes. Lin Zihin kept her eyes closed and wept harder, as if impatient with the very world. Chen fumbled, desperate for any means of proof. He produced with unnecessary solemnity a wooden bento box. "Look, I'm a delivery man," he insisted, holding the box up before her. A gust of rich, familiar aroma, soy spices, and the gelatinous perfume of braised pig trotter assaulted her nostrils. It made her confront the ordinary in the middle of catastrophe. Her eyelids fluttered open, tears rimmed her gaze as she stared stupefied at the exquisitely crafted box in his hands. The notion that someone would deliver a meal into this maelstrom seemed absurd, and yet the scent was irrefutable. Her sharp, rebukian, indignant cry that branded him a brute snapped Chen back to the perilous present. He flicked his gaze to the shrinking numbers and found himself reduced to a man who would play the villain if it meant survival. He did not weigh gallantry or propriety, he weighed time. With one arm he pinned Lin Zihin so she could not escape, and with the other he wrestled at the cloth that bound the parcel. The pink bow that had seemed quaint just moments before now felt like an omen. Clumsy, exerting brute force, he tore the wrapping. The wooden bento yielded after a strained metallic sigh, and a heady fragrance blossomed into the room. Nestled on pristine rice were several glistening hunks of braised pork trotter, their lacquered skins gleaming, accompanied by a scattering of emerald broccoli and a half-set egg. The meal was appetizing to a fault for Chen. There was no time for admiration. He barked an order, voice low and desperate, and Lin Zihin, humiliated and cornered, found herself trapped by circumstance and fear. She understood the danger that emanated from him was not an act resistance could provoke calamity. Pride bent beneath necessity. With teeth clenched, she whispered assent, a concession made with every ounce of dignity she still possessed. Chen did not loosen his hold. Instead, he forced the meat toward her mouth. The pork trotter, fall apart, tender and sticky with the glaze, was too large for her small lips. She choked as the morsel jammed, panic threatening to overtake her. He commanded her to swallow, voice breaking with the edge of desperation that comes when a life hangs in a balance measured in seconds. She fought the gag reflex until, with a last involuntary effort, she forced the bolus down. The seconds dwindled to a point. In the fragile interval before the counter struck zero, the world held its breath. Then, like a bell tolling in a cathedral, a crystalline chime sounded inside Chen's mind, a system prompt that cut through the room's cold air with almost celestial clarity. The sound carried with it a release, a sudden, absurd absolution for the transgression of dignity, and for a heartbeat the dire tableau softened into a strange electric relief. A long, liberated breath escaped Chen. He felt as if every sinew had been drained of strength. He sagged to the floor, the tension of the ordeal unspooling from his limbs. He loosened his hold on Lin Zihin's hand and simply allowed himself to exist in the rare, exquisite relief of having survived. The sensation was more intoxicating than winning a lottery. When he looked up, he found Lin Zihin cradling the lunchbox and eating with the pair of chopsticks he had just snapped. Her movements were composed and almost ceremonious. Even amid chaos, she retained an impeccable courtesy. Yet she ate with a gusto that belied her earlier defiance. Where rage and humiliation had once tightened her features, now there was a softer expression, an odd amalgam of surprise, nostalgia, and a faint melancholy. She was utterly absorbed by the simple act of eating, as if the world had narrowed to this single nourishing moment. Surprise transformed into admiration in Su Chen's eyes. A meal that could purge a compromised mind and mend a weary body. How ingenious, how considerate. No wonder consumption was required for mission completion. He felt compelled, if only privately, to applaud the system's meticulousness. Lin Zihan finished every grain, leaving the lunchbox immaculate. Color returned to her cheeks, her gaze sharpened, and the languor that had clouded her presence evaporated with the last swallow. The flavor summoned to memory. This trotter rice tasted exactly like the dish her mother used to make. Warmth rose from her stomach to her chest, and with it went the last embers of fear and doubt. She set the empty container aside and rose. When she looked at Su Chen, her eyes were a turbulent mosaic of shock, gratitude, curiosity, and an irrepressible, bewildered incredulity. "Wow, hate are you really?" she asked. Her expression grew grave again. "You saved me," she said. "I will remember this favor. If I survive, I will find a way to repay you. But now you must leave." Su Chen blinked. "Leave?" he asked, then snapped to attention. Right, I should go. Those criminals could return at any moment. Cash in hand, and the mission considered complete, he had no desire to linger in that perilous place. Before he could move toward the exit, Lin Zihan stopped him. "No. You must stay," she declared with unexpected firmness. Su Chen stared in bewilderment. "What about you?" he demanded. Her resolve hardened. "I cannot leave," she replied. Beneath her restraint, there was a steel he had not seen before. She explained that the building still held dozens of innocent hostages under the control of the assailants. They had not merely taken captives. According to what she had overheard, Taju's men had installed explosives throughout the structure. Even if the kidnappers' demands were met and they withdrew, they intended to detonate the charges and reduce the building to rubble, killing everyone inside. Su Chen's stomach dropped. The notion of explosives and a deliberate plan to annihilate the hostages was monstrous. His survival instincts surged. "Then we should run," he urged. "Alert the guards. Let them handle it." Lin Zihan's voice carried a sharpened ache. "I am one of the guards," she revealed. "I was captured because I failed to rescue some of the hostages. Some of my own team are among them." The truth made sense of her courage and frustration. Su Chen felt a new respect for her. Her ferocity was not bravado, but duty. She continued in a tone edged with urgency. Time was nearly gone. The deadline Taju had given would elapse in less than 10 minutes. A full-scale assault by the security detail was impossible in that span. If the guards had any feasible plan, they would already have executed it. In those final minutes, they had no better option than to act with the resources at hand. "We are the only hope," she said plainly. He weighed the plea, felt the gravity of the moment, and then made his choice. "I'm sorry," he said, drawing a steadying breath. "I can't help. I'm leaving." With that, he turned away, refusing to meet Lin Zihan's eyes, and moved toward the door. "Stop!" Lin Zihan cried. "If you leave, everyone will die." Her voice trembled, though she forced it to sound steady. "You are so skilled. We can succeed with you. Think of the dozens of hostages and the civilians downstairs. They are innocent." Su Chen halted for a single heartbeat, but did not look back. Lin Zihan's tone grew softer, yet remained unmistakably clear. "If we survive this, I can repay you in any way you wish." The last words were laden with implication, the sort that every man would understand. Under the dim light, her eyes shone with struggle, humiliation, and a quiet plea. Su Chen felt an unexpected tug of hesitation. He had not anticipated that Lin Zihan would resort to such an appeal for strangers' sake. Who could resist such a test? Seeing a flicker of doubt in his gaze, Lin Zihan pressed on. "Your courage will be recognized. There are regulations for bravery. Award substantial sums are given." At this, Su Chen's eyes lit. A bravery award. Money as reward. She had hit upon an argument he could not disregard. Lin Zihan watched his excitement with a blend of incredulity and suppressed annoyance. She had never imagined that it was this offhand plea that would sway him. He who would not be moved by promises had been won over by the prospect of monetary recompense. Though her temper flared inwardly, relief washed over her at the thought of securing such a capable, enigmatic ally. She steeled herself and began to think of a way out. In truth, Su Chen had pangs of regret the moment he initially refused. This was not a sudden awakening of conscience. Had he not obtained the system that now accompanied him, he would never voluntarily place himself in danger. Life meant everything. But the system had altered his perspective. If he remained cowardly, the system would be worthless. A measure of principle still lived within him, scant though it weighed, it pushed him toward a different choice. The promise of reward and Lin Zihan's entreaty mattered less than the opportunity to act. "We should notify your colleagues at once," Su Chen suggested. "We cannot stay silent." She shook her head bitterly. "Impossible. Their assailants have jammed all communications throughout the building. We cannot reach the outside." He considered the constraints, then asked, "What is your plan?" Lin Zihan's eyes shone with resolve. "Take out the leader first. Taju will come shortly. If we can subdue him here, we can unravel the command structure and create a chance to free the hostages." Su Chen felt a twinge of reluctance, but resigned himself. "Very well. Tell me precisely what to do." Relief and gratitude flickered across Lin Zihin's face as she explained. Tiju took some drug. By my reckoning, he will soon come for me. Her cheeks colored momentarily before she regained composure. We will wait here and surprise him the moment he enters. That's simple, he asked. Exactly, she answered. They exchanged a brief understanding look and moved swiftly to prepare. Su Chen dragged the two fallen assailants to a corner and covered them. He and Lin Zihin positioned themselves on either side of the door, lying in ambush. Time crawled. Only their breathing betrayed them in the hush of the suite. After a couple of minutes, heavy, erratic footsteps approached from the corridor. It was more than one person. The gravity of the situation settled over them. The steps ceased. Su Chen and Lin Zihin realized Tiju had reached the door. He frowned. Why were his sentries not posted at the threshold? A suspicion sprouted in his chest. Tiju took a half step back and signaled to three of his men. Sweep at the door, he rasped. The men complied and raised their compact submachine guns. The ambushers inside had not anticipated such vigilance. They had expected the door to open, not bullets to spray inward. Watch out. Su Chen reacted in a flash. He flung himself over Lin Zihin, using his body as a shield. At once a storm of gunfire erupted through the wooden door. The planks shredded beneath a hail of rounds. Debris and bullets tore into the room in a merciless torrent. Lin Zihin braced for the worst, eyes clenched against the approaching agony. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, sharp metallic clinks reached their ears as bullets struck some unyielding object. She dared to open one eye. Before them hovered a translucent, faintly blue halo. Like an impervious carapace, the shimmering shield had appeared out of nowhere and held every bullet at bay. The projectiles lost their force and fell lifeless onto the carpet. Bewilderment and a dawning sense of wonder flooded them both. What was this protection? There was no time for marveling. 3 minutes, he knew, was all they had. 3 minutes could suffice for many ordinary tasks, but it was scant when lives hung in the balance. If the shield failed, both he and the woman cradled in his arms would be torn apart by the hail of gunfire. He pushed Lin Zihin toward the corner somewhere a bullet could not find. Herend, without hesitation, launched himself into the torrent outside the invisible shield at his front like a second skin. Beyond the threshold, Tiju and his 3 henchmen stared at the scene with unease. They had emptied an entire magazine into the room and received no screaming, no supplication, nothing. Through the shredded doorway, they glimpsed a flickering, uncanny wall of light, and then, before any of them could recover, a figure burst through the break in the frame with impossible speed. Human limits shattered, Su Chen closed the distance in a heartbeat. From breach to final strike, the ballet of violence consumed no more than 5 seconds. Lin Zihin, still inside the room, could only hear the brain-rattling sounds and watch her heart surge anew. This man was an enigma, at once terrifying and protective. In the corridor, only Su Chen and Tiju remained. The swagger had drained from Tiju's features, replaced by raw terror. He had witnessed 3 of his strongest lieutenants felled in an instant and now faced the very embodiment of nightmare. Instinct urged Tiju to flee. Fear, however, stilled his limbs. Su Chen's voice, low and inexorable, curled behind him like a sentence from the underworld. In a breath, he had vanished and reappeared behind the crime boss, driving a boot into the hollow of a knee. Tiju folded to the floor. Without mercy, Su Chen stomped the other leg into ruin. Tiju's scream rent the corridor as Su Chen wrenchingly snapped and crushed bone after bone, leaving the man convulsing and bereft of motion. Returning to the room, Su Chen found Lin Zihin emerging with the rigor of a composed professional. She glanced at the 3 unconscious goons and the writhing Tiju, her mouth parting in a brief involuntary astonishment before she reformed into the poised, steely officer she was. She stepped forward, lowering herself toward Tiju, and extended a hand, youthful and resolute. Terror flared in his eyes anew as the scene closed, the moment pregnant with the urgency of what remained to be done. Having completed the ruthless task, Lin Zihin rose and resumed the immaculate posture of the elite policewoman she had been moments before. The cold vengeance wore her features. She noticed Su Chen watching her with an odd expression. When she asked if something was amiss, a faint flush warmed her cheek. Su Chen hastily denied any impropriety and offered a clumsy compliment about her professionalism. The remark struck an awkward note between them, but Lin Zihin brushed it aside and turned to the matter at hand. The man who had just been subdued had only admitted that there were 10 assailants in the banquet hall and at least as many armed at the exits. "We must hurry," she said, tone sharpened by urgency. The lives of the hostages hinged upon their speed and resolve. She pointed toward the safe passage and indicated that the banquet hall lay at the far end of the level. The 2 of them moved in single file, their steps absorbed by a thick carpet so that no sound betrayed their approach. Walking behind Lin Zihin, Su Chen found his attention stolen by the taut line of her shoulders and the subtle sway of her silhouette, thoughts spiraling into unwelcome distraction. He admired the perfection of her form even as he recoiled from the severity of her temperament. He silently vowed never again to provoke such a woman. Her capacity for measured retribution was terrifying in its clarity. Lin Zihin stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, confusion written across her beautiful face. She parted her lips as if to speak, but found herself at a loss for where to begin. A low, incredulous reprimand escaped her. "Are you insane? Those are 10 heavily armed brigands, not some street ruffians with clubs. If you rush in like that, you'll be shredded in an instant." Su Chen regarded her with an amused, almost reproachful glance that seemed to say she ought to have known better. Lin Zihin felt a flush rise to her cheeks at the implication. She was not to be underestimated. She snapped back, "Don't belittle me. I am the head of the major crimes unit of Jiangqing Jingbei C. If Tiju had not tipped them off about our intrusion, I would have rescued the hostages already." Su Chen, inwardly bemused, noted why she had struck so fiercely earlier. The memory of the corridor flashed through her mind, how he had charged amid 3 assailants and dispatched them with the effortless efficiency of a seasoned hand. Perhaps there was some secret ability tucked away beneath his nonchalant exterior. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "Be careful." Her voice was barely audible, a concession that trembled between fear and hope. "Stay behind me and look after the hostages." Su Chen's footsteps carried him to the massive double doors. He crouched, then launched himself like an arrow loosed from a taut bow. The impact was cataclysmic. With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden doors surrendered, splintering inward as a shower of timber rained across the entryway. The banquet hall fell silent for a heartbeat, every head turning toward the source of the commotion. Within 30 seconds, the 10 armed brigands were reduced to 2 shattered combatants. 8 lay incapacitated, their bodies splayed across the floor like discarded marionettes. The hall filled with an eerie hush, broken only by Su Chen's steady breathing and the hostage's shallow intakes of air. Eyes tracked him as one might watch an apparition, and even Lin Zihin stood agape, hands still raised from having aimed, forgotten to lower them. Lin Zihin raised her weapon and took aim, but could not resolve how to neutralize 2 threats at once without endangering the hostages. Su Chen paused a few paces from them, a frown darkening his brow. The calculus was brutal. He wasn't afraid of bullets, but flesh and bone are mercilessly unforgiving. The kidnappers, emboldened by his hesitation, advanced until they had reached the threshold. Then Su Chen made a decision that read as surrender. "Fine. They'll let you go," he said, raising both hands slowly and lifting the submachine gun as if to relinquish it. The brigands' faces creased with sudden relief. In that sliver of lowered vigilance, Su Chen's right arm tensed like coiled iron. The muscles leapt beneath his sleeve, and he swept the weapon forward in a single lightning motion. A sharp exhalation, then the improvised projectile left Su Chen's hand and cleaved the air in a flawless arc. It screamed through the banquet hall like a thrown brick, its passage tearing the silence into 2. Time contracted, everything transpired in a breath. The bandit holding the young woman barely registered the shadow. Before he could summon any response, an irresistible, brutal force struck his face. The impact detonated in a dull, grievous thud. His skull collapsed like an overripe melon. The nasal bridge crumpled instantly. Blood and brain matter spattered outward from every orifice. He could not even muster a cry. His body stiffened and slumped backward, utterly lifeless. The girl he had been using as shield, deprived of her support, screamed and crumpled onto the floor. The remaining assailant stood rooted, petrified by the carnage. He stared blankly at his fallen comrade, his mind a hollow shell. Could a human hand wield such force? In that fraction of incredulous suspension, footsteps at the doorway flickered into motion. A crystalline report split the air. A single gunshot, a neat crimson aperture blossomed between the second bandit's brows. His terror froze on his features as he staggered and collapsed. It was Lin Zihin. The instant Su Chen acted, she seized the rare opportunity with decisive calm and fired. With that shot, the threat within the banquet hall was extinguished. One after another, the intruders lay neutralized. Her announcement loosened the crowd's taut nerves into a whirlwind of relief. Tears, sobbing, and joyful exclamations filled the hall. "We survived. We're saved. I thought we were done for." Lin Zihin quickly located several of her colleagues among the guests. They had infiltrated disguised as civilians, but were captured during the operation. Faces that had been pale with fear now bore a mixture of guilt and gratitude. "Team leader Lin, we're so glad you're all right." They rushed forward, each overwhelmed by emotion. Lin Zihin acknowledged them with a brief nod and moved into command. "Lao Wang, count the hostages and check for injuries immediately. Dali, secure these assailants and ensure they are restrained. Be cautious." "Understood, team leader." The guards, though recently rescued from death, regained their composure and duty with steely resolve. Order began to reassert itself amid the chaos. The hall, though still ravaged, was steadily being brought under control. Su Chen leaned against the wall, watching Lin Zihin orchestrate the scene with professional poise. In her official mode, she was entirely different from the confrontational woman who had earlier tested him with provocation. She was efficient, incisive, and radiated quiet leadership. The veteran guards, though older, displayed obvious deference to her authority, which confirmed that the title of Major Crimes Unit Chief carried genuine weight. After giving instructions, Lin Zihin approached Su Chen. "Let us go. Leave the rest to them." Su Chen's eyes betrayed skepticism. "They can handle it." His doubt ignited Lin Zihin's temper. "Do you underestimate us so much?" The operation failed because of leaked intelligence, not incompetence. Without hostages interfering, subduing a few thugs is trivial. Her indignation was volcanic. Su Chen, chastened, offered a sheepish apology. "You're right. Linda Jinghua is the best." Lin Zihin softened, a fleeting trace of satisfaction crossing her features. "Where to?" Su Chen hesitated, then asked, "What are you going to do to me?" The color rushed to Lin Zihin's cheeks at his question, and for a second her ear tips blushed. She snapped, fierce and flustered. "Don't be ridiculous. I am taking Teju with us." Her expression hardened with purpose. "He is vital. He alone knows the information we need." Su Chen feigned innocence, and even a hint of mischief. "I thought you meant you were going to collect on a promise." Lin Zihin's composure cracked further. She recollected the provocative words she had uttered earlier in the suite under duress, and felt a flush of mortification. She cast him a sharp, reproving look and departed briskly. Su Chen glanced at her retreating silhouette and allowed himself a mischievous smile before following. They found Teju, the gang leader whose limbs Su Chen had earlier rendered useless, sprawled face down in a grotesque posture. A dark pool of blood had begun to congeal beneath him. The metallic tang of blood saturated the air. Lin Zihin's face drained of color. She crouched, felt for a carotid pulse with 2 fingers, then rose, the movement slow and heavy. She shook her head. Her features were pale and severe. "He's dead." Lin Zihin gingerly turned the corpse of Teju over. The dead man's visage still bore the frozen contortions of an agonizing, terrified final moment. His eyes were wide and glassy, as if they had glimpsed something indescribably horrific. Lin examined the body with meticulous care, refusing to overlook any minutiae. Su Chen activated his perceptual acuity, a vision sharpened to near-sensorial precision, and focused on the corpse alongside her. Suddenly his gaze halted on the base of Teju's neck. Adjacent to the grotesque vulture tattoo was an almost imperceptible red speck. The dot was smaller than the tip of a pin, easily dismissed as a pore or a blemish if one were not looking closely. Under Su Chen's system-enhanced sight, however, it was unmistakably distinct. "Here," he said, pointing. Lin leaned in and searched the indicated spot with keen concentration until the tiny puncture revealed itself. Her pupils contracted with a snap. As a rigorously trained elite guard, recognition struck her instantly. It was a puncture wound from an infinitesimal poison needle. He had been silenced. They spoke in unison. The two exchanged a look of mutual shock. They had been absent from the scene for less than 10 minutes. In that brief interval, someone had infiltrated the building and, by means both covert and lethal, executed a man who could no longer resist. This unsettling fact implied a third party concealed within the edifice of force whose sole objective was to eliminate witnesses. Anger and frustration flared in Lin Zihin. She cursed under her breath and struck the wall with a fist. A critical captive had been snatched away before their eyes. Every lead was severed. The case was far more convoluted than she had anticipated. The sudden brazen appearance of Teju and his cohort in Jiangxing pointed to an expansive conspiracy. Su Chen felt his own mood darken with the weight of the discovery. He had approached the mission expecting nothing more than a simple delivery and perhaps a modest reward. Instead, he had scaled facades by hand, engaged in hand-to-hand confrontations with dangerous criminals, and now found himself embroiled in an assassination unfolding within the building. He only wished to collect his bonus and withdraw from danger. Conscience, promises of gratitude, and heroics paled beside the instinct for self-preservation. Lin inhaled deeply to steady herself. She assessed their options with cool pragmatism. The assassin's objective appeared singularly focused on Teju. It was unlikely others were targets. They would not loiter. Lin signaled, and they moved toward the safety corridor without delay. Su Chen followed his thoughts, a chaotic tangle. He could not shake the foreboding that they had been drawn into something far greater than either of them had bargained for. Below, by the base of Jinmao Tower, the mobile command vehicle sat, shrouded in tension. The atmosphere inside felt viscous with anxiety, broken only by the hum of equipment. Zhang Weiguo stared at his watch with eyes rimmed in red. Less than 4 minutes remained before Teju's ultimatum expired. His temples throbbed. He gripped the radio so tightly that his knuckles paled. The enigmatic figure who had scaled the building, dubbed the Spider, had vanished once inside. Communications within the structure were entirely suppressed. The command team had no clear intelligence on the interior situation. Time ticked away with brutal impartiality. Every passing second felt like the blow of a mallet upon Zhang's chest. He confronted a grim dilemma. He could accede to the criminals' demands, dispatch a helicopter, and supply 100 million in cash to secure an uncertain outcome, a concession that would constitute capitulation and grievously undermine police authority. Alternatively, he could authorize an immediate assault to resolve the crisis by force, but such an action risked casualties among hostages, and any harm to Lin Zihin in particular would be a burden too catastrophic to bear. A subordinate ventured a tentative suggestion about the helicopter's arrival time. All eyes returned to Zhang Weiguo. Weariness and disappointment crossed his face. He recognized that time had run out. He was on the verge of giving the order when a harsh electrical crackle erupted through the radio. The reply came in a tone of bewildered triumph. Many hostages were safe. Captain Lin herself had escorted them out. The command vehicle's silence shattered and gave way to uproarious cheers. Relief cascaded through the ranks as technicians switched the surveillance feed to the building's secondary exit. On the screen, the modest rear safety door stood open. At its threshold was Lin Zihin, disheveled and stained with blood, yet poised and authoritative. She guided the released captives toward the secure perimeter while holding a compact submachine gun. Her team shepherded the surviving assailants out under restraint. Finally, a tall, masked figure emerged and followed with a measured, unhurried gait. Zhang Weiguo's pupils tightened with an abrupt, visceral contraction. Recognition surged through him and left him breathless. The man beneath the mask was someone he knew. It was him. An overwhelming surge of exultation and a profound, unparalleled shock washed over Zhang Weiguo. His heart trembled in his chest, as if it could no longer contain the tumult of relief and astonishment. A miraculous deliverance had occurred. His career might yet be spared the dreaded reassignment to hawk instant noodles aboard trains perhaps avoided. He barked a rapid succession of orders, his voice betraying a slight quiver of emotion. Seal the scene. Medical team psychological counseling move in immediately. Maintain vigilance at all sniper positions. Special forces stand by. He flung open the car door and strode with determined steps toward the quadrant exit, compelled to see for himself who had redeemed the crisis. He intended to look first at Lin Zihin and then at the masked assailant whose deeds had upended the evening. At the quadrant exit, Su Chen leaned against the doorway, observing the armed guards outside with palpable relief. The ordeal had concluded at last. Beside him, Lin Zihin was briefing the arriving security detail, methodically exchanging information with professional composure. Su Chen dusted off his clothing and ready to slip away, murmuring, "Put any reward on my card." The number is before he could finish, an imposing middle-aged man in a white shirt flanked by attendants approached. Lin Zihin snapped a salute. "Zhang Ju," she announced. Zhang Weiguo's voice trembled with praise and gratitude as he lauded Lin Zihin's courage. His gaze then fell upon Su Chen, curiosity alight. He sought to identify the man who had so improbably influenced the outcome. Su Chen beat Zhang to the explanation. "I deliver food," he declared, gesturing briefly to the building behind him and then to Lin Zihin. "I took a wrong turn and accidentally came inside." Silence rippled through the crowd. The guards and hostages wore identical expressions of bewilderment. No ordinary courier could plausibly have scaled the building by hand or subdued armed assailants single-handedly. Witnesses had seen him climb from the courtyard to the rooftop with startling speed and later dispatch a dozen gunmen with ruthless efficiency. Even more fantastical were the murmurs that he had somehow shielded others from bullets. Lin Zihin herself stared incredulous that Su Chen had offered such a thin excuse at this moment. A sharp slap of the table punctuated the room. The taller officer's temper flared. His rebuke was more than rhetorical. "You insult our intelligence if you suggest the witnesses were hallucinating," he snapped. The interrogation tilted from procedural to accusatory, the atmosphere thick with suspicion. In the adjacent monitoring room, separated by one-way glass, Zhang Weiguo and Lin Zihin stood shoulder to shoulder, observing the man behind the partition. Zhang's impression was now informed by Lin Zihin's detailed debrief. The sequence of Su Chen's deeds had been laid bare. On paper, the man's actions read like the pages of a miracle, yet the anomalies and contradictions embedded in his explanations hardened Zhang's resolve to verify his identity and capabilities. Gratitude warred with duty. The ledger of responsibility could not be emptied by sentiment. Thus far, Su Chen has committed no transgressions. On the contrary, he has rescued numerous lives and comported himself as a model citizen. Yet his benevolence does not negate the latent peril he represents. His capabilities are alarmingly formidable, and should his provenance prove dubious, the repercussions would dwarf those wrought by the Tiju faction. For Zhang Weiguo, personally, gratitude towards Su Chen is sincere. But as the chief of Jingbei Si and a steward of public safety, he must approach Su Chen with prudence. Lin Zihin comprehends the breach of protocol implicit in her feelings, yet recollections of the day in Jinmao Dasha overwhelm her. She remembers Su Chen descending like a saving deity, pulling her from the brink of doom, miraculously vanquishing the assailants at her entreaty, liberating every hostage, and preserving the edifice. Though she cannot fathom his motives, she is convinced he possessed ample opportunity to abscond if he had wished. That he remained to endure an unjust interrogation strikes her as an act born of conscience, perhaps even sacrifice. They reported their difficulties candidly. Su Chen, they said, had been uncooperative. His accounts of key incidents bordered on the inconceivable. He claimed unbelievably that he had only been delivering food. Lin Zihin dismissed their objections with a cool assurance, informing them she had briefed Zhang and would accept responsibility for any fallout. The detectives, mindful of her provenance and the patronage behind her, withdrew, closing the door with deference. Alone with Su Chen, Lin Zihin's manner softened. He regarded her with guarded suspicion, half expecting interrogation by coercion. She smiled and told him not to be anxious. She was not there to extract confessions. She had changed into her guard uniform, and the transformation lent her a different elegance that briefly arrested Su Chen's attention. For the first time, without veils or imperfect monitors, she saw his face clearly. Su Chen's enhancements manifested not only in strength, but in a quietly compelling visage, handsome, in a composed masculine way, his bearing suffused with a vitality that mere pretty faces lacked. Relieved, Lin Zihin permitted herself a genuine smile. She handed him the interview record and asked him to sign. Su Chen took the pen like a man granted amnesty, scrawled his name, and followed her out of the interrogation room. The officers in the corridor glanced at the pair as they emerged, astonishment on their faces, but none dared intervene. They walked in silence to the gate of the guard bureau. At the threshold, Lin Zihin returned to him with solemn thanks for his actions that night. The wind teased her hair, and the street lamp softened her features. Her sternness was mellowed, her beauty rendered gentler. Lin Zihin stared at the odd app interface and at Su Chen's imploring face. She had expected something else, perhaps to exchange contact details or add a friend, but instead he sought a mere 5-star endorsement. Annoyed and secretly amused, she accepted his phone. Her fingers trembled slightly from irritation as she tapped the 5-star button. When she handed the phone back, her breathing was shallow. The small act had left her oddly exhausted. Su Chen's gratitude was immediate and effusive. He called her a good person, his sudden warmth catching her off guard. It was almost comical that a man of such extraordinary abilities could be so determinedly concerned with his rider identity. She found his smile unexpectedly attractive. He resisted the urge to deploy the armor immediately and instead quickened his pace toward home. Nothing in the world could compete with the excitement of returning to examine a new toy. Tonight the city around him shimmered with possibility. Zhang Jie messaged again, her tone teasing though the content irritated him. She hinted that the listing was merely a joke and assured him she did not need the money, yet the implication that his undergarments were being hawked on Xianyu was impossible to ignore. When she prodded him to come collect the item in person, he found himself imagining her figure and the faint scent of mature femininity, but he discarded the thought instantly and rebuked her for impropriety. He put his phone away and headed toward his small apartment, preferring the solace of solitude to any awkward encounter. Once inside, Su Chen treated himself to an extravagant seafood barbecue and 2 chilled bottles of Bingquili. He then retrieved the single-soldier exoskeletal armor from the system space. A shimmering mass of liquid silver metal manifested and drifted before him, writhing with an almost sentient deliberation. It flowed through his clothes, adhering to his skin until the silver sheen subsided and a transparent protective membrane remained. With a thought, the suit conformed to his will. Within a second, countless microcomponents emerged and interlocked into a sleek, formidable armor that enveloped him completely. The manual revealed capabilities that made Su Chen's pulse quicken. The armor's defensive properties rivaled those of the quantum protective shield, but without a cooldown period. Even while merely adhering to his skin, it provided substantial protection. It augmented strength and speed, functioning like a persistent, durable buff, and included auxiliary systems such as navigation and night vision scanning. Though it lacked flight and built-in weaponry, its comprehensive enhancements rendered it more than sufficient for Su Chen's immediate needs. He moved within the modest confines of his room, marveling at how natural and comfortable the suit felt. Su Chen arrived at a cafe near Jiangxingdexu exactly as he had promised the previous evening. He chose a seat by the window and ordered an Americano, specifying it be triple strength and unsweetened. The small ritual of preference was deliberate. He remembered that Professor Chen Jingzhou disliked the stimulant edge of coffee. Su Chen smiled and offered Professor Chen a cup of hot milk, mindful of his teacher's tastes. The small attentiveness deepened the glow in the professor's expression. Su Chen demurred that he had simply come to see his mentor. The conversation turned to employment. Professor Chen mentioned Su Chen's former position at Niahuan Kiji and the company's notorious atmosphere. Su Chen admitted the environment had been poor and confessed that he had been optimized only the day before. When Chen Jingzhou expressed dismay and offered to ask friends on Su Chen's behalf, Su Chen hastily declined, wanted a change of scene by choice. The encounter was awkward and charged. Zhang Tingting and Zhao Kai looked down on Su Chen with thinly veiled contempt and triumph. Zhang Tingting, who had once placed all her hopes on Su Chen's potential, now relished his misfortune. She taunted him about being dismissed from his job. Zhao Kai, flaunting a false magnanimity, suggested that even if Su Chen had been fired, men of his caliber could easily find work as a delivery rider, then sneered that Su Chen's prospects paled compared to staying in the university as a teacher. Their voices were performative, the cruelty was deliberate. Professor Chen bristled, indignation plain on his face. He rose to answer, but Su Chen gently restrained him, shaking his head. Without affording the pair a second glance, Su Chen suggested to his teacher that the cafe was too noisy and proposed they relocate to a quieter corner. He guided Chen Jingzhou away, composed and unruffled, leaving Zhang Tingting and Zhao Kai to digest his indifference. They had expected either a breakdown or a fit of fury. Instead, Su Chen's calm dismissal unsettled them. They exchanged a look, half annoyance and half curiosity, then sat where Su Chen had been, eyes fixed on the secluded booth, to observe what their departure meant. In the privacy of an empty booth, Su Chen invited Professor Chen to sit and reassured him not to stoop to their level. He had kept his composure for a reason. Then he revealed the true purpose of the meeting. From his bag, he produced a palm-sized object, a compact quantum protective shield he had engineered. Placing it on the table, he activated it. For an instant, nothing visible happened, and then a barely perceptible field bloomed around them, centering on Su Chen. The effect was subtle, but undeniably there it altered the air with an imperceptible hum and a faint, almost clinical shimmer. Su Chen gestured to the space before them and asked Professor Chen to inspect it. To demonstrate the field's presence, he handed the professor a teaspoon and invited him to press it against the ambient air. The professor regarded the device with a scientist's curiosity, a blend of skepticism and wonder on his face. The cafe, with its intrusions and petty theatrics, receded. What remained was a teacher and his former student, bound by shared memory and the promise of an innovation that might yet reshape how they regarded the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Chen Jiaoshou accepted the teaspoon from Su Chen with a furtive frown. He regarded the empty space before him, then glanced at Su Chen's earnest expression and felt a prickle of suspicion. What was this boy up to? When Su Chen urged him to prod the air, he obeyed despite his bewilderment. Clutching the spoon, he jabbed at the void with unexpected force. To his astonishment, the utensil met an unyielding resistance, as though it had struck a sheet of tempered glass. A recoil ran through his hand, leaving it numb and nearly causing him to lose his grip. He gaped incredulous and groped at the air with trembling fingers. His palm encountered a smooth, imperceptible barrier, entirely transparent to the eye, yet palpably real. Chen Jiaoshou seized Su Chen's shoulder, his voice trembling with fervency. He declared the invention to be of Nobel-caliber significance and could scarcely conceal his awe. Su Chen steadied under the praise, a quiet confidence settling over him. But when he tentatively proposed filing a patent, Chen Jiaoshou's expression hardened. He rose abruptly, agitation overtaking him. Such a breakthrough, he insisted, must not be made public in that manner. Once exposed, it would invite covetousness from every corner of the globe. An individual could not hope to safeguard it alone. To flaunt such treasure was to invite endless trouble. Su Chen, who was not naive but had perhaps underestimated the magnitude of the system's gift, absorbed the warning and understood at once. He had sought patent primarily for financial reward, yet Chen Jiaoshou's perspective revealed a sterner truth. This technology, though not quite as world-shattering as controlled fusion, rivaled other pivotal instruments in strategic importance. To prevent its appropriation by hostile actors, its custody must lie with a power capable of securing and deploying it for the common good. The atmosphere shifted the instant Chen Jiaoshou's phone began to ring. He answered clumsily, his voice equal parts reverent and urgent. The reply was an elder's voice, hoarse with gravity. The name Jingzhou was spoken, and the exchange became a flurry of exigent commands. Chen Jiaoshou told Qian Yuanxi that he possessed a disruptive technology and that he had just transmitted a video. He sent the test footage to Qian Yuanxi's handset and waited heart tight with anticipation. Outside, the pocket of mockery reality composed its own designs. Zhao Kai's expression darkened as he watched Chen Jiaoshou and Su Chen depart, his mind turning over possibilities with a predator's energy. Zhang Tingting insisted that Su Chen had confided nothing to her. Her certainty stemmed from familiarity. She believed she knew his limits and could not conceive that he had achieved anything revolutionary. Yet the words disruptive technology and military concern rang in Zhao Kai's head and unsettled him. He could not entirely dismiss the notion that Su Chen had stumbled upon something of true value. Ambition, quiet and insistent, overcame hesitation. Zhao Kai pictured the path by which Zhang Tingting might secure a position at the university if her name appeared among the inventors. He imagined his father's career advancing under the sanction of a major research triumph. The thought galvanized him. He seized his phone and dialed the number of Zhao Jinhua, vice president of Jiangxing Dexu, and prepared to frame the encounter to his own advantage. "Father, guess who I just saw?" he said, a grin tightening his voice with calculation. A sharp voice crackled through the receiver. "Guess what? Speak up." On the other end, Vice Principal Zhao Zhenhua's tone demanded immediate news. Zhao Kai's excitement spilled out. "Father, listen to me." Chen Jingzhou has apparently achieved a major breakthrough in his research. The military is involved. They're sending a helicopter to the campus for an inspection. He recounted verbatim the snippet of overheard conversation, certain of every detail. Zhao Zhenhua's voice shot upward. Are you sure? Absolutely. He was on the phone right beside me, I heard it clearly. Zhao Kai swore. When asked whether Chen Jingzhou still lingered, Zhao Kai explained he had returned to campus while he remained at a nearby cafe. Bring your girlfriend with you. Come find me immediately, Zhao Zhenhua commanded. After hanging up, Zhao Kai shot a conspiratorial grin at Zhang Tingting. Tingting, wait and see. Your reserved spot at the university is secured. Zhang Tingting, though unsure of the scheme, clung to Zhao Kai's arm and cooed her admiration. The two set off, hearts buoyed by calculated hope. In his office at Jiangxing Dugzhu, vice principal Zhao Zhenhua paced, agitation and calculation warring across his features. News of a research breakthrough that had drawn military attention animated him like a sudden wind. For a veteran of bureaucratic maneuvering, such recognition from the armed forces represented more than prestige. It was political capital, a ledger entry of achievement that could be parlayed into promotion. Now a mere vice principal, Zhao imagined removing the diminutive modifier from his title and perhaps ascending even higher should he orchestrate this triumph to his advantage. He smiled thinly at the thought. To him, Professor Chen Jingzhou was an introverted scholar, brilliant in the lab, but lacking the political acumen to defend his accomplishments. Crucially, the purse strings for research funds were in Zhao's hands. With those levers, a few well-timed promises and persuasive incentives, he could ensure compliance and claim the credit. Professor Chen's face darkened as he realized the intent behind Zhao's civility. The vice principal's words were not mere courtesy, but a strategic preemption. It was an attempt to annex the credit by gilding Su Chun with rewards that would in effect silence or bind him to the university's narrative. He could not hide his anger. Trembling with indignation, Professor Chen pointed and struggled for words. Su Chun, however, watched the scene with an unruffled composure and then allowed a small sardonic laugh to escape. His gaze was steady and edged with amusement. Vice Principal Zhao, he said lightly, that is quite the scheme you have devised. The remark hung in the air, an unspoken challenge to Zhao's confident calculus. Zhao Zhenhua's smile faltered for a heartbeat. As the vice principal, he was accustomed to wielding authority with impunity. He had not expected Su Chun to openly defy him. Yet he quickly recovered his composure, restoring the genial expression to his face, as though nothing amiss had occurred. What do you mean by that? I do not understand, he intoned, feigning wounded innocence. To Zhao, Su Chun, fresh out of university, devoid of influence or patronage, was an amusingly tractable obstacle. He affected solicitude. I am doing this for you, for the university, he said with contrived earnestness. Such a significant research achievement should not be listed solely under Professor Chen's name. It is proper for the institution to submit it on behalf of the team. That would benefit everyone, would it not? Do you wish your mentor to be left with nothing of the research funding? He blended logic with sentiment to manipulate opinion. Had anyone been unaware, they might have believed he genuinely championed Su Chun and Chen Jingzhou's interests. Before any reply could be offered, Zhao Kai stepped forward and jabbed a finger at Su Chun, hurling coarse abuse. Su Chun, who do you think you are? My father gave you an opportunity out of kindness. Do not be ungrateful. Zhang Tingting chimed in with sharp derision. The pair's cruelty stung like salt. Chen Jingzhou felt his vision swim with fury. He trembled and pointed at Zhao Zhenhua and his son. Shameless. You are. Utterly shameless. He bellowed. Years of service at Jiangxing Dugzhu had not prepared him for the depths of their baseness. He had heard rumors of Zhao's misconduct, but never imagined it could descend to such a nadir. A sudden roar from above interrupted the escalating scene. Through the office windows, everyone saw a military green helicopter circling in the sky. Relief and opportunity flickered across Zhao Zhenhua's features. He fixed both Chen Jingzhou and Su Chun with a look that was unmistakably a warning. Behave yourselves, he seemed to say. He smoothed his collar, reheated his smile, and flanked by Zhao Kai and Zhang Tingting strode briskly toward the athletics field. Chen Jingzhou was frantic, stamping his foot in agitation. What shall we do? He fretted. Su Chun, however, remained composed. Do not worry, Professor. Let them go, he advised. Chen Jingzhou was incredulous. If we let them, will they not steal all the credit? I suspect Zhao Kai overheard only fragments of our conversation at the cafe and relayed a distorted account to Zhao Zhenhua, prompting his opportunism. Su Chun explained with quiet assurance. They do not understand the nature of the technology we possess, nor the relationship you maintain with academician Chen Jingqiu. They will not know why the military is involved. A few pointed questions will expose their ignorance. At the center of the field, security personnel had drawn a cordon and cleared the area. Zhao Zhenhua, Zhao Kai, and Zhang Tingting stood at the edge of the helipad, eager and expectant. Behind them, photographers brandished long lenses, having rushed over upon hearing that the military leadership had come to Jiangxing Dugzhu to discuss cooperation. Everything was prepared for a public spectacle. They only awaited the dignitary's arrival. The helicopter settled, its downdraft stinging the eyes. The door opened, and a dignified elder in a Zhongshan suit descended, assisted by a stern middle-aged officer resplendent with insignia. Academician Qian Jingqiu and General Long Xiaotian had arrived. Zhao Jinhua hurried forward, cheeks aglow, with contrived cordiality, hands outstretched in welcome. Qian and General Long exchanged a brief, puzzled glance. They had come in search of Chen Jing's, who not an unfamiliar burden of officiousness. Qian Jingqiu did not take Zhao's proffered hand. He adjusted his spectacles and asked plainly, "Who are you?" Unperturbed, Zhao introduced himself with inflated pride. "I am Zhao Jinhua, Vice Principal of Jiangxing Begzhu, in charge of the university's research endeavors. I believe you have come about Professor Chen Jingzhou's work. This project was initiated and advanced under my guidance and substantial support. Under my leadership, Professor Chen labored night and day and finally achieved this epic-making result." His rhetoric was thunderous. He portrayed himself as the mastermind, and Chen as merely an executor. Zhao Kai and Zhang Tingting beamed with vicarious triumph. But Qian Jingqiu and General Long's expressions hardened. The version they had heard from Chen Jingzhou was not congruent with Zhao's account. Moments later, Su Chun and Chen Jingzhou approached, though they did not immediately contradict Zhao. Instead, they stood at a distance and observed. Zhao's eyes flickered with contempt, assumed their silence, signaled submission, convinced he had successfully consolidated control. Yet the visitors were not so easily deceived. General Long's face had already grown grave. Qian Zhenghua's voice was crisp as he posed a decisive question to Zhao Jinhua. "Vice Principal Zhao, if this project was indeed completed under your team's leadership and your direction, then the prototype must be in your possession. Time is short. Please present it for inspection." At that moment, Zhao's smile froze as if carved from ice. The word prototype hung in the air like a verdict. Chen Jing's, who was known more for theoretical acumen than Hansen fabrication, shifted uneasily. Zhao Zhenhua's confident facade trembled. He had loudly assumed the mantle of leadership, but he had no tangible device to show. The field held its breath as the confrontation reached a precarious precipice. Zhao Jinhua felt a fine sweat bead on his brow. His body betrayed him with a tremor. He had been confident that Chen Jingzhou and Su Chan possessed only theoretical papers and experimental data, mere ink on a page. So he had brazenly appropriated credit. On paper, authorship can be argued and reassigned, and he had by such means expropriated countless hours of others' labor. He never imagined, however, that the technology which drew the military's interest had already been realized in hardware. To be fair, Zhao was not entirely without refinement. He was at least a learned man, albeit morally dubious. Ordinarily, a frontier breakthrough, especially in realms like antimatter or string theory, travels a tortuous path from hypothesis to application, from development to deployment. Chen Jingzhou's research could plausibly remain decades away from practical fruition. If scientific advancement were easily attained, then what would become of those lavishly funded laboratories and elite research teams? Zhao's scheme was not flawless, but it was not absurd on its face. Placed before another professor and fortified by his recent threats and blandishments, it might well have succeeded. Su Chun listened, then produced from his pocket a palm-sized device that resembled a power bank. "I'm afraid mine is rather portable," he said, turning the small apparatus for everyone to see. Zhao Zhenhua's pupils contracted with alarm. Zhao Kai, watching his father humiliated, while Su Chun stoked the spectacle, flared with indignation. "Who are you to do this? Do you have any right to speak here?" he barked, pointing a finger. Su Chen cast a cool glance at Zhao Kai, as if appraising a foolish animal. "What I am matters little," he replied. "What matters is that your father claims to have led the project, and you as his son presumably were involved, perhaps even as a core member. Come, Zhao, do not let your father suffer alone. If you are so capable, step forward and enlighten us." Zhao Kai was rendered speechless, his face flushed wild with shame. He had no answer. Even the word prototype was new to him. Su Chen delivered another blow. "If you were truly the project's leader or a core contributor," he said, "you would know the appearance of the prototype and how to operate it. You might even know what this technology is called." Both Zhao Jinhua and Zhao Kai were left dumbfounded. Long Jiangjun's visage had darkened to the hue of scorched iron. A lifetime in arms had cultivated in him an implacable hatred for opportunists and frauds, especially when national interests were implicated. His gaze turned to Zhao with such frigid intensity that Zhao felt near collapse. He had misjudged the situation utterly. He had failed not only to comprehend the project's particulars, but also to grasp Chen Jingzhou's links to the military. Overcome with remorse, he recognized how greed had blinded him. Qian Yuanxi dismissed Zhao's disgrace and inclined toward Chen Jing's, who signaling his trust in the younger man's testimony. Long Jiangjun fixed his attention now on Su Chun and commanded in a resonant soldierly tone, "Comrade Su Chun, present the technology Chen Jiaoshou sent to Qian Lishi." Su Chun showed no sign of faltering. His temperament differed from what it once had been. An unshakable calm radiated from him, the kind that only absolute confidence could bestow. Long Xiaotian's initial sternness softened into comprehension as he connected the dots. He had rushed here at Qian Yuanshi's, urging to witness the quantum shield, a theoretical technology that might alter military paradigms. A firearm was the most fitting instrument to probe such a device. Though previously skeptical of practical embodiments of that conjecture, Long Xiaotian found his skepticism weakened by Su Chen's composure. The young man's comportment suggested something beyond bravado, it hinted at mastery. From his sidearm pouch, a guard produced a QSC-92 pistol. Long Xiaotian chambered a round with professional ease and fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Su Chen, unperturbed, invited the general to choose a testing spot, an invitation that implied transparency and an absence of trickery. Long Xiaotian indicated a point roughly 3 meters to his left front. Without hesitation, Su Chen walked to that place with composed, deliberate steps. Only Qian Yuanshi and Professor Chen seemed to grasp the full audacity of what was unfolding. The other soldiers understood only that something extraordinary was about to occur. Then Su Chen announced the terms. When he gave the signal, Long Xiaotian would have 180 seconds to fire any weapon he wished: handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, even a grenade launcher. Su Chen declared that he himself would serve as the target. The proclamation was met with stunned silence and the rigid stillness of soldiers unused to such stakes. Professor Chen Jingzhou rushed forward in alarm, his voice trembling as he tried to pull Su Chen away. He had probed the quantum shield with a spoon. The limits of the technology were unknown even to him. No single man, he believed, should risk his life on such an uncertain experiment. Su Chen steadied Professor Chen with a gentle reassurance and looked at Long Xiaotian with steady resolve. His eyes conveyed not the resignation of one who marches to death, but the serenity of one accepting a coronation. Qian Yuanshi said nothing. His gaze catalogued the moment. He had seen those who sacrificed themselves for country and those who pursued truth to fatal ends, but never anyone who would proclaim the validity of their research in such a brazen public manner. Either this young man was reckless to the point of madness, or he was about to alter history. Long Xiaoshan impressed a loud admiration to show on his impassive face and raised his arm. Long Xiaotian's finger fell. At the last imperceptible instant, he shifted his wrist by barely half a centimeter so that the bullet would skim past Su Chen rather than strike his forehead. The crack of the shot shattered the air, and reflexive reactions rippled through the crowd. But instead of the expected carnage, time seemed to congeal. A copper-colored projectile hung, suspended a hair's breadth before Su Chen, as though it had struck an unseen barrier. Its tip was misshapen by kinetic violence, yet it could advance no further. A fleeting, invisible ripple emanated from the point of arrest. Silence deepened into a tangible presence as the bullet lost its authority and fell to the ground, its descent the only movement in a world that had for a moment ceased to breathe. The misshapen projectile, bereft of all momentum, fell like a useless lump of iron and struck the ground. Su Chen did not so much as blink. A suffocating silence enveloped the place. Every face seemed frozen by enchantment, mouths agape as if to accommodate an egg, eyes bulging as though about to leap from their sockets. Qian Yuanshi and Chen Jingzhou watched their anxiety transmute into fervor and reverent awe. They stared at Su Chen with trembling devotion, as if witnessing a miracle. The soldiers' minds went blank, reason deserted them entirely. Zhao Zhenhua's rapture stiffened and then shattered into ashen defeat. He stood dumbly staring at the deformed shell. At Su Chen's feet, his cognition utterly collapsed. Everything he understood was finished. Zhao Kai and Zhang Tingting mirrored Zhao Zhenhua's disintegration. Their limbs slackened, teetering between collapse and stupor. Only now did they grasp the magnitude of what they had attempted to pilfer. They recognized the folly, the audacity, and the humbling scale of their ignorance. Shame and disbelief washed over them in equal measure. Seizing a 95 type automatic rifle handed to him, General Long reloaded and opened fire in a seamless martial cadence. The rifle's furious flames surpassed those of a handgun, projecting streams of lethal light towards Su Chen. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The round struck an invisible barrier, throwing forth concentric ripples before helplessly falling. Long exhausted 2 magazines, but hungered for more. He regretted not bringing a larger arsenal. Around him, everyone stood transfixed, their astonishment blazing ever brighter. A puzzled hum escaped Long Xiaotian as Su Chen's words landed like a deliberate provocation. Su Chen reminded everyone that Vice President Zhao had earlier claimed the project was completed under his sagacious leadership. His tone was laced with sarcasm as he suggested that the detailed materials must reside with Zhao Xiaozhang and his son Zhao Kai, perhaps even in a more advanced 2.0 version than Su Chen's own prototype. That single barbed sentence refocused the entire assembly upon the Zhao father and son. A resolute severity flitted across Long Xiaotian's features. He took out his phone and dialed. The moment the call connected, the atmosphere around him sharpened like a blade. He addressed the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection with an unambiguous command. He ordered an immediate joint investigation in coordination with the military district's supervisory bodies and a Zhao Jinhua, vice president of Jiangxing Dizu. He demanded exhaustive scrutiny for corruption, academic impropriety, and any abuses of power, declaring that no protector could shield Zhao from the consequences. Long Xiaodian chose not to approach the university president or the provincial education department. He bypassed them and summoned the provincial disciplinary authorities, directly wielding severe means against a petty tyrant. That decision signified the onset of the strictest inquiry. Having long held sway at Jiangcheng Duxiu and used his influence for nearly a decade, Zhao Zhenhua had surely accumulated many transgressions. Once the Provincial Discipline Commission intervened, any of Zhao's collaborators would find escape impossible. Not even his son Zhao Kai could expect to emerge unscathed. When Long Xiaodian ended the call, a pall of silence enveloped the hall. All eyes fixed upon the collapsed Zhao Zhenhua, as if they watched a condemned man. Zhao Zhenhua's lips quivered. He could only produce hoarse, labored breaths. His psychological defenses had finally ruptured. He understood more clearly than anyone that Long Xiaodian's call had pronounced his ruin. Zhao Kai's cry pierced the room, frantic and desperate. He scrambled to his father's side, attempting to lift him, only to encounter a limp, trembling shell. Terror hollowed his mind. Tears blurred his pleas as he babbled denials, imploring Su Chen and then Long Xiaodian for mercy. The arrogance he once displayed dissolved into abject supplication. He even reached instinctively toward Long Xiaodian's legs, as if clinging to any hope of salvation, but a guard shoved him aside with contempt. At the mention of the Provincial Discipline Commission, Zhang Tingting's complexion drained of color. Her patronage and the illusion of security upon which she had depended had collapsed. Her hopes of remaining at the university lay in ruins. She turned toward Su Chen, who now stood surrounded by others, and inwardly rued her past opportunism, though she knew there was no salve of hypothetical escape. As Zhao Kai was thrown down, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, attempting to dissociate from the disgraced family. Panic and calculation wrestled in her expression. She would not allow her future, her youth, or her ambitions to be sacrificed alongside them. After hanging up, the general's icy mien softened into a genial countenance as he approached Su Chen. He lowered himself in tone and asked whether this resolution satisfied him. Su Chen's resentful ember had largely cooled. He was not a man who clung to grievance for its own sake. The Zhao father and son had received their due, that sufficed. Su Chen produced a USB drive and handed it to Long Xiaoshan, explaining that it contained the core technical principles and the prototype model. He had obtained it from the system and would not have involved Professor Chen otherwise. Long Xiaodian accepted the drive as one would receive a national treasure, and Qian Yuanxi advanced, his gaze steeped in admiration. Long Xiaodian then revealed his identity more fully and extended an invitation. He identified himself as an officer of the Dongdu Zhangzhou's Equipment Bureau and formally invited Su Chen to join the 649 Research Institute under the General Armament Department, promising any terms he desired. Qian Yuanxi encouraged Su Chen to seize this rare opportunity, offering either to welcome him into his own team or to let Su Chen lead and assemble a new group. The prospect dazzled Su Chen. He realized that the very man who had earlier threatened him with a firearm was a figure of such commanding influence that a single phone call could reach the Provincial Discipline Commission. The magnitude of the offer left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Within Huigua's military administrative structure, the 5 theater commands held immense sway, and officers who oversaw entire theater equipment were scarcely rivaled. To receive a summons from someone of Long Xiaodian's caliber was beyond expectation. Although the opportunity to join the elite 649 Institute with generous compensation would have been irresistible had it appeared the previous day, Su Chen paused and reflected upon his true inclinations. After a contemplative moment, Su Chen declined with gratitude. He thanked Long Xiaodian for his magnanimity, but explained that he preferred to remain rooted among the people. Despite the glittering promise of power and patronage, he chose to keep his allegiance closer to the grassroots where his convictions lay. Su Chen politely declined the invitations from Long Jiangjun and Qian Yuanxi. Everything he had acquireth recognition of figures like Long and Qin had been granted by the system. Entering 649 Ju would mean surrendering the slender liberty he still possessed. He still depended on the system, on delivering orders and collecting rewards on the promise of a different ascent. He could not tether himself to a single institution. Despite the personal sting of refusal, he chose prudence over fleeting prestige. Disappointment shadowed the faces of Qian Yuanxi and Long Jiangjun, yet neither pressed the matter. Genius, they knew, was temperamental. Coercion often repels where persuasion might coax. Su Chen shifted his stance and proposed an alternative. Though he could not assume the post, he insisted that Professor Chen Jingzhou was the rightful steward for the project. He described Chen Jingzhou's scholarship as superior and argued that Chen was better suited to lead the application development of the quantum shield technology. The calculus was persuasive. To have Chen Jingzhou in charge was, for all practical purposes, to have Su Chen himself on the project. Given Chen's established rapport with Qian Yuanxi, both Long Jiangjun and Qian Yuanxi acquiesced. Long Jiangjun closed the matter with decisive authority and addressed Su Chen directly. Although reluctant to join the institute formally, Su Chen would not be left without standing. He was to be appointed a specially invited consultant to 649 Ju, granted a nominal post, and the rank of captain enjoying equivalent privileges. He need not attend daily, yet he was expected to give his full assistance to the application of the quantum shield alongside Qian Yuanqi and Chen Jingzhou. The offer captaincy consultative title remuneration, without routine attendance, was unexpectedly generous. Su Chen accepted without hesitation, gratitude plain in his voice. With that, the tempest born of a power struggle subsided. Zhao Jinhua, his son, and Zhang Tingting were escorted away by the discipline committee destined to face the full measure of the law. Chen Jingzhou rose to the rank of chief engineer at the military institute. Su Chen received his captain's insignia and the honorary consultant title. Onlookers left satisfied. Reporters who had hoped for sensational technological revelations were nonetheless rewarded. After signing confidentiality agreements, they witnessed the handover of the detained Zhao Jinhua and his accomplices. Though the promised breakthrough remained unseen, the downfall of Zhao Jinhua was itself newsworthy. The following day, accusations of abuse of power, personal profiteering, and collusion with Qin would ripple across social networks. He hailed a cab without ceremony and sped toward Jiangqing's garrison headquarters. Half an hour later, he stood before the compound. Lin Zihin emerged in a crisply tailored uniform, her long hair swept high to reveal a smooth forehead and sharply defined features. She was both elegant and forbidding. She bade him follow, and they walked through the yard into the administrative building. Officers glanced at Su Chen with curiosity, then at Lin Zihin with an appraisal tinged by admiration. She paid them no heed, maintaining an imperturbable composure. Zhang Weiguo's gratitude was solemn. He commended Su Chen for his conspicuous courage at the Jinmao building, and on behalf of the city offered thanks. Su Chen accepted the praise with awkward modesty, scraped together a few polite words, and excused himself. He was consumed by practical thoughts. Deposit the check, then sleep. Hand little else mattered in that moment. Su Chen stood transfixed as a QR code hovered inches from his face, bewilderment washing over him. How could Lin Zihin, the celebrated razor-sharp police detective of whom the precinct whispered in admiration, be reaching out to add him? The notion seemed preposterous. He chastised his own flights of fancy. He was merely an inconspicuous deliveryman. She was the police world's luminous presence. Such a woman could not possibly have so poor a discernment of character. Still, the possibility flirted with his vanity until Lin's curt prompt snapped him back to the moment. Regaining her habitual reserve, Lin Zihin spoke with clinical clarity. She advised him that if he discovered any clues or needed police assistance in the future, he should contact her directly for the sake of efficient collaboration. Su Chen's romantic misgivings evaporated at once. This was a professional courtesy, nothing more. With newfound zeal, he promised to alert her at the first sign of heroism, and even joked about discounting any reward. His earnest chest-thumping and naive bonhomie provoked an inward storm in Lin. She inwardly berated his thoughtless levity, and after extracting a terse expression of thanks, she turned and strode away with long, decisive strides that radiated a clear and merciless warning. The figure stunned him into silent arithmetic. Converted, it ballooned into an almost unfathomable sum in RMB. The contrast with the earlier million that had seemed so opulent now reduced that amount to trivial pocket change. Greed, pragmatic or reckless, surged through him. Danger, death, and every risk the mountain represented shrank in significance beneath the lure of that reward. After all, a system that issued such a mission must allow for the possibility of success. This was not merely a delivery, it might be providence. He began feverishly checking flights from Jiangxing to the Tibetan Plateau, only to find the earliest available departure at 7 the next morning, and even that itinerary required connections that would doom any hope of meeting the 24-hour deadline. Desperation sharpened his gestures until his hair threatened to tumble free. Lin Zihin's barrage came like a hail of bullets. Was he insane, she demanded, intending to court death? Had he seen the $100 million bounty? What made him think he was invincible? Professional rescue teams had been powerless. He, a delivery rider, should not be inserting himself into a maelstrom of danger. Her interrogation tumbled out in rapid succession, her worry so palpable it threatened to spill through the handset. He steadied his voice, softening it in a way he had never done before. He attempted to defuse her alarm with a half-truth, calling his curiosity the only motive behind the flight searches. Lin Zihin, unsurprisingly, did not believe him. Her warning returned now, threaded with a subtle tremor. The fear underlying her anger made her plea almost tender. The vulnerability in that tremor warmed him but did not weaken the resolve that had taken root in his mind. 700 million yuan loomed large in his reasoning, of fortune that would change everything. The line answered with long Xiaotian's resounding, commanding voice, warm and unrestrained. Long greeted him with good-natured curiosity, and having recently witnessed Su Chen's astonishing contribution of a quantum shield to the military, was predisposed to favor. Su Chen adopted a formal tone and framed his plea not as a personal escapade, but as a necessary field test. He described an experimental piece of equipment designed for high-altitude, ultra-low temperature environments, an initiative that had reached a preliminary design stage and urgently required in-situ validation. Long Xiaodian's interest sharpened instantly. The prospect of testing technology in Zimu Feng's punishing environment appealed to his strategic instincts. Current equipment suffered grievous performance degradation on the plateau. Without hesitation, he offered the needed transport and even proposed logistical support, including a technical team. Su Chen, however, declined the accompaniment he intended for reasons both practical and personal to conduct the initial trial alone. Impressed by Su Chen's apparent professionalism, Long accepted the arrangement and sealed the decision with the kind of decisive authority that left no room for argument. He took a taxi toward the outskirts where the Dongbu Zhangzhou's Huizongzhen lay. Half an hour later, the cab halted in front of a heavily fortified military gate. Before Su Chen could steady himself on the curb, a young officer in immaculate uniform strode forward and snapped a precise salute. "Are you Consultant Su Chen?" the officer inquired. His bearing bespoke reverence. "I am Wang Hao, General Long's aide," he added. Su Chen felt the ceremony keenly. Such deference was unfamiliar and slightly disorienting. Wang Hao announced that the general had arranged the aircraft and escorted him through layers of sentries toward the base's internal airfield. On the ramp sat a colossal gray transport plane, its presence imposing like a restrained leviathan. The tail ramp hung open while stewards completed final checks. Wang Hao gestured courteously toward a solitary row of VIP seats secured in the otherwise empty fuselage. Su Chen swallowed, climbed aboard, and took his place. Minutes later, the hatch lowered, and 4 turbofan engines roared to life. The plane accelerated along the runway, and then with a sudden surge tore toward the sky. Pinned into his seat by the force of ascent, Su Chen peered through the oval window as the city rapidly dwindled into a pattern of roofs and streets. His heart swelled with ambition and a private jubilation. Zhu Feng awaited him, as did the promise of 700 million. After several hours aloft, the military transport glided to a measured landing on a scarcely charted strip more than 3,000 meters above sea level. When the hatch opened, a thin, rarefied air tinged with the scents of grass and ice washed into the cabin. A dark green off-road vehicle bearing military plates thundered up and braked abruptly at the foot of the stairs. A barrel-chested officer with weathered Sundarkin skin leapt from the vehicle and delivered a voice as resonant as General Long's. "Welcome to Zhangkou, Consultant Su Chen. I am Li Yuanchao, commander of the Suiyu, Xionying Tan LV." They clasped hands. Li's grip was firm and immediate. He assured Su Chen that his brigade would cooperate fully with every action while he remained in the region. Li ushered him into the vehicle and promised expedience. The route to Zhufeng base camp would still span hundreds of arduous kilometers, he warned, and the terrain was treacherous. Yet he would assign his finest driver and outfit Su Chen with the swiftest assault vehicle available, affording every assurance that they would reach the camp before nightfall. Su Chen felt the military's efficiency like a tangible current. Within 10 minutes, he found himself settled in a hulking 6-wheeled assault car, whose exterior was all aggressive geometry and reinforced plating. Escorted by additional military vehicles, the convoy melted into the highland wind. Within the camp, the mood was somber and tense. Everyone knew a catastrophic blizzard was building. A burly, bearded man downed a draft of water and cursed the weather. Nearby, someone asked a compact, sinewy man who was sharpening an ice axe whether his airfa team would deploy tomorrow. That man, known as Ba Dun, commanded a renowned commercial rescue outfit contracted by Musher Group. He raised his head. His features were chiseled and unyielding, and his blue eyes retained an unflappable composure. "There is no plan," Ba Dun said gravely. "Visibility is too poor and avalanche risk is intolerable. To go up now would be suicide. I must be responsible for my men." His refusal cast a shadow over the assembly and intensified the silence. A hush spread like an oil slick. 24 hours had already elapsed since a figure in the death zone, near 8,000 meters, had last been heard from. Hypoxia and sub-zero temperatures, now compounded by an imminent storm, rendered survival prospects negligible. Murmurs of regret broke out. Someone whispered about the $100 million that had been offered as reward, an amount that had lured many to the mountain in hope of both rescue and recompense. Among those gathered, some were seasoned guides, others opportunists drawn by the prize, but all were forced to confront the immutable force of nature. Inside the tent, the atmosphere thickened with expectation. Ba Dun continued to furbish his ice tool as Su Chen approached. Both men occupied the center of attention: the stoic veteran who refused to risk his team, and the audacious newcomer who had arrived like a tremor in the snow. Their meeting poised at the cusp of a decision that would determine whether hope could be translated into action or whether they would all remain captives of the storm's impending fury. A tall, proud-faced white man rose. Clad in professional climbing gear with a rescue team badge at his chest, he surveyed Chen with contempt. "Hey kid, another gold digger." He jeered in halting Chinese, his tone rife with derision. "You rookie, save yourself the trouble." His companions tittered in agreement. A kindly Zaire Ba guide echoed Ba Dun's lament with similar bluntness. In weather like this, not even a god could save her. Unperturbed by their scorn, Chen studied the enormous Sifeng route map adorning the tent wall and silently cross-referenced the coordinates the system had provided with the map's features. Having ascertained a general bearing, he turned to leave the tent. Ba Dun called after him. "Where are you going? You do not mean to set out now." "As a professional climber, I warn you to abandon that foolish notion at once," the white man added. "The blizzard will tear a person to pieces. Dressed like that, you'll be an ice statue in less than 10 minutes. Do not squander your life for money." Their voices summoned a chorus of derision. Young people today, they want money more than their lives. He must be a first-timer lacking even the most basic reverence for the mountain. Another Huaxia blinded by money, muttered a blonde-eyed climber in Schadenfreude. Beyond the halo of campfire lights, the world collapsed into a void of wind and snow. Chen's silhouette was swiftly engulfed by the storm. The gale attacked like countless knives, slashing from every quarter and reducing visibility to nothing. Beneath his feet lay deep drifts and unseen crevasses. Every step harbored mortal peril. When he deemed the shore clear, he willed the system, and a futuristic silver exoskeleton extruded from his skin and conformed seamlessly to his frame. The armor's contours were sleek and resolute, its surface emitting a faint cold gleam in the swirling snow. As the faceplate sealed, a holographic interface sprang to life. The armor transformed, trudging into effortless stride. Snow that had once slowed him yielded beneath his augmented legs. On the sheer ice faces, he could now sprint and bound with short, powerful leaps. He became a silver snow leopard across the plain, accelerating with a speed beyond ordinary human comprehension toward Zumulangma's summit. "Excellent, Lang," he said, a cruel smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. "The boss wanted an accident. There is no more perfect accident than perishing during a blizzard. This accursed weather is our ally, even Providence seems to favor us." Lang Sen spoke with casual ease. "Do not grow complacent, Lang," he warned, his eyes glinting with menace. "Keep the thermal imaging active. Monitor all movement toward base camp." "Relax, Chief," Lang Air replied, pointing at the screen. "See, apart from a few snow hairs, nothing stirs. Those so-called rescue teams are probably in their tents drinking and boasting." The scan, however, suddenly revealed a faint heat signature. Lang Air froze. "Something has left the base camp." "Zoom in, Lang," he ordered. The image enlarged and a blurred human outline materialized. "Probably some poor soul who went out to relieve himself," Lang Sen scoffed, but his derision curdled into a fixed, stunned expression. Meanwhile, Chen sliced through the snow with relentless purpose. The exoskeletal armor hugged him like a second skeleton, its immense power rendering the perilous terrain irrelevant. Steep ice faces became mere steps beneath his feet, yawning fissures were bridged in a single lithe bound. In his headset display, the system presented unerring coordinates like a luminous lighthouse guiding him through the white void. What would have taken an elite mountaineering team days was closed in less than half an hour. He reached the region of Zhufeng at 8,201 meters above sea level at the sea for Yingdi. Stopping only long enough for the environmental scanner to map the three-dimensional architecture of the imminent crevasse, he absorbed the outline of a narrow 30-meter deep chasm. At its base, a faint life signal flickered like a candle in a gale. Eyelashes trembled. Mu Yunexi's eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, then narrowing into attention. She saw through a haze of weakness a towering silhouette wrapped in armor she had never imagined, like something dreamed from a science fiction tableau. The metallic faceplate bore two faintly burning blue lights, twin cold stars in the dark. Her mind scrambled with disjointed questions. Had she died? Did she stand at the threshold of some netherworld, or before an angel of death? Under the weight of her own confusion, she rasped, using what strength remained, a single fragile syllable. "Who are you?" Chen felt the last knot of his anxiety unfasten when she spoke. He exposed a smile beneath his helm and issued through the suit's speaker an oddly irreverent reply. "Mission accomplished. At your service. The life-saving oxygen delivery has arrived. Please confirm receipt and kindly leave a 5-star review." The absurdity of the line registered on Mu Yunexi's dawning comprehension. Her bewilderment collapsed into incredulity, and then, with a faint, incredulous amusement, she understood that even amid the lethal heights of Zhufeng, the world retained a streak of nonsense. Her conception of reality, briefly shattered, began to settle into a new, startling shape. A sudden and savage foreboding swept down from the heights. A thunderous crack split the air as the mountain above them ruptured. Great slabs of accumulated snow sheared away, and the slope collapsed. In an instant, millions of tons of snow conjoined into a white torrent and surged toward them with overwhelming force. The world seemed to tilt beneath the onslaught. Chen, however, remained unervingly composed. He cast a single steady glance at the roaring mass descending upon them, and then performed an action Mu Yungzi would never forget. Raising his hand, he brushed the air. In the next breath, a small obsidian aircraft of startlingly futuristic design materialized at their feet. It was about the size of a compact car devoid of conventional rotors. Instead, each corner housed a duct turbofan ringed as though lifted from a science fiction frame. Mu Yunexi's pupils dilated in astonishment. Her mind teetered on the edge of disbelief. First a deliveryman had appeared out of nowhere, and now a craft that mocked every law of her prior experience. For a heartbeat, she wondered if the thin air had birthed hallucinations. Chen's impatient voice snapped her back to reality. Without another word, he swept her into a classic princess carry. The unfamiliar intimacy momentarily arrested her breath and flushed her face, but fear quickly usurped that color when she realized his intention. Chen offered no explanation. Breath held, he assumed the pilot's position and gripped a peculiar control column. Time did not allow him to study any manual. With little more than intuition and frantic improvisation, he set about coaxing the machine to life. Against the odds, engines coughed and then roared. The 4 upper turbofans screamed into life, while auxiliary thrusters hidden beneath the fuselage expelled a furious stream of air. The airframe trembled violently. He barked for Mu Yungzi to brace and shoved the throttle forward. The craft responded not by the graceful lift of a conventional helicopter, but by a vertical ascension that seemed to defy the thin, frothing atmosphere. It rose as if repudiating gravity itself, climbing straight up through turbulent gusts with improbable steadiness. Through the window the earth fell away and the avalanche tore past, just meters below their belly, a white maw that missed them by a hair. Relief and an almost surreal jubilation overwhelmed Mu Yungzi as she realized they had escaped obliteration. While Mu Yungzi stared stunned, Chen's entire attention remained fixed on the controls. The aircraft pitched and yawed like a drunken mariner, but the reinforced muscles and reflexes the system granted him, together with a forgiving flight interface, kept catastrophe at bay. He fought to steady the machine, pulling the stick to its limit, so the lower engines blasted scorching jets downward and carried them beyond the avalanche's reach. Yet the very force of that thrust disturbed other masses of unstable snow. Far above, the mountain answered with another thunderous collapse. The ground trembled as a second avalanche gathered momentum. A thunderous detonation reverberated from below, wrenching the entire Fengniao helicopter into a violent tremor. Chen instinctively peered through the cabin window and witnessed the engine's scorching exhaust obliterating the fragile snowpack from which they had just retreated. What should have been a dying slide erupted anew, a chain reaction dragging down higher masses of snow. A secondary avalanche surged like an unleashed white tempest, sweeping with genocidal force across the mountain's face. Deep within a clandestine snow cavern, the 5 members of the Swalang unit were intently monitoring thermal signatures on their tactical tablet. Detonation confirmed. The target area is fully compromised, Lang Si shouted triumphant. Lang San whistled in approval, and even Lang Yi allowed a rueful smile. Their jubilation was abruptly extinguished as the cavern shuddered. Ice and granular snow began to pelt downward from the ceiling. Lang Air fumbled the tablet into a wide-area terrain scan, and his pupils constricted to pinpoints when the screen revealed an enormous mass of moving material hurtling toward them at an appalling velocity. Secondary avalanche run. Lang Yi's cry was the last sound they made. The furious white avalanche swallowed the grotto whole, annihilating every plan they had woven. Aboard the Fengniao anti-gravity helicopter, Chen fumbled with the controls until the machine stabilized in the shifting column of alpine air. He stole a glance downward at the crevasse now inundated by the white tide and experienced a cold shudder of survivor's remorse. Attempting to defuse the tension with bravado, he removed his helmet and forced a grin. "See, I told you I'd get out of that. How's our service?" "5 stars only, please," he joked, but his attempt at levity met no reciprocity. Mu Yungzi remained curled, hollow-eyed, and exquisitely still, like a sculpted figure stripped of sentience. The truth landed like a blow. Mu Yungzi raised her gloved hands and stared at them as if measuring the distance to a vanished future. "My remaining life will be spent in a wheelchair," she said, the sentence stripped of melodrama but heavy with finality. For a woman who had once presided over the apex of commerce and controlled the prospect of dependency and disfigurement was a fate crueler than death. Chen, confronted with the gravity of her loss and the fragility of human dignity, found himself bereft of consolation. The vanity of words withered beside such merciless reality, and for the first time, he felt the insufficiency of sympathy against a catastrophe that would redefine a life. Mu Yungzi closed her eyes. 2 crystalline tears traced silent paths from the corners of her eyes, and in the biting cold instantly crystallized into frost. The cabin was suffused with an oppressive hush that seemed to press on their chests. Su Chan cursed inwardly at the unreliable system, wondering why the oxygen tanks could not contain something to treat frostbite as well as sustain life. It felt as if the mechanism only preserved breath without healing limbs. He could not help but ask, is there no other way? There was an affirmative fragile reply. Mu Yungzi opened her eyes, and a faint light flickered there before dimming. I have not felt my fingers or toes for 2 hours. If I can be at Mu Shizong Xinyaiwan within 3 hours, she paused, allowing the names of the hospital and the specialists it housed to hang between them like a desperate hope. They have the best equipment and the most skilled team. Perhaps there is still a chance to save my hands and feet. She managed a wry short laugh punctuated by helplessness. But how could that be possible? Mu Shizong Xinyaiwan is thousands of kilometers away in Shangjing. 3 hours is simply impossible. Su Chun listened, and the reality of her words settled coldly into him. Under ordinary circumstances, even if he reached the nearest airfield with all haste, and Mu Yungzi boarded her private plane at once, the flight to Shangjing would take at least 4 hours. The aircraft could not land directly at the hospital. Transfers were inevitable and would shave more time away. No conceivable route would bridge such a distance within 3 hours. Time and space were immutable barriers indifferent to wealth and influence. Yet Su Chun was not content to accept ordinary assumptions. The Fengniao anti-gravity helicopter the system had awarded them did not belong to the realm of usual contingencies. He scrutinized the instrument panel and impulsively tested the controls. The cockpit offered an unusually lucid interface. Despite his ignorance of rotorcraft, key metrics revealed themselves plainly. To his astonishment, the readout displayed an available range of 12,000 km sample for a round trip. The speed indicator rose to a peak of 1,500 km per hour when the collective and cyclic were driven to their limits. That formidable data bolstered the conviction he could not yet voice. Su Chin smiled wryly at the display of decisive leadership. He reached for the phone, and for the first time his fingers brushed the place no one had touched before. The contact, unexpected and intimate, flushed Mu Yunexi's pale cheeks. He fumbled for a moment, flustered by his haste, then secured the satellite handset. Under Mu Yunexi's terse directives, he placed the call. The voice on the other end recognized the name with alarm. Mu Dong, where are you? He'll dispatch it as me. Do not speak. Listen, my frostbite is severe. Inform Qin Yuanzhong and have Mu Shizong Xinyaiwan prepare. I will be on the hospital rooftop helipad within 3 hours. Protests rose at the implausibility, insisting Mu Yungzi remained on Zifeng and that 3 hours could not possibly suffice. Su Chen curtly interrupted, offering results rather than explanations. Then, with a low command to Mu Yungzi to secure herself, he seized the collective and thrust the control forward with brutal resolve. On the rooftop helipad of Mu Shizong Xinyaiwan in Shangjing, a biting wind whistled across the tarmac, stinging exposed skin and whipping at the edges of expensive fabric. Qin Yue, assistant to the chairman of Mu Shijichuan, paced with restless urgency. Her Chanel suit, a testament to luxury, offered no succor against the gale, yet she seemed oblivious to the cold eyes continually drawn to the Jiangxi Dandun at her wrist, as if time itself were a fragile promise. They had prepared relentlessly. Li Dihe had marshaled the hospital's elite surgical teams, premiered the operating rooms, and overseen every instrument's calibration. Whether Mu Dong reached them or not, the institution would stand ready. He checked his watch, and then the sky numb with helplessness. Less than an hour remained before the deadline Mu Dong had imposed. They clung to the slender hope of a miracle. Then, shattering the desolation, a strange roar cut the air, a sound neither commercial nor civilian. Qin Yu tilted her head, searching. Li Dihe followed the noise, and in an instant recognized that it was not the drone of any ordinary aircraft he had known in his long life. A black speck appeared at the eastern horizon, and with terrifying visible acceleration swelled into something impossibly precise and aerodynamic. In the blink of an eye, the speck resolved into a craft of obsidian metal, its silhouette unfamiliar and coldly elegant. There were no conventional rotor blades, instead, for engines hid within ringed shrouds, and the fuselage flowed with predatory lines. Its gull-wing doors remained sealed like the meeting of wings on a futuristic hawk. The craft hovered over the helipad with a graceful arrogance, its downdraft forcing Qin Yu and Li Dihe to brace themselves against the blast. The spectacle of his appearance was eclipsed only by the urgency of the moment. He barked order with a brisk exasperation that jolted the stunned medical team back to action. Li Dihe roused himself and directed attendants to transfer Mu Yungzi to the stretcher. The man set her down with care. Mu Yungzi lay semi-conscious, pallid, but lucid enough to form a whispered gratitude. Up close, the sight of him made her heart stutter in involuntary recognition that beauty could still startle one into small, unbidden tremors. Mu Yungzi stared at the app interface in front of her, eyes fixed on the glaring 5-star review button. She was utterly stunned. Could this person truly be a courier? Had he battled a blizzard to the summit of Zhu Feng merely to deliver an oxygen canister to himself? After rescuing the country's wealthiest tycoon of all things, his constant concern culminated in nothing more than a 5-star review. The absurdity overwhelmed her, she nearly lost her breath and slipped into unconsciousness. Observing Mu Yunexi's vacant expression, Su Chun slapped his forehead. He realized she had suffered frostbite, her fingers and limbs were numb and incapable of tapping the screen. Time was slipping away. If this opportunity was missed, the chance to record the praise would vanish with it. Resolute, Su Chun removed Mu Yunexi's glove despite the flesh beneath being tinged with blue and showing the first signs of necrosis. Even so, the delicate contours of her hand remained discernible. Relief washed over Su Chun as he read the system prompts. His elation, however, was accompanied by renewed alarm as Mu Yungzi finally succumbed to unconsciousness. In the last flicker of awareness, she fixed her gaze on Su Chun as if committing his face to the deepest part of her soul. To the operating theater, Li Dihei commanded, his voice cutting through the flurry of medical staff. Nurses and doctors propelled Mu Yungzi toward the elevator with disciplined haste. Long Xiaodian mused privately that if every researcher in the nation matched Su Chen's productivity, the conquest of the stars and the claim to global supremacy would be mere inevitabilities. Then, unable to hide his delight, he chuckled exuberantly and praised Su Chen over the phone, promising to dispatch a car at once and to host a personal banquet upon his return. Su Chen murmured that no pickup was necessary. Confusion flickered across Long Xiaodian's voice as he asked Su Chun to repeat himself. Su Chun steadied his tone and said plainly that he had already arrived in Jiangcheng and in fact stood on the tarmac of their war zone airfield. Silence swallowed the line. After several seconds, Long Xiaodian's bewildered query emerged again. Su Chen affirmed he had come back and that he had brought the results of his tests, suggesting that Long Xiaodian and Chen Yuanxi might come to sign for them. The call then ended abruptly. When the line went dead, Su Chun stared at his phone in stupefaction. Why had the call been disconnected? He considered signal issues, but there should have been no interference at a military airfield. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoshan, equally disoriented, concluded that no person could possibly return from the Tibetan region so swiftly without extraordinary means. He mobilized at once with his aide and sped toward the airport, summoning Chen Yuanxi, the specialist behind the quantum shield research. If anything strange had transpired, Long wanted an expert beside him to unravel it. Long felt a cold dread descend along his spine. He was no aerodynamicist, but he was a battle-seasoned general. This aircraft had descended into the most tightly secured military precinct without setting off airspace alarms or tripping any radar arrays. If it had been or belonged to an enemy, or if it carried an instrument of mass destruction instead of research data, the implications would be catastrophic. The thought drenched his back in cold sweat. He turned on Su Chun, his voice trembling, while Chen Yuanxi, recovering from his initial rapture, now regarded Su Chun with a mixture of suspicion and professional curiosity. How could such a craft evade every detection system in place? Su Chun felt the hairs along his neck prickling beneath the combined intensity of national defense and scientific curiosity. He knew he could not candidly confess that it was a gift from an enigmatic source complete with forbidden features. Instead, he offered a tempered reply that preserved both humility and authority, hinting at breakthroughs without divulging mechanisms. The tension on the tarmac remained taut, but for the moment his composed ambiguity served as a shield. Chen Yuanxi's fascination softened into an eager but cautious professional reverence, while Long Xiaodian's immediate fear gave way to a strategic mind already mapping contingencies. The black hummingbird remained silent and inscrutable, its secret stowed within an unassuming chassis that had just altered the contours of their comprehension. Chen Yuanxi snapped awake, his gaze burning with incredulous intensity as it fixed upon Su Chun. This must be the latest stealth coating, he breathed. Su, tell me, you develop an invisible radar-absorbent paint. One that swallows every wavelength. He could hardly contain himself. This could surpass the F-22's stealth surface. Su Chun felt his heart drop. Absorb what kind of waves? If such a thing truly existed, what need would there be for an aircraft at all? He was a fraud posing as a research luminary propped up only by the system. Faced with Chen Yuanxi's earnest interrogation, he suddenly felt exposed. He stammered vague praise and deferred, then pivoted the conversation with an urgent pretense. Long Xiaodian received the tiny device as if it were the weight of the state itself. He regarded Su Chun with a tempest of emotion, astonishment, gratitude, and a profound admiration. Such transcendent technology, the sort that could reshape global power balances, had been relinquished so nonchalantly by this young man. It bespoke extraordinary courage and an unshakable composure. Su Long began at a loss for words and finally managed a terse, heartfelt thank you. He rendered a precise military salute. Comrade Su, on behalf of the state and the people, accept our gratitude. Chen Yuanxi, his astonishment settling into reverent curiosity, stared at his nominal disciple as if gazing upon a living national treasure. Su Chen, embarrassed by the spectacle, protested weakly that he was unworthy of such praise and fumbled for an excuse to leave. I have an urgent project underway that cannot be left unattended, he lied. As he edged toward the exit, he mumbled promises of further discussion and insisted the technical files were self-explanatory. Then, without waiting for replies, he bolted, accompanied by his escort, Wang Hao, vanishing down the tarmac with rabbit-like speed. Long Xiaotian understood the magnitude of the Fengniao's arrival. Its appearance would send shockwaves through Huaxia's military-industrial complex and the wider world. From that moment, the nation's skies would never be the same. The comment sections detonated. Netizens christened the savior the Zifeng rider and the Weimei hero, speculating wildly, some in awe, others in disbelief. Accusations of a publicity stunt surfaced, and crowds surged toward Musher Jichuan's headquarters and Musher Zongzin Yaiwan like sharks sensing blood. Musher Jichuan's public relations held firm, issuing only a brief statement of gratitude and insisting Mu Yongzi remained resting and would not accept interviews. Su Chen touched his nose with a small private triumph, but relief outweighed triumph. He was grateful he had fled quickly and left no trace of his identity behind. Had he not, reporters would now be camped outside his rented room, making it impossible even to step beyond the threshold. He had no desire to become a public spectacle hounded by paparazzi. All he wanted was a quiet life, delivering food, earning honest money, and eventually indulging in the dull comforts of affluence. He dialed Chen Jingzhou rather than disturb Long Jiangjun or Qian Yuanqi. Su Chen felt it presumptuous to summon top brass over a mere monetary question. Chen had just joined 649 Yanjizhou and could explain without inconveniencing senior figures. When Chen answered, his voice carried fatigue undercut by a barely contained exhilaration. Polite and tentative, Su Chen inquired whether the institute had erred in transferring funds. Chen's initial surprise dissolved into a chuckle and then into unabashed amusement. He explained that the 1 million was the reward for the previous quantum shield breakthrough, 2 million was the bounty for the Fengniao Zhengji Su had brought back, and the remainder appeared to be salary for the month. Su Chen accepted the arithmetic but felt uneasy. Wealth acquired too easily was somehow less legitimate to him. Chen's tone hardened at Su Chen's protest. He exploded at the suggestion that the sum was excessive. The 3 million Chen insisted was merely a symbolic gesture from 649 Yanjizhou. His agitation revealed how extraordinary the contributions truly were. The quantum shield alone, Chen declared, constituted a defensive instrument capable of reshaping the contours of future warfare. As for the Fengniao Zhengji, the institute's finest minds, led by Qian Yuanqi, had labored through a sleepless night, only to conclude that the craft belonged to no known era. The transaction proceeded without the expected condescension or comic humiliation. Instead, the sales staff displayed consummate professionalism, all smiles and ready assistance. Su Chen paid a substantial deposit and, amid admiring glances from the showroom's attendants, took the driver's seat. He had not paid in full the limited edition high-spec SV he coveted cost well over 4 million yuan when options and fees were included. Had he known the exact price, perhaps he might have chosen something less extravagant. Yet the momentum of the moment compelled him forward, and he preferred to keep some change for the evening, lest Lin Zihin carry the bill. As he prepared to accept the dealership's offer, his phone rang. It was Long Xiaotian. Su Chen answered with due deference. Long hesitated before mentioning the bonus. Su Chen responded with warmth and gratitude, saying he had received the funds and thanking the organization for its care. Long's relief was palpable. He had feared that the 3 million yuan reward might appear paltry, given the significance of Su Chen's contribution, and had intended to convey that further honors, promotions, and state recompense would follow. Hearing Su Chen's untroubled appreciation reassured him these was precisely the comportment of a man destined to be a national pillar. Long Xiaotian listened with genuine admiration as he regarded Su Chen. He had expected grievances over the bonus and had even rehearsed comforting words, yet Su Chen received the matter with an unaffected humility that both relieved and moved him. Long Xiaotian assured him that the state would not neglect those who had rendered meritorious service, explaining that the 300,000 had been an initial disbursement from the research institute, and that larger rewards, honors, and a military rank were already being petitioned on his behalf. Su Chen responded with modesty, declaring such deeds simply part of serving the people. His composure and sense of duty deepened Long Xiaotian's esteem, softening the general's manner. Inside the dealership, a saleswoman, anxious and professional, urged Su Chen that registration required the owner's presence and that any delay might jeopardize the appointment. She feared the store manager's ire if they mishandled the new buyer. Su Chen, composed, said he had a friend who would arrange and deliver the plate. The staff exchanged glances, wondering whether he believed the motor vehicle office to be so accommodating. Yet the customer had paid his deposit, and their reservations gave way to a forced patience. The atmosphere in the showroom grew taut with curiosity, every salesperson watching the young man who had arrived on a shared bicycle but appeared to command privileges beyond their comprehension. 2 soldiers produced a pristine license plate from a briefcase. Its white field and red characters bore at the outset the emblem letters denoting the Eastern Theater Command, followed by a sequence that made the room inhale sharply. The digits read 88888. The symbol and repetition were unmistakable, a military plate bearing a leopard number. The spectacle stunned the showroom. Even seasoned employees accustomed to the flamboyance of wealthy clientele found themselves witnessing a demonstration of influence that transcended mere wealth. One soldier affixed the plate to the Range Rover with practiced efficiency, while another scanned the vehicle's chassis and engine numbers with a specialized device. Within minutes, a complete set of official documents was printed and presented, all executed with a fluidity that made bureaucracy vanish. The Jingqing Jingbei Zhongju presented an aura of solemnity and authority. Sentinels at the gates stood like statues, their postures impeccable, eyes sharp and vigilant. Ordinary motorists dared not approach the entrance without cause. Yet today, a gleaming black Land Rover Range Rover occupied the most conspicuous position before the headquarters, as if it owned the square. The guards prepared to interpose froze the instant they glimpsed the white license plate. Their bodies straightened, chests thrust forward, and their expressions softened into deference. The insignia on that plate spoke louder than any introduction. Inside, Su Chen lounged in a zero-gravity seat with languid composure unaffected by the attention. He waited without haste, an island of calm amid the rigid formality. Not long after, Lin Zihin emerged from the building, having traded her uniform for casual attire. A simple white tee and pale blue jeans traced the contours of her figure with effortless elegance. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, tempering the officer's austere mien with an approachable, almost luminous charm. Su Chen found his gaze arrested by her presence. Before Lin Zihin could move on, a gaudily dressed young man with hair slicked to a mirror-bright sheen bounded forward, brandishing an extravagant bouquet. "Zihin, you finally finished. I've been waiting ages," he cooed, his smile practiced and oily. Lin Zihin's brow tightened with impatience. She had told him repeatedly she would not dine with him and that he should not seek her out at her post, yet he persisted, thrusting the roses into her arms and insisting on a reservation at a newly opened Michelin 3-star. She declined, curtly explaining she already had an appointment. The suitor Zhou Kai scorned the excuse and pressed on, sure that no rival could outshine him. He sneered at the Range Rover, deriding it as inferior to the Rolls-Royces and Bentleys he was accustomed to, and mocked the notion that such a vehicle could be a vessel of importance. His contempt unfurled into threats, warning Su Chen to back off or face ruin in Jiangqing. A short, decisive horn cut through his bluster. Su Chen lowered the window and arched an eyebrow at Lin Zihin. "Officer Lin, get in," he said with the faintest amusement in his voice. Lin Zihin brightened, as if rescued, slid into the passenger seat, and the car door closed with a firm final click that shut Zhou Kai out of sight and hope. Zhou Kai stood stupefied, eyes flicking between the car and the man within. He prepared another salvo of insults, but the sight of the white plate stopped him mid-sentence. The characters emblazoned with the headquarters prefix and a string of conspicuously auspicious digits unleashed a dawning terror. His earlier arrogance curdled into panic as he realized the vehicle was marked with a military license, the kind reserved for the most exalted authorities. His threats dissolved. Su Chen accelerated the Range Rover, roaring away into the avenue, leaving Zhou Kai trembling and defeated where he stood. Inside the car, Lin Zihin watched Su Chen with a curious, assessing look. "So you've been upgrading in my absence?" she teased, though the shock of the plate had not escaped her either. Su Chen permitted a small, unruffled smile. "No upgrade," he replied lightly. "It has always been a canon, a grand one at that." Huang eased into the flow of traffic and steered toward Lokang. Gentle music softened the interior, and Lin Zihin watched the cityscape blur past with quiet fascination. She turned her head now and then to study Su Chen as he concentrated on the road. The streetlights sculpted chiaroscuro across his angular profile, lending him an air of implacable mystery and an unexpected magnetism. For reasons she could not name, her pulse quickened imperceptibly. The car threaded a narrow alley and came to a stop before the gate of a weathered, ramshackle courtyard. On the navigation screen, Su Chen read the words "destination reached" and scowled in disbelief. He pointed at the unadorned door and feigned alarm, asking if her intention was some mischief. Lin Zihin dismissed him with a glance, unclipped her seatbelt, and said with a small conspiratorial smile, "Follow me. There will be a pleasant surprise." She pushed open the gate and stepped into the dim passage without waiting for him. Su Chen followed, reluctantly, puzzled by her choice. Of all the upscale restaurants they might have chosen, why this unassuming place? Beyond the gate lay a modest atrium furnished with a few lacquered wooden tables, their surfaces gleaming with the sheen of countless meals. A handful of patrons ate with an engrossed, almost indifferent appetite, their heads bent over bowls, as if the world beyond the courtyard did not exist. An elderly cook, his hair shot with white and his apron faded to an indistinguishable hue, labored by a large stove at the corner, sweat tracing dark rivulets as he stirred and seasoned with the effortless rhythm of long practice. The scent of rich meat and the savory tang of wok smoke reached them and stirred Su Chen's stomach into audible protest. When the table lay bare and even the soup was drained clean, Su Chen leaned back satisfied. He asked how she had discovered such a treasure. Lin Zihin wiped her mouth and recounted a serendipitous past stakeout near this neighborhood, a discovery that had since become her private refuge. I don't usually bring people here, she confessed. Su Chen's chest swelled with a modest pride at being included. She shifted gear with practiced ease. Enough games. Tell me seriously, what are your plans? You are not going to be a delivery rider forever, are you? He answered with candidness, asserting that he was content where he was for the moment. Lin fixed him with an earnest gaze. I mentioned you to Zhangju. I can open a special channel for you into our major crimes unit. You would begin as a regular officer, but with your reflexes and instincts, honors and promotions would follow. The pay may not be extravagant, but the stability, the benefits, and the pension are Securian iron rice bowl. Su Chen observed her expression so, plainly altruistic, and felt the familiar resistance rise. The offer, however well meant, smelled to him of containment. He pictured a life traded for a badge in exchange of his freedom for a tidy, respectable confinement. The idea of being domesticated for convenience roused a stubborn pride. He smiled inwardly at the notion that Lin Zihin might be trying to recruit him under the guise of concern. The proposition irritated him as much as it flattered. He would not be so easily enlisted, nor would he surrender his liberty for the safety of an iron stapled to someone else's ledger. The thought amused him and steeled his resolve in equal measure. Lin Zihin defended her offer as devotion to public service, while Su Chen shrugged it off, teasing that she merely wanted to chain him to her side as a personal Eveready operative. When she retorted that she would cherish talent, he quipped that she intended to exhaust it. He cherished his freedom and the simple pleasures of a comfortable life. Lin Zihin, exasperated by his focus on money, called him vulgar. He admitted the accusation with mock earnestness and declared his intention to savor an unpretentious life of quiet prosperity. The following day, Su Chen did not go straight to his village. Instead, he visited a prominent design studio in Jiangqing. He was received by Fang Ye, a poised designer in immaculate professional attire. Her smile was practiced and polite, but when she noticed Su Chen's modest ensemble, a faint, scarcely perceptible disdain flashed across her expression. Su Chen dispelled any doubt with a frank retort and unzipped his bag to reveal stacks of crisp notice 1,200,000 in cash withdrawn from the bank that morning. Fang Ye was stunned. The figure dwarfed expectations for a village dwelling. Regaining her composure, she responded with the zeal of a consummate professional, promising bespoke high-end design and access to top-tier construction teams that would ensure both quality and schedule. After exchanging contacts, Su Chen paid a 20,000 deposit and set off for his village. When his sleek black Range Rover rolled down the rutted lane, it became the subject of immediate gossip. Villagers clustered at doorways and fences, murmuring about the ostentatious sight and comparing the vehicle to the village chief Saudi. The car halted before a rundown brick house at the east end of the settlement. Su Chen stepped out, and among the startled whispers someone asked, "Is that the Su Chong family?" A murmur swept through the village as the townsfolk watched, astonishment and envy mingling in their eyes. "That boy has struck it rich," they whispered among themselves. Su Chen paid no heed to those curious glances. He stood before the weathered dwelling that held the sum of his childhood memories, and for a moment his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He pushed open the creaking gate and called aloud, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." In the yard, Lilan was selecting vegetables. She looked up, froze for an instant at the sight of him, and then her face blossomed with an expression of pure delight. "Xiao Chen, why have you come back? You didn't even call ahead." She set the greens down and hurried to embrace him, scrutinizing him with a mixture of concern and longing. "You've lost weight. You must have been eating properly out there." "I bought it myself," Su Chen said nonchalantly. He knew precisely when to adopt an air of casual bravado, especially before his parents. Their provincial sensibilities assumed a son working away from home could scarcely afford such extravagances. "Where did you get all that money?" Li Lan's voice trembled. Fear flickered across her face. She worried her boy might have strayed into unscrupulous ways. Su Chen explained patiently, but their skepticism persisted. That evening, Li Lan prepared a banquet of familiar homey dishes, each flavor a thread in the tapestry of his youth. After the meal, Su Chen set down his chopsticks and addressed them earnestly. "Dad, Mom, I came back to discuss something serious." Su Chen anticipated their resistance. He opened his mobile banking app and turned the screen toward them. The string of numerals unfolded like a revelation. Li Lan leaned forward, counting aloud as if to make the sum real. When she reached the final digits, she gasped, her eyes widened to the size of saucers. 2 million. Su Chong peered over momentarily, a man bereft of words. In their humble lives, even 10,000 was a fortune. The sight of such wealth rendered them speechless. "The army and the institute pay well," Su Chen offered. "I have several bonuses pending. I'm not in a rush to buy a place in the city. I need time to choose properly. But I want to renovate our home first, so I can bring my wife here when the time comes." His parents, who had always longed to see him settled, had no grounds for refusal. Tears pricked Li Lan's eyes. She covered her mouth and wept with joy. Even the taciturn Su Chong moved beyond his reserve, drained his cup, and clapped his son on the shoulder. Over the next 2 days, they packed what they would keep. The designer Fong Ye worked with swift professionalism and sent an initial blueprint within hours. The family gathered around the phone as the screen displayed a graceful modern interpretation of a traditional courtyard house. Its lines were both classic and contemporary, a perfect fusion of memory and aspiration. Its beautiful Li Lan breathed, unable to contain her admiration. Su Chong, still incredulous, asked whether such a residence could truly be realized. Of course, Su Chen promised confidently. The construction crew will start tomorrow. The crowd turned toward the sound and saw a man in a singlet, his forearms a map of tattoos, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he swayed forward. A handful of idlers trailed him, their swagger betraying ill intent. Su Chen frowned as recognition dawned. This was Su Lao San, the village ne'er-do-well who, emboldened by his elder brother's position as village chief, had long preyed upon the townsfolk with petty theft and brazen arrogance. The family had suffered his small cruelties for years. Su Chong hurried over with an ingratiating smile. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" Su Lao San spat out his cigarette, ground it with his foot, and cast a sidelong glance. "What are you doing?" he mimicked. Then he pointed at the muddy access road under the excavator. "This road used to be part of my land. Are you building without my permission? If you want to haul materials this way, you owe me a toll." Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Skepticism and anger met his claim. "This road was funded by the village," someone whispered. "His plot was sold long ago to the west. He has no right to extort us now." Su Chong's face flushed with indignation. "Don't be ridiculous, Su Lao San. This road belongs to everyone." Su Lao San only grew more brazen. He planted himself before the excavator like a blockade and stretched his arms wide. "No answer, no work. He'll sit here all day if I have to. Let's see how you build your house without passing through." His companions jeered and hemmed in the crew. Fong Yawa, the designer, went pale. She had never witnessed such a scene. Wang Ping leaned toward Su Chun and murmured, "Boss, Su, how shall we handle this? These local toughs are the hardest to dislodge." Su Chen's face hardened. He had believed that returning in his expensive car, the military plate affixed, would cow the village's petty tyrants. Instead, they seemed oblivious. Seeing his father trembling and flushed with anger, Su Chen stepped forward and asked in a composed voice, "How much do you want?" Su Lao San brightened. He had been coveting Su Chen ever since his ostentatious return. He toyed with his prospects and named a figure that would make most people recoil. When pressed, he inflated the demand with theatrical greed, insisting on a sum that would ruin a family, and then offering the hollow promise of protection within the village thereafter. Cornered, Su Lao San barked and postured, but one of his men decided on a brutish solution. He seized a crude wooden club and swung at Su Chen's head, determined to settle matters with violence. In a blur of motion, Su Chen intercepted the attack, seizing the assailant's wrist with a speed that made the onlookers reel. A crisp crack split the air. The man howled like a slaughtered animal as the stick clattered to the ground, and his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. He crumpled, writhing in agony and clutching the mutilated limb. Su Lao San's expression contorted into a wolfish smile, for in their habitual playbook, any injury suffered by Su Chen would be spun to their advantage. Around them, alarm and dismay took hold. Li Lan clutched at Su Chen's sleeve, tears threatening, while villagers debated whether the matter would now be settled in court or descend into further chaos. Su Lao San, sensing momentum, began to shout that the prosperous family had come to bully the poor, inciting fresh indignation among the crowd. Su Lao San's clamor instantly drew a larger crowd from the lane and the square. Encouraged by the swelling assembly, he grew bolder, the murmur of accusation rippling through the villagers like wind through dry grasses. Faces hardened, voices sharpened. "You made your fortune doing who knows what filthy work outside, and now you swagger back to our village." Someone jeered. "If you do not give us an answer today, you will not leave." A resonant, authoritative voice then cut through the tumult. "Who dares raise a ruckus on Sujia village's territory?" A man in his 60s, chest thrust forward beneath a generous beer belly and hair combed into a bold pompadour, strode from the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Su Fugui, Su Lao San's elder brother and the village chief. He had been summoned by the idler who had just departed. Su Fugui surveyed the scene with the deliberate hauteur of a man used to command, and his eyes fixed narrowly on Su Chen. "You are the boy of Su Chong?" he asked, his brow nodding. Su Chen answered simply, his tone cool and unruffled. Su Fugui adopted the reproving cadence of an elder chastising a presumptuous youth. "You have grown a little wealthy out there, and now you forget your place. Building a house is commendable, but you must still show respect to the village elders. To resort to violence, what sort of conduct is that?" His words laced with contempt. He envisaged mischief afoot. The crowd, hungry for a villain, fed on the provocation. Before Su Chen could reply, Su Chong stepped forward, agitated and defensive. It was Su Lao-san who brought trouble and struck first. My son only defended himself. The accusation ricocheted among the bystanders. Su Fugui snorted derisively. So you think you can bully us after making a few filthy gains? Your son broke a man's hands. This will not be settled easily. Either you pay him dikal fees, lost wages, emotional damage, son, million in total, or we summon the police. Intentional injury is a criminal matter. The village chief's voice was cold and calculating. He believed firmly that the strong hand of local authority could bend Su Chen to his will. The tension was raw, but at that moment Su Chen's phone rang. He withdrew to take the call, indifferent to Su Fugi's fury. It was Lin Zian. He answered with a teasing lightness that belied the charged atmosphere. Hello, Officer Lin. Miss me? On the other end, Lin Zian's reply was clipped and exasperated. You rascal. Are you back? I owe you a meal. When he explained he had hit a snag at the construction site, she immediately pierced to the point. Are they trying to extort you? She demanded. Seeing his restraint, she insisted he send his location and refused to let him handle it alone. Her voice was full of protective ire. He humored her and a moment later sent the coordinates. Before he could rejoin the throng, another call arrived, this time from Chen Yuanxi. The tone was frantic. Scholarly panic pressed through into the line. Young Su Qian implored, the technical dossiers you provided have left us puzzled at several critical junctures. The entire research team is stalled. Come to the institute and guide us. Su Chen apologized, explaining he was in his natal village tending to family affairs and unable to leave immediately. Qian's temperament flared. Indignation leapt to the fore. This is intolerable. I will call General Long, he vowed, and the call ended with a sharp click. The promise of intervention from distant powerful connections began to complicate an already combustible situation. Back among the gathered villagers, Su Fugui watched Su Chen's calm as if it were insolence incarnate. Have you finished your calls? Have you arranged the compensation? He demanded. When Su Chen lowered his phone and smiled with a trace of pity, he replied softly, compensate. I fear you would not live to spend the sum. The remark, mildly contemptuous, only stoked Su Fugi's ire into something sterner. He ordered Su Lao-san to fetch the police, convinced that the justice of the state would be his instrument. Su Lao-san complied, eagerly standing behind Su Fugui as both men awaited the outcome with practiced composure. The villagers fell silent as the question hung in the air. Authority had arrived in a form that shifted the distribution of power with the ease of a tide. Where once the village chief's threats had seemed decisive, now an external mandate gave weight to other considerations. Eyes turned toward Su Chen, whose composure had not so much been bravado as quiet calculation. The conflict that had begun as a provincial scuffle had escalated into an affair watched by men with influence beyond the village limits, and the true balance of consequence began to reveal itself. I am. Su Chen replied evenly. Wang Dihei hurried forward in 3 strides and came to a halt before him. Mr. Su, my apologies. I am Wang Dihei from the County Bureau. I must sincerely apologize that our office has caused you distress. His contrition left everyone present dumbfounded. Su Fugui gaped as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. There was no way Su Lao-san's complaint would have summoned the county director unless this visit was intended for Su Chen. Why would the county's top official show such deference to a young man, even addressing him with the honorific you in a tone of respect? The family stood silent and bewildered. Unmoved, Su Chen answered with cool restraint, you are too kind, Director Wang. I was not alarmed. It was my neighbor and his brother, who is the village head, who seemed quite shaken. Wang Diha's expression stiffened. He turned and fixed Su Fugui with a fierce glare. Su Fugui, explain yourself. What exactly has transpired here? The village head stammered, tongue-tied by fear, unable to form a coherent response. A thunderous engine note rolled in from the lane, deeper and more commanding than any vehicle before. 2 deep green military jeeps charged into the village like hulking beasts, brought to a halt with abrupt precision beside the patrol car. Men in immaculate uniforms disembarked, bearing themselves with the rigid calm of pines. At their forefront stood Wang Hao. Without glancing at the policemen or villagers, he approached Su Chen and snapped a formal salute. Su Guan, he announced crisply, by order of our superiors, I come to express our respects. 2 soldiers followed, carrying a long object wrapped carefully in red cloth. None but Su Chen understood the address Su Guan, yet the brilliance of the uniforms and the chill of their bearing sent a ripple of awe through the assembly. Wang Dihei realized with a chill that he had underestimated Su Chen's stature. Wang Hao's voice rang clear and commanding as he turned to the stunned parents, Su Chong and Li Lan. Uncle Annie, I am Wang Hao, a guard of Dongbu Zhangqi Zhong's Wang Beibu. Comrade Su Chen has made extraordinary contributions to our nation's most advanced defense technology. In recognition of his achievements and in gratitude for your role in raising such a son, the Military Regions Party Committee, with approval from the Central Command, has decided to confer. In recognition of his achievements, and in gratitude for your role in raising such a son, the Military Regions Party Committee, with approval from the Central Commandas, decided to confer. Within moments, the policemen hauled Su Fugui, Su Lao-san, and their associates into the patrol car. The farce that had plagued the village ended abruptly in a manner no one had foreseen. As the villagers dispersed and Wang Dihei took his leave, Wang Hao spoke privately to Su Chen. Brother Su, the leadership asks that you conclude your family matters and return with me. Academician Qian and the rest await. We depart immediately. Su Chen inclined his head, then turned to the designer Fang Ye and the construction foreman Wang Ping. Miss Fang, Mr. Wang, I entrust this to you. They accepted the charge with flushed honor, humbled by the morning's revelations and determined to fulfill their duties. Su Chen knelt briefly before his parents and spoke softly, Father, Mother, I must leave for work now. Li Lan clutched his hand, trembling. Xiao Chun, be careful out there. You work for the nation and you are our pride. We do not ask for riches, only for your safety. Do not worry, he assured them with measured calm. He rose, placed a meaningful nod upon them, and climbed into Wang Hao's vehicle. Under the villagers' reverent gazes, the jeep pulled away, carrying him from the courtyard. Su Chen looked back once at the waving figures in the doorway. A torrent of mixed emotions swelled within him. The day's tumult, though frightening, had lopped away 2 festering malignancies from the village. With the villains removed, the lives of his neighbors would be freer of fear. Most importantly, his parents would no longer need to bow to others' whims or endure their shaming outcome that steadied his heart as the vehicle rolled toward duty. Inside the house, soldiers set the plaque in a place of honor. The household, once ordinary and overlooked, had been elevated into a symbol, the family name transformed by service and sacrifice. Outside, the village road receded ahead, lay responsibility, expectation, and the steady call of a nation that demanded his skill. Behind him remained a home that would now stand unassailable in the eyes of its neighbors, its future altered forever by courage, duty, and the light of recognition. A soldier summoned alongside Wang Hao had taken the wheel. Su Chen did not drive himself. He had no leisure for the mundane comforts of travel because he was rehearsing for the imminent ordeal. The prospect of facing a phalanx of inquisitive scientists tightened his temples like a vice, and he found himself compelled to consult his phone and open the Shimming Beta app to reread the technical dossiers on the Fengniao anti-gravity helicopter. The diagrams and arcane terminology on the screen read like a codex from another era. Each schematic seemed to thin his patience and thin his confidence. In equal measure, the characters and symbols danced beyond the limit of his comprehension. He could not claim mastery of these texts, only rote familiarity. So he confined himself to memorizing the precise questions that Qian Yuanxi had raised on the phone, preparing to recite them verbatim when the moment demanded. Wang Hao watched in admiration as Su Chen, scarcely having resolved his domestic affairs, plunged straight into preparation without a pause. He admired the young man's dedication and the quiet, steady resolve that had already earned him the esteem of Long Jiangjun and Qian Yuanxi. Convinced now more than ever that such success was no accident, Wang Hao moderated his driving, making the military jeep glide over the road with a tenderness that bordered on reverence, unwilling to disturb the mind of this so-called pillar of the nation. No sooner had Su Chen stepped from the vehicle than Qian Yuanxi appeared, brisk and breathless, seizing his arm and propelling him toward the heart of the institute. The A1 Shi ensure was alive with light and argument. Around a vast holographic projection stood a dozen venerable figures, their hair silvered by time, titans of physics and materials science, engaged in fierce debate over the Fengniao's internal architecture. The model unfolded like a neural map, its complexity baffling and breathtaking. One elderly scholar, spectacles perched on his nose, pointed to a scarlet conduction line and warned that the energy transmission suffered intolerable attenuation. According to his calculations, 30% or more would dissipate en route from the core reactor to the 4 anti-gravity engines, rendering supersonic flight impossible. Others retorted that the problem lay not in the conduits, but in the core itself, which they argued violated the established frameworks of energy conservation. A third camp insisted that with ideal material drag properties, even attenuated transmission could support the required rotational speeds. The discussion escalated until voices were thick with frustration. 3 days of sleepless analysis had yielded precious little clarity. As the door opened and Qian Yuanxi ushered Su Chen inside, the room fell into an expectant hush. All eyes converged on him with a heat that felt almost devotional. Pressure mounted. These national treasures of science had exhausted themselves over the prototype, unwilling to disassemble it, and forced to perform simulations against cryptic parameters. Among the knot of red question marks and annotated data on the hologram, Su Chen recognized much of what he had crammed in the car. 90% of their perplexities corresponded to the technical points he had just memorized. With a practiced throat clear and a courteous nod to the elders, Chen stepped nearer to the projection and manipulated the controls, enlarging the central heart-like reactor until its geometry dominated the display. He spoke plainly, displacing the assumptions that had guided their debate. "Your premise is flawed," he said. Until now, the team had been asking how to prevent attenuation during energy transfer. In truth, he contended the transmission framework of this anti-gravity engine did not suffer conventional attenuation at all. The room erupted in incredulous questions. Could there be no attenuation? Chen explained that framing the device in terms of classical thermal efficiency models doomed one to detect losses. Its essence, he suggested, lay in harnessing zero-point energy via quantum tunneling to induce low-energy chain-like reactions among deuterium atoms at ambient temperature. He felt a private thrill at the flourish of his own rhetoric, yet the effect on the assembled scientists was profound. His speculative phrasing descended upon them like revelation. Chen stood amid the crowd, his face composed and placid while a cold sweat trickled beneath his calm. Inside, his heart thundered. The situation had been perilously close to exposure. Only his prodigious memory and meticulous preparation had kept the ruse intact. He resolved silently that this venue would be visited far less in future and that any return would demand exhaustive rehearsal. Wearing the alias Qian Xingxing had proven far more arduous than he had imagined. At that moment, Long Xiaotian strode in through the doorway, laughing boisterously. A contingent of military dignitaries followed him, drawn by the allure of the Fengniao technology. "Huh. I arrive and hear you singing praises of our Su Long," declared, beaming, as if Chen were his own kin. How could he disappoint? Qian Yuanxi replied with fervor. Keeping Su at 649 Suo was the correct choice. He alone can transform Huaxia's armaments. The other senior officers inhaled sharply. Such encomiums from a figure of Qian's stature suggested that Chen's demonstrated value far exceeded their stray imaginings. Flattered and inwardly buoyed, Chen basked quietly in the glow of their approbation. His status as a national cornerstone, he thought with a private smile, appeared to be steadily consolidating. He expressed gratitude to Long for the assistance with the license plate and the commemorative plaque. Long waved the thanks away with a broad gesture. "No thanks necessary, that honor belongs to you," he said with a magnanimous sweep of his hand. Chen stepped close to Long and, lowering his voice, said he needed to leave immediately. He presented a plausible pretext: a friend of a friend had fallen ill, which Long, preoccupied by the unfolding crisis, accepted with a weary nod and an offer to send Wang Hao as escort. Chen declined politely, but firmly insisting he would drive himself. With one more brief salute to Qian Yuanxi and the assembled experts, he slipped from Lab A1. He did not head for the parking lot. Instead, he went to a secluded, verdant corner of the institute, a place purposefully free of surveillance. Once certain he was unobserved, he initiated a mental command. Exoskeletal armor dawn. Activate flight mode. The silver sci-fi cuirass unfolded around him, and vector thrusters emerged at his back and soles. A surging well of energy coursed through him as he merged with the suit. The holographic interface projected the precise target coordinates and an optimized aerial route to the Yuvai Hao. With a whispered resolve, he throttled the engines. A raw, exhilarating thrust expelled him from the earth. He hovered for half a heartbeat, then rocketed skyward like a projectile unleashed. The wind screamed past, buildings beneath shrank into indistinct blocks. He pushed the propulsion to its limit, and a streak of argent light cleaved the blue, a white vapor trail, elongating briefly before dissolving into the firmament. Back in the institute, Qian Yuanxi and the others felt a subtle tremor beneath their feet and heard a distant muffled concussion. One elder thought of an earthquake. Qian stepped to the window and, brow furrowed, scanned the unblemished sky. "Odd," he murmured. "There wasn't any test scheduled today." The first mate's reply was bleak. "We are boxed in on all sides. Their craft are doing at least 40 knots. We cannot outrun them." As a cargo vessel, Yuvai Hao could scarcely breach 15 knots to these agile predators. It was a lumbering target. Longing ground her teeth against the agony. She and the others were not ordinary mariners, but veterans of Shaolong special operations. The hold contained cargo of strategic significance, classified Alpha 7 consignment. This mission had been executed under the strictest secrecy, presented as commercial transport to preclude the deployment of overt military forces. Longing's voice, though strained, carried resolve. Communications were jammed, they had been surrounded. "Their knowledge of our route means our intelligence was compromised," she said. "They did not simply intend to sink us. Their objective is the Alpha 7 cargo. I will not let it fall into anyone's hands." With an effort that seemed to draw upon the last of her reserves, she issued a stark order. "Activate the Finfin protocol. Prepare for self-destruction." The command landed like a verdict. The crew stared, grief and duty contending on their faces. Before the first mate could comply, the pilot house door was kicked inward with a violent crash. A figure encased in silver armor materialized in the doorway like a wraith. Trained as they were, the crew reacted with military speed. Several barrels swung into alignment, and triggers began to fall. The interloper moved faster. In a flash, he vanished from the threshold, and in the space of a breath the room was plunged into stunned silence as bodies slumped one after another felled by swift, precise incapacitation. When longing turned curling around her pain, she found her elite sailors strewn unconscious upon the deck. The armored figure stood unmoved in the center of the pilot house, an unremarkable calm in his posture, as if he had performed nothing extraordinary. Blood appeared, and the smell of iron filled the enclosed space. The pilot house, which a moment before had been a theater of threats and dire decisions, became an impromptu operating room. Long Ying's resistance slackened as the severity of her condition asserted itself, and as the armored figure worked with the concentration of a surgeon. Time compressed outside, hostile vessels hovered intent on the cargo within. Inside, life and death pivoted on the motions of a solitary man in silver armor who, by force and necessity, had become both intruder and savior. A cold scalpel pierced the skin. Long Ying's body seized with instinctive reflex. The anticipated agony never arrived. Instead, a refreshing, almost salubrious coolness streamed from the wound and raced through her veins, unfurling like a liquid balm. The agonizing appendicitis that had tormented her for hours, a torment that had driven her to the brink, began to dissolve under that chill, as if frost were thawing beneath a warm sun. Within seconds, the searing pain slackened and then vanished entirely. Dumbfounded, Long Ying lowered her eyes. The silver instrument was being drawn slowly from her lower abdomen, and the laceration it had made was knitting itself closed with a visibly miraculous rapidity. No blood, no scar, only the faint impression that the preceding horrors might have been an elaborate hallucination. She flexed her waist experimentally. The pain was gone, not merely abated but supplanted by an invigorating energy. Strength returned to her limbs with an unexpected briskness. Her mind reeled at the impossibility of it. Her incredulity hardened into scorn. A courier in such an advanced suit who had felled an entire squad with effortless precision and mended a ruptured appendix with a single incision. Long Ying found the notion ludicrous. She warned him that even in death she would not yield any secrets. Chen shrugged and gestured to the incapacitated crew. He argued that whatever roughness of method he had employed, his intent had not been maleficent. If he bore ill will, the ship's company would already be beyond saving. His flippancy included a peculiar request. They indicated the app's evaluation function, asking for a positive assessment and compensation. The absurdity of the moment lodged briefly in Long Ying's mind, unsettling and inexplicable. Before any resolution could form, a thunderous explosion rocked the vessel. The Wuvie house shuddered violently. Alarms and the ship's timbers resonated with the impact. Long Ying's face collapsed into a mask of concentration as she sprinted to the command console, fingers dancing across the controls to summon sonar and radar feeds. Outside, a pack of armed ships prowled like predators around the freighter, their silhouettes closed in, and at least two booms aimed squarely at the Wuvie house displayed smoking muzzles, evidence of recent fire. Men who had been stunned stirred and rose with teeth bared, surrounding Chen, anew, weapons leveled with lethal intent despite their earlier defeat. Another detonation boomed, even closer. The assailants had ceased patience. This salvo was the last warning. The next shell might tear the deck apart. The crew's expressions shifted abruptly. Every pair of eyes turned to Long Ying, awaiting her command. Her own face had assumed a grave severity. Under ordinary circumstances, had Chen not barged in, they would already have initiated the self-destruct. The most rational course, given the imminent danger, was to resume that sequence and press the trigger to start the Finfin program. Yet Long Ying glanced toward the man who had introduced himself as a deliveryman and insisted upon a 5-star review, and an absurd thought, at once reckless and urgent, rose in her mind. Perhaps he could help. It was not mere instinct for survival. As an officer of Huaxia, her own life, and even the lives of those aboard, were secondary to the cargo strategic material they carried. If there existed any way to salvage those assets and return them home, no matter the cost, Long Ying resolved to attempt it. The fate of the nation was at stake. Decision made in a breath, she spoke to Chen in a measured voice. You can see our predicament. We are surrounded by heavily armed pirates. Our speed is inadequate, and our weaponry insufficient. Escape seems impossible. Chen lifted an eyebrow and offered a half-smile. Long Ying felt absurd asking assistance of someone who claimed to be a mere courier, but the urgency demanded action. Can you help us? She asked, her own disbelief mirrored in the crew members' faces. They wondered what had transpired during the blackout. How could a sudden illness such as acute appendicitis have been cured, and why did their captain appear disheveled? The sight of Chen's composed, handsome face only deepened their confusion. Chen rubbed his chin, his gaze flicking to the surveillance feed that showed a dozen armed vessels, and then to his phone, where an order still awaited evaluation. He weighed the options. If he departed without aiding them, a 5-star review seemed unlikely. If he assisted, the task would exceed ordinary delivery duties. Yet additional effort for the gratification of system rewards was not beyond him, particularly if those in peril were fellow nationals. Su Chen bore an officer's insignia and served as an advisor at 649 Yanjiao. It would be ungentlemanly to watch comrades vanish. He made his decision. Very well. I will take care of this, he declared. The absurdity of the request in such a moment infuriated her. Long Ying's chest rose and fell with contained anger. The torn edges of her combat fatigues revealed the pressure of the situation. The crew averted their gaze embarrassed while Su Chen watched with an intensity that bordered on amusement. She had no other recourse. The man, in spite of his cavalier demeanor, had demonstrated capabilities that might serve as their only lifeline. Swallowing pride, she consented. Fine. If you can get us out of here safely, you shall have whatever you ask for, not merely a praise. He snapped his fingers decisively. Deal. Hold on a while, I will upgrade this vessel. An incredulous silence fell over them. Upgrade. The first mate and the crew exchanged baffled glances. How could one upgrade an entire ship in the middle of an engagement? Su Chen shrugged off their skepticism with a single motion and commanded, take me to the engine room. The first mate hesitated, but Su Chen's gaze was unyielding. No objections. If you wish to survive, follow my orders. His tone was casual, but it silenced dissent. Long Ying inhaled slowly. There was nothing left to lose. She led Su Chen through the vessel's corridors toward the engine compartment and issued orders to the bridge as she left. Hold them here. Keep them occupied by us time. As they hurried through the belly of the ship, Long Ying questioned him. Are you going to modify the turbine? The Wuwei House engine is a bespoke diesel unit with a top speed of 20 knots. There is some room for enhancement, but we lack the equipment for a major retrofit. He cut her off with a single word. Replace. She stopped in her tracks, certain she had misheard. Replace it. Her incredulity was palpable. Do you mean to say that a turbine can be swapped out like a component in a workshop? There is no spare turbine on board. Did you bring one? Su Chen's response was delivered with the easy confidence of someone who had never doubted his own resources. Yes, I brought one. Long Ying stared at him, convinced she had stepped into absurdity. You're joking. He smiled, amusement contained. Do I look as if I jest? They arrived at the heavy bulkhead of the engine room. Su Chen pushed the door open and the acrid blend of diesel and oil assaulted them. The massive diesel engines roared like sleeping beasts. Long Ying held her ears against the thunder of combustion and demanded to know how he could possibly effect the change. Su Chen walked to the towering engine, lifted his hand, and in the air before him traced a motion so slight it seemed preposterous. In the ensuing instant, a turbine materialized, suspended between theme and object of silver metal veined with luminous blue energy patterns. It was no larger than a car engine, yet it emitted an aura of restrained power that caused the temperature and the very air of the engine room to take on a different cadence. Long Ying's pupils widened to the size of coins. Her rational mind short-circuited that the sight creation ex nihilo belonged in fable, not in the cramped metal belly of a naval vessel. The presence of such a device, compact, potent, and unmistakably arcane, demanded a new vocabulary of possibilities. Su Chen regarded the engine with the faint smile of a man appraising a familiar tool. The crew, already tested by incredulity and terror, found themselves suspended between hope and skepticism as the improbable answer to their peril hung glittering in the engine's humid light. Long Ying pointed at the turbine, stammering incoherently, unable to finish a sentence. Su Chen patted the gleaming compact nuclear turbine as if reassuring an obstinate animal and said calmly that without it the ship could not be upgraded. He walked to the antiquated diesel engine, took his phone from his pocket, and consulted the installation manual. Long Ying peered over his shoulder, incredulous that he would read instructions at such a moment. Ignoring her muttered protests, Su Chen activated the exoskeletal armor's auxiliary power and thrust it to maximum. He seized the diesel engine's base with both hands, and summoning a prodigious surge of strength from his hips, he tore the multi-ton assembly from its mounts. Pipes and cables snapped with a cacophony of sparks. Long Ying uttered a shriek as the crew in the bridge watched in horrified disbelief. The chief mate Defu shut down all mechanical systems with lightning speed to prevent a cascade of failures. While alarms stuttered in the background and sailors gaped through monitors, Su Chen treated the massive diesel like a discarded model and tossed it aside. He carried the small nuclear turbine to the vacant foundation and, guided by the schematic on his phone, began the installation. The tangled conduits that had been torn free seemed to obey his hands, finding their corresponding ports with uncanny precision. His motions were astonishingly swift and exact, without waste or hesitation. In a matter of minutes, the new assembly sat integrated with the hull, as if it had always been part of the vessel. When the work was finished, Su Chen clapped once and instructed the paralyzed Long Ying to return to the bridge because they were about to witness a miracle. Long Ying followed, numb and disbelieving, fearful that without the original propulsion the ship could not even trigger its self-destruct protocols. Back at the bridge, Defu paced, voice taut with urgency, warning that the ship's speed was plummeting and that pirates were drawing nearer. Su Chen strode to the console and announced tersely that he would start the engine. The declaration provoked outrage. A crewman shouted that the engine had been dismantled. Chen replied that he had installed a replacement and indicated the red start button on the control panel. The bridge erupted in dissent. Fu insisted that forcing fuel into the system would cause an explosion. Chen countered that he had sealed the oil conduits and that the upgraded turbine required no fuel. Longing found herself inexplicably reassured by the confidence etched on his face, and overruling the protest, she ordered Fu to press the button. The chief mate hesitated, but then with trembling resolve activated the switch. A deep sonorous hum emanated from the ship's depths, unlike the guttural roar of the old diesel. It was purer and more potent, like a dormant behemoth stirring from sleep. The hull quivered and instrument needles leapt wildly. Before anyone could process what was happening, a tremendous thrust erupted from the stern. The Wu Wei Hao lurched forward with the violence of a giant kicked into motion. Crew members were thrown off balance. Chen barked for them to brace, remaining unperturbed at the epicenter of the commotion. He steadied Long Ying as she was flung backward and caught her just in time, letting her lean into his solid, warm embrace. Her senses registered the faint, pleasant scent of his skin, but her attention was seized by the sight beyond the porthole. The vessel was not flying, yet its velocity transcended comprehension. The bow rose, carving through the sea and leaving a theatrical white wake that stretched for hundreds of meters. Water on both sides peeled away in towering curtains, forming liquid walls that resembled a missile skimming the ocean. Longing turned to the newly upright Fu and demanded the speed. He clung to the console, eyes glued to the displays as the numbers climbed inexorably. 50 knots, 60, 70, 80, and still accelerating. The bridge filled with a mixture of stunned disbelief and euphoric exultation. An ordinary freighter had burst into a realm of impossible velocity, and the crew realized with a sudden exhilarating certainty that they might yet be saved. Despair began to creep through the bridge. The deputy captain's voice trembled with the realization that attrition would be their undoing. In that moment of collective unease, Chen, who had remained unassuming and silent, spoke calmly, asking only if there was a rifle aboard and specifying a sniper rifle. Faces hardened with skepticism. In such a roiling, speedy environment, the notion of a marksman finding purchase on a target that bucked across seas seemed preposterous. Yet Chen's demeanor was implacable. His confidence had an almost unnatural serenity. Longing, though doubtful, surrendered to that confidence and gave the order. The captain emerged with a long, battered case and revealed an M82, a one-barrel gauntlet of a rifle whose very presence commanded attention. Chen heft the weapon as if it were scarcely more burdensome than a walking stick. He checked the ammunition with practiced hands, quietly calibrated the scope, and moved to the side window of the bridge. He opened it against a gale of sea wind that assaulted the cabin and extended the barrel into the spray. Single-handed, braced against the vessel's violent pitching, he settled his eye behind the optic and tracked a U-wing that danced on the crest of a swell. The bridge watched in ragged silence. Even seasoned warriors could not conceal their disbelief that such a shot could ever land. Another mortar leapt into the air from the pursuing boats, describing a lethal arc aimed to break them. Chen's gaze sharpened until it was a blade. He waited for the precise convergence of motion and moment, poised to do what none believed feasible. Chen handled a Barrett sniper rifle for the first time today. Until now, he had only seen such weapons in films, yet that did not imply inaccuracy. After Mu Yanxi's earlier 5-star appraisal, the system had not only unlocked the flight module for the exoskeleton, but had also conferred upon him the ability labeled Gun Mastery. He had already experienced how invaluable the novice bundle's combat mastery could be. Whether facing class brigands or the most formidable special forces veterans, he had made them appear insignificant. By that logic, his marksmanship at this moment must be transcendent. As the mortar shell cleared the tube, Chen's mind calibrated in a heartbeat. Wind, velocity, humidity, the vessel's oscillation, the target's vector, every datum converged into a singular, exquisitely precise trajectory. Without bracing the stock against his shoulder, he raised the rifle one-handed and gently squeezed the trigger. The report was deep and muffled, immediately swallowed by the roar of the sea wind. Time seemed to dilate. A 12.7mm armor-piercing round, traveling at several times the speed of sound, spun out of the muzzle and carved an invisible path through the air. The mortar shell, still suspended mid-flight, detonated into an incandescent blossom. The explosion's shockwave jolted the hull of the Wu Wei Hao. Silence followed in absolute, suffocating stillness. In the cockpit, a pin's fall could have been heard. Every face froze into a tableau of astonishment, mouths agape and eyes enlarged beyond reason, as if cognition itself had surrendered. What had just transpired? He had destroyed a mortar shell in midair with a single shot. Another dull report. A ghostly high-speed skiff that had been bearing down erupted as a potent shot perforated its ballistic glass. The pirate at the helm exploded in a crimson spray, toppling lifeless. The runaway vessel yawed violently and crashed into a companion skiff. Two modified killers burst into violent conflagration in an instant. A second salvo, a third each of Su Chen's rounds, found its mark. Heads, engines, the very airborne munitions heaved under his accuracy. Within 30 seconds, the gunmen aboard two skiffs were neutralized. The boats drifted unpiloted, their threat extinguished. Only one skiff remained flailing in desperate retreat. Su Chen closed the sniper's bolt, and with the casual composure of a man finishing a ritual, flicked at the non-existent soot on the muzzle. He tossed the Barrett to the immobilized first mate and approached Long Ying. His handsome features bore a light, expectant smile, as though the man who had obliterated a warship with a single series of shots were no stranger at all. Long Ying stared at him, a tumult of reverence, gratitude, curiosity, and an unfamiliar nascent tenderness stirring within her. The sea around the Wuvihao resumed its indifferent motion, but the memory of the explosions would linger in the minds of those who had witnessed it. A fleeting nascent ripple of hope that had risen in Long Ying's heart was instantly crushed to fragments. She felt as though this man might drive her to the brink of madness. At a moment when reason should prevail, he remained fixated on that shabby 5-star review, as if it were the fulcrum of virtue. Could he not comport himself with a modicum of nobility? Reflecting on his earlier, almost divine intervention, and then on his present puerile demeanor, the dissonance made her chest heave with indignation. Purple lace stirred again as she took a deliberate breath and forced her tone away from the verge of roaring. Very well, they'll give it to you. At this juncture, what else could she possibly say? More than a mere rating was at stake. The lives aboard this vessel and the invaluable cargo had been preserved because of Su Chen. Even if he were to demand something outrageous in return, she could hardly dismiss the debt lightly. Reluctantly, Long Ying tapped the 5th star. A chiming notification acknowledged the action with ceremonial formality, and in the blink that followed, the ship's fate shifted. A subtle mechanical susurration followed across his frame as the exoskeleton rearranged itself. Armor panels along the shoulders, arms, and back silently slid open to reveal a lattice of instruments and implements born of breathtaking precision. A shoulder-mounted micromissile bay peeked from its cradle. An electromagnetic railgun nested within an arm assembly. A high-energy laser cannon sat like a coiled sun in his palm. A particle oscillation blade thrummed with latent potency. Su Chen stared at the array with near-lusting awe. This was not merely armor, it was a symphony of modern warcraft distilled into a single chassis. The resemblance to the legendary Iron Man configuration made him grin inwardly. If he had ever felt inferior to AI Ermine, now the gulf seemed reduced to coquettish trifles such as facial hair. Still, his visage betrayed nothing. He replaced the phone and offered Long Ying an unaffected, heartfelt salutation. Thank you for your patronage. Then, as if business concluded, he announced his departure. That proclamation snapped Long Ying upright. Where are you going? She demanded. He answered as if the notion were self-evident. Home. Why else would one leave work? Even the first mate could not contain a retort. They were in the open Pacific, a yawning expanse with no shore in sight. How, they wondered aloud, could he possibly leave without another vessel at hand? Su Chen, unimpressed by their bewilderment, shrugged with a patronizing shrug and moved to the viewport. He cast them a farewell wave, offered the casual valediction, and then without hesitation leaped outward through the open window. The crew cried out in disbelief. Heads rushed to the rail. The sea below was calm. There was no sign of him. For a heartbeat, they thought him lost to the wave's madness or fate folding him away. Then, like a silver comet, a streak of light erupted from beneath the ship's hull. A silhouette of sleek lines erupted skyward, trailing plasma from limb-mounted thrusters and a dorsal exhaust. The form described a balletic arc against the sky, part machine, part myth. Silence descended in the cockpit like a physical force. Every soul present, Long Ying included, stood frozen and dumbstruck, their cognitive faculties temporarily suspended. A young seaman involuntarily breathed, "My God." The first mate rubbed his eyes until they ached and inflicted a pinch upon himself to verify reality. Pain confirmed the truth. Long Ying watched the vaporous trajectory dissolve into the heavens and felt a tempest rage within her thoughts. The man who had felled adversaries with a few swift blows, who had mended acute wounds with brisk brutality, who had improvised turbines to upgrade a freighter, who displayed uncanny marksmanship, this self-styled rider harbored secrets upon secrets. Who was he in truth? Above the sea, Su Chen savored the exoskeleton's intoxicating velocity. The sensation surpassed any terrestrial thrill he had imagined. Earlier on his arrival, he had relied upon the armor's autopilot. Now, armed with the newly bestowed vehicular mastery, he and his suit became a single fluent entity. Flight felt effortless and exquisite. He looped through a few leisurely passes, reveling in the harmony of man and machine, but his delight did not extinguish his strategic appetite. He had yet to test the weapons that the module had unveiled, and returning to a tranquil homeland would deprive him of any opportunity to trial them in earnest. Moreover, those who had dared to threaten Huaxia on the open sea deserved no quarter. He directed the suit to skim below. The sensors resolved the telltale signatures of a dozen mercenary vessels clustered nearby. Anger sharpened into a clinical determination. Whoever had thought to plunder his compatriots would now provide target practice. With a sardonic curl of his lips, Chen altered course and streaked toward the flotilla as a streak of argent intent. The room convulsed with frantic orders and denials. A battlefield loaded with ammunition had been erased before their eyes, and no one could say whence the assault had come. Duxie moved to the radar like a man clinging to a talisman, whispering to himself that such an outcome was impossible. Then the lookout, in the masked voice breaking with fear, cried out that there was something in the sky. A person in silver armor, he reported. He is flying. The claim seemed ludicrous. A single armored figure aloft sounded like a lunatic's hallucination. But before derision could settle, a slender, almost invisible beam of energy struck another vessel and tore it apart. The second explosion detonated like a celestial verdict. Alone above the chaos, Chen took a professional's pleasure in his instruments. He tested the laser cannon, noting with approval its potency. A subtle thought summoned panels to slide aside and reveal nests of miniature missile tubes. He selected a fleeing ship as target and unleashed dozens of tiny trailing munitions that descended like a fevered swarm. On board that doomed vessel, men cried out as the incendiary hail transformed their deck into an inferno. Explosions tore it asunder, and it slumped, a burning carcass that sank slowly beneath the waves. Chen laughed at the exhilaration of it all. It felt like a hyperreal simulation, except the consequences were absolute. A roar of exultation erupted within the command chamber of Du Xie as the mercenaries unleashed the last tremors of their fear. When the smoke of battle cleared, the jubilation cut off like a snapped wire. Every man stood transfixed, as if confronted by a specter, eyes fixed on the firmament. The silver silhouette, demonic and impossible, had returned. It hung motionless in the air, utterly unmarred, not even a scratch blemishing its mirror-like carapace. Chen allowed a cold laugh to curl through his mind. His exoskeletal armor possessed stealth capabilities surpassing those of a hummingbird. Helicopter weapons could not lock on, and the mercenaries were reduced to aiming by eye. Coupled with his consummate piloting skill and the suit's peerless velocity and agility, the seemingly endless hail of ordnance that filled the sky stood little chance. Even a direct hit would not imperil him. The full-time quantum protective shield was no mere ornament. Each scintillant pillar of light claimed a vessel with surgical precision. Within moments, the once dominant flotilla that had terrorized the ocean vanished, as though erased from a canvas. The sea stilled to nothing but churning whitecaps, as if mourning an unearthly judgment. Chen surveyed the emptied horizon and nodded in satisfaction. The Bei Lianmeng had squandered fortunes to cultivate the premier maritime mercenary force Du Xie. Today, that name was expunged from the world. Having completed his task, Chen lingered not an instant. He became a streak of silver and sped toward Huaxia, intent to conceal both deed and identity. In Jiangxinj, within the Dongyu Zangku Zhihui Zongzin, he landed unseen in a deserted corner and removed his armor. The gleaming suit dissolved as though it had never existed. Stretching with the languid pleasure of one who has exercised, he retrieved his Huang, engaged the engine, and departed beneath the reverent gazes of the sentries. What followed was almost surreal. Chen described a savior clad in a flight combat suit who had introduced himself as a deliveryman who had cut through what seemed to be an encirclement by mercenaries resembling the Duxie Corps. That stranger had installed a new turbine on the Wu-Vai Hao, pushing its speed to 80 knots. On a pitching deck, he had used a Barrett rifle with one hand to strike a mortar shell. Long Xiaodian listened in astonishment, struggling to reconcile the account with his sense of reality. The details were preposterous, yet they resonated with a jarring familiarity. Long Xiaodian's next move was decisive. He called Chen while the latter was driving home. Chen answered with casual deference, attempting to play ignorant, but the general cut straight to the point and demanded whether he had been in the Pacific. Cornered, Chen admitted the truth. Long Xiaodian's tone shifted from rebuke to solemn gratitude. He thanked Chen for aiding the Navy and above all for saving his niece. Chen, ever puckish, treated the commendation with mock humility and a flourish of patriotic rhetoric. The conversation ended with Long Xiaodian promising to secure tangible recognition for Chen from the naval authorities, and Chen, incredulous and delighted, realized that exposure might bring reward rather than reprisal. The next morning, Chen luxuriated in the aftermath. Sunlight spilled across his face as he turned in bed and learned it was nearly noon. Free from the obligation of clocking in, he rejoiced in the simple pleasure of waking at will. He stretched, letting the small cracks and pops of his joints punctuate the calm, then placed a video call to his motherly lawn. The familiar faces of his parents appeared, and his father, Su Chong, eagerly seized the phone to report that the house construction was progressing splendidly. The ordinary domestic scene provided a quiet counterpoint to the extraordinary exploits that had occupied the preceding hours. On the video call, Su Chen's parents brimmed with news. His father reported that the design company had dispatched an additional construction crew to their home, working in 2 shifts to erect the house as swiftly as possible without compromising quality. Villagers, once indifferent, now treated the family with unusual deference. Many came unbidden to lend a hand, ferrying bricks and buckets of cement, refusing any offer of recompense, and even bringing their own meals. Leland added that the township had gone so far as to assign 2 guards to keep watch over the site, ostensibly to prevent any further trouble. The couple exchanged remarks animatedly, their pride and vindication palpable even through the screen. Listening, Chen felt a warm satisfaction settle over him. This was precisely the reassurance he had hoped to provide. After reminding them not to overexert themselves and to take care of their health, he noted Leland's aside about the high cost of staying at the inn. The remark lodged in his mind. The old house had been demolished. Construction would not conclude for another month or 2. Asking his parents to remain in a hotel for that long was inconvenient at best. Seizing the lull that typically followed a major project, Chen resolved to use the interval to purchase a residence in Jiangxing. If nothing else, it would afford his parents comfort and offer him an escape from his shabby rented apartment. Within moments of making the decision, he changed into a casual t-shirt and jeans, grabbed his keys, and left. He drove his Huang, its white license plate conspicuously bearing the numerals 88888, through Jiangxing streets without a plan. He had little knowledge of the city's developments, but he followed the instinct to gravitate toward where there were crowds. It was not long before an imposing sales pavilion dominated by an extravagant name drew his attention. Jiangxing Shangban. A cavalcade of luxury automobiles filled the forecourt. Bentleys and Rolls-Royces stood as silent witnesses to the clientele that frequented this place. Even his top-spec Range Rover seemed merely middling in such company. He parked and strolled into the pavilion. Curiosity drove him to point at the isolated villas depicted on the model and ask about their price. The saleswoman's expression hardened. Such areas were not publicly displayed. She stressed with deliberate emphasis that these detached mansions began in the 9-figure range, and that prospective visitors required an appointment and asset verification. There was a sting in her words that left no doubt she meant to discourage those she deemed unfit to enter. When Chen pressed about the verification threshold, she declared that liquid assets under an individual's name had to meet a minimum of 200 million yuan. It was an assertion delivered with the assurance of someone confident the number would rout any pretender. Lu Peng, the vice president of a real estate subsidiary under Mu Shijichuan, had accompanied Mu Yongzi on inspection today with the intention of seizing an opportunity to shine. When he finally perceived a reckless young man tempting fate, Lu Peng regarded it as his moment to curry favor. If he could, in front of Mu Dong, harshly admonish this audacious fool, he would surely be remembered as a loyal protector. He was reaching for his phone to summon security, certain he could make an impressive display, when a voice cut through the murmur like winter air. A clear, cool tone, threaded with urgency, issued from the crowd. Lu Peng froze, his motion arrested midreach. That voice belonged unmistakably to Mu Dong. He turned stiffly and saw Mu Yongzi, previously surrounded like a queen, striding toward them with uncustomary haste, almost running. The sight left him and the assembled executives dumbfounded. In their minds, Mu Yongzi always embodied composure and lofty elegance. They had never seen her move so quickly. Could Mu Dong herself be about to intervene for a mere young man in jeans and a t-shirt? The notion seemed preposterous. For Mu Yongzi, the world narrowed to that face. It was him, the man from the summit of Zhu Feng, who had twice pulled her back from the brink. He had appeared before her like a god descending from the clouds when she was at her most desperate. He had traversed Huaxia against impossible odds, ensuring she reached the hospital in time and was spared amputation. He was the one who, in an absurdly tender moment, had held her and coaxed her into leaving a 5-star review. During their separation, his visage haunted her dreams nightly. She had once believed that their encounter on Zhu Feng was a brilliant, ephemeral reverie destined to fade, and she had exhausted herself searching for him only to find every trace erased as if by some inscrutable force. She had convinced herself they would never meet again. Yet here he stood, palpable and alive, and an overwhelming tide of joy and agitation shattered her composure. Chen, noticing Mu Yongzi approaching, greeted her with a lopsided grin and a casual familiarity that made the room gasp. He called out, "Fu Jia," long time, no see, revealing a breezy intimacy that collided with everything the onlookers believed about Huaxia's most formidable tycooness. The assembled executives could hardly believe their ears. Who was this audacious young man to address the richest woman in Huaxia so informally? Their gazes narrowed into a sharp mixture of astonishment and suspicion as every attention turned to Chen. Lu Peng's face drained of color. He realized with mounting dread that he had misjudged the situation entirely. Mu Yongzi felt the odd nickname dissolve much of the tender tumult in her chest, leaving a bemused smile and a faint, indulgent warmth she had not expected to feel. For a fleeting instant, she considered saying something earnest, perhaps expressing gratitude for having been saved or confessing that she had searched for him. Yet before she could frame a single sentence, Su Chen's expression shifted. The smile fell away and his demeanor hardened into grave seriousness as though he were addressing a matter of state. He fixed her with a steady gaze and demanded with unapologetic bluntness, "What about the agreed $100 million US? Are you planning to renege on your promise?" Silence descended like a physical presence. Even a pin drop would have shattered the spell. The sales center froze. Faces were aghast. A young man in thrift clothes was in full view of Huaxia's wealthiest woman, calmly demanding repayment of $100 million. The notion was so surreal it short-circuited the gathered minds. Lu Peng nearly fainted from the shock. This was not a quarrel over money in the ordinary sense to him. It looked perilously like an intimate private repartee, dangerously misconstrued in public. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, skeptical, but inwardly reflective. He had deliberately concealed his identity, yet the bank account he had left was authentic, with Mu Shijichuan's resources tracing him through. That information should have been straightforward. Qin Yu continued outlining their attempts to contact him directly, to seek a solution, until she admitted with a rueful smile that they had been unable to find him. The explanation carried a ring of truth that unsettled Su Chen. If Mu Shijichuan could not locate him despite access to banking channels and powerful networks, then some other agency must have intervened. He suspected the military and the 649 Suwa had acted to shield him, likely at the behest of Long Xiaodian and those who regarded him as a national asset. Whatever the reason, the secrecy had been executed with meticulous efficiency. Mu Yongzi gradually composed herself after the awkward moment. She regarded Su Chen's expression of sudden comprehension with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Her lips curved slightly as she spoke in a voice threaded with the faintest reproach. She insisted she had never intended to shirk responsibility. Su Chen, magnanimous, waved the matter aside and asked what they should do now. Mu Yongzi, exchanging a glance with Qin Yu, motioned him to handle the surrounding onlookers. Qin Yu understood instantly and turned to the stunned real estate executives clustered behind them. He announced politely that Chairman Mu wished to confer privately with Mr. Su and asked them to withdraw. Relieved at the reprieve, the group dispersed without hesitation. None of them wanted to risk being privy to their chairman's personal affairs and jeopardizing their positions. Even Lu Peng left in a flurry, wiping cold sweat from his brow and muttering to himself that this was a person not to be trifled with. That lavish recompense would be required should he have erred, and that the handsome outsider might yet secure extraordinary favor. Soon the vast VIP reception area was deserted save for Mu Yongzi, Su Chen, and Qin Yu. Mu Yongzi sank into the sofa and sipped water as if the earlier lapse of decorum had belonged to someone else. She lifted her eyes to Su Chen and with calm authority asked why he had come. He sat opposite without ceremony and helped himself to pastries from the table, murmuring that he had come about purchasing a property but had been blocked by verification procedures. His tone suggested a child's petulance, as if the failed transaction were her doing. Mu Yongzi smiled indulgently at his display of wounded pride. His resentment amused her. Qin Yu watched in astonishment. He was attractive, of course, but many handsome men crossed the boss path. None had elicited such an inexplicable tolerance, let alone the gentle delight now shown. Mu Yongzi, setting down her glass, regarded him with a tenderness that softened her features. She told him not to be vexed and gestured toward the grand model of Jiangchen Shangpin, remarking that the development's houses, though magnificent, were not suited to him. Su Chen was incredulous. He had assumed Jiangcheng's finest residences would represent the pinnacle of taste and could not fathom why any dwelling there would be deemed unworthy. Mu Yongzi, with effortless poise, affirmed the complex's genuine prestige. Mu Shi Group never engaged in false promotion but insisted the specific property could not match his worth. Flattered and sheepish, Su Chen protested modestly that as a deliverman, he should count himself fortunate at even glimpsing such opulence. His mixture of gratitude and bravado elicited a faint but sincere smile from Mu Yongzi. Without further preamble, she rose and with a hint of anticipation invited him to see another place. Su Chen followed readily. In his mind, there was little risk in accompanying an alluring benefactress, and perhaps fortune favored him. They left the sales center together, Qin Yu trailing behind with an uneasy foreboding. Rather than driving his own modest car, Su Chen found himself seated in Mu Yunexi's Rolls-Royce Phantom, bearing the plate Jiangito 0001. The vehicle did not head toward the open display lots, but penetrated deeper into the estate, toward a restricted enclave ringed by high walls and dense plantings. They stepped from the car, and Mu Yongzi watched him with quiet pleasure as he took in every detail, his astonishment and admiration plainly written across his face. When he recovered, he asked whether the house belonged to the development. Mu Yongzi nodded, and when he inquired about the price, she replied simply that it was not for sale. He balked, incredulous, asking what such a magnificent residence could be reserved for. Mu Yongzi hesitated for the briefest moment and then declared that she intended to give it to him. The pronouncement stunned him into speechlessness. Qin Yue, unable to conceal his alarm, protested on practical grounds this house had been reserved for Mu Yungzi herself, the result of her meticulous design and investment, and implored her to reconsider the impulsive generosity. Su Chun, having understood the insinuation, sank into deep contemplation. The delight that had first animated his features slowly yielded to wariness. Suspicion clouded his gaze. He bristled and demanded clarification, as if affronted by an unspoken bargain. His tone suggested a belief that such unsolicited generosity concealed ulterior motives, the old adage that too much courtesy bodes mischief. From the sidelines, Qin Yu watched exasperated. If Su Chun continued down this line of thought, her employer might be driven to fury. She intervened, stressing the misapprehension, and endeavored to correct his crude simplification. The hovel he disparaged, she insisted, was in fact worth far more than the figure he had in mind. Su Chun could not conceal his incredulity. A property worth hundreds of millions. Had the walls been plated in gold, or the toilets embedded with diamonds, he scoffed. Qin Yu responded with patient composure, explaining that Jiangchen Shangpin occupies Jiangqing's most coveted district, where every parcel is priceless. Even a simple villa there might command a nine-figure sum. She led him through the facts with the quiet confidence of someone acquainted with high finance. The land encompassed the vantage on which they stood, the artificial lake before them, and the intervening grounds, all integral to the estate. Crafted by one of the planet's most renowned architectural firms, its standards were comparable to those of world-class cultural repositories. The design fees alone reached 8 figures in dollars. In essence, the manor embodied the pinnacle of luxury, seclusion, and prestige. Its worth could not be reduced to a mere line item. Qin Yu continued, noting that with this allotment, Su Chun had become one of Mu Shi Group's principal individual shareholders. Even the annual dividends alone would yield multiple tens of millions of dollars. The revelation rendered Su Chun utterly speechless. The scale of the gift eclipsed every fantasy he had entertained about sudden fortune. Overwhelmed by gratitude and disbelief, Su Chun seized Mu Yunexi's hand, and with a mixture of theatrical fervor and coarse earnestness, pledged himself to her service without reservation. He proclaimed he would follow her through fire and water, available at any summons. In a burst of improvised loyalty, he even offered the indecorous promise of warming her bed, a confession that sent Mu Yunexi's complexion aflame and caused her to feel unexpectedly and bewilderingly off balance. Mu Yungzi, who had always maintained the composed sovereignty of a woman in control, found herself peculiarly unraveled in his presence. The sensation was unfamiliar and unsettling. She tried to withdraw her hand, but discovered his grip unnaturally strong. She commanded him to release her with a mixture of vexation and embarrassment. At last, he let go, yet the levity on his face persisted. He gaped at the elegant line of her legs encased in bespoke trousers and gushed in crude admiration. The remark about their length and fair appearance struck her as shamelessly impertinent. Surrounded all her life by urbane gentlemen and corporate dignitaries, she had never encountered such brazen levity. Mu Yungzi felt as if the air had been stolen from her lungs. Her heart hammered so fiercely she imagined it would leap from her throat. Her limbs went slack, and her mind was a tumult of disordered thoughts, haunted by Su Chen's mischievous grin and that irreverent remark about Dubai Toy. She thought she was undone. A woman of formidable standing in the commercial world, she found herself unmoored by a few casual words, her composure dissolving. Inwardly, she wondered if this man might be some fabled seducer who drained women's vitality. The flush creeping up her neck betrayed her calm. Observing her employer's near transfixed expression, Qin Yu knew they could not allow Su Chen to continue. If he did, Mu Dong would risk surrendering herself to embarrassment or worse. Qin Yu stepped forward and with an officious tone severed the conversation as if it were a business file. She proposed they attend to the property transfer immediately, now that Su Chun was a shareholder of Mu Shi Group and by extension the owner of the villa. Though she had once hoped to dissuade Mu Yungzi from gifting the estate, Qin Yu had long since determined that persuasion would prove futile. To forestall a greater loss perhaps of some cherished possession, swift legal completion was the most prudent course. Su Chun, intoxicated by the moment, scarcely registered how deeply his words had affected Mu Yungzi. He had reached a peak of exhilaration, feeling as if life had unexpectedly vaulted to its summit. Only when Qin Yu mentioned the paperwork did he return to the present. The lewd smile faded. He folded his exuberance into pragmatic acceptance. Confronted with such an enormous windfall, any ordinary man would accept rather than feign modesty. He did not decline. He accepted the gift with unembarrassed gratitude, and to Mu Yunexi's surprise, she found herself relieved rather than affronted. She had genuinely wished the estate to pass to him, and was pleased at his candidness, finding his guilelessness refreshingly sincere compared with the artifice that typically surrounded her. The formalities unfolded with astonishing efficiency. At Qin Yu's call, the sales director, legal counsel, and property consultants arrived with documents and devices in tow. A small retinue stood reverently in the drawing room, as if in the presence of ceremony. Under Chen Yu's direction, Su Chen signed a stack of documents he barely comprehended, applying seals and fingerprints as rituals demanded. With Mu Yongzi present to oversee the transaction, the proceedings encountered no impediment. Within half an hour, the priceless manor had been conveyed into Su Chen's name. The associated equity transfer was consummated and all records were completed. When Su Chen accepted a sleek, technologically sophisticated smart key from Chen Yue, a dreamlike astonishment washed over him. Is this truly mine? He grinned with the simple, unrefined joy of a child. He glanced at Mu Yongzi and saw she had resumed her usual aloof demeanor, though a faint rouge still lingered on her cheeks, and her gaze drifted away, reluctant to meet his. He found it oddly endearing that a woman of such apparent hauteur could be so bashful. There was a purity to it that disarmed him. But as she lifted her eyes to meet Su Chen's sincere, luminous expression, an unamiable dread surged through her. She feared that remaining near him would undo her, that she might surrender to impulses incongruent with the self she had preserved for 2 decades. The ice encasing her heart had begun to fissure, and she needed time to name and parse these feelings before she could allow herself to be vulnerable. She muttered an excuse, an urgent meeting at the company, and with a hurried pivot fled toward the door. Her departure carried the unmistakable imprint of a woman in retreat. He paused before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows to consider the gardens and pool that stretched beyond. He imagined hosting lavish poolside parties with glamorous guests. In the private cinema, he tested the plush leather sofa and envisioned immersive nights of indulgence. He toured the gym, the wine cellar, and the game room, his commentary a running stream of boyish scheming. 2 hours passed in a delighted daze as he catalogued possibilities for decadence. At last he flopped onto the vast bed of the master's suite, luxuriating in the enormity of it. With a satisfied grin, he declared in the playful conviction of a sovereign that this was his domain. Su Chen had not anticipated that acquiring the estate would proceed with such uncanny ease. In the days that followed, he indulged in a small personal respite. Aside from treating Lin Zihin to a meal to thank her for securing the county bureau director's presence at the ceremony, he confined himself to the sanctity of his new residence and luxuriated in the calm. The achievement felt intoxicatingly sweet. The morning after the purchase, Su Chen retrieved his parents and brought them to the manor. Although Su Chong and Li Langzhen knew their son had risen to prominence, nothing had prepared them for the sheer opulence of the estate. It took considerable persuasion for Su Chen to convince them that the property legitimately belonged to him and that it had been acquired by proper means. Convinced yet unsettled by the emptiness of the grounds and the absence of neighbors, they remained only one night before insisting on returning to the countryside. Accustomed to conviviality and anxious about the progress of their house construction, they felt uneasy in the manor's solitary grandeur, so Su Chen arranged for them to stay at the finest inn in the Xiancheng before he sent them home. The reprieve was brief. Duty summoned him not by some electronic system task, but by the organization itself. Early one morning, his phone buzzed with Long Xiaotian's insistent voice demanding his attendance at a symposium on quantum shield applications. The meeting called by Qian would convene inside the Military Research Center of the Dongbu Zanzinku, and Su Chen was given merely 30 minutes to arrive. Reluctant to be hurried but unwilling to offend the venerable Qian or to disregard an order from General Long, he sprang from bed, washed through on a t-shirt and jeans, and drove his flamboyant Hu Wang toward the restricted compound. The Military Research Center's security was implacable. Every approach was punctuated by checkpoints. Yet the sight of Su Chen's conspicuous vehicle and the specialized pass that had quietly circulated within the base cleared his way, and the sentries snapped to attention and saluted. In the main hall, he was met by Professor Chen Jing's, who gripped him with an anxious intensity. Chen lowered his voice and confided that several long-standing rivals had come to the meeting, singling out Su Mingli as someone likely to provoke trouble. Su Chen listened with mild amusement, sensing that the professor anticipated a clash of egos and ideologies. Inside the conference chamber, the audience was composed of white-haired luminary seasoned experts whose reputations alone could rattle an entire discipline. Qian presided from the head of the table and beckoned Su Chen to sit beside him. Unconcerned by protocol and unconstrained by self-restraint, Su Chen swaggered to the seat amid a scatter of curious appraising and disdainful glances. Across from him, a composed, impeccably tailored man regarded him with a faint, scornful smile. His appearance marked him as the very Su Mingli Chen had warned about. Qian rose and expounded on the fundamentals of the quantum shield and the spectacular results the team had achieved in trials. Professor Chen followed with a meticulous exposition of technical data, each slide revealing metrics that elicited gasps and speculative enthusiasm from the assembly. The experts began to imagine application scenarios with fervor. Their excitement mirrored the zeal of General Long and Qian, yet the mood shifted when Su Mingli rose to challenge the presentation. The room fell silent as Qian Yuanxi rose to speak, his tone steady and authoritative. He extolled the promise of the quantum fugitive technology, insisting it embodied the future. Though imperfect for now, he argued its latent potential could irrevocably reshape the theater of war. His convictions seemed to sway several undecided experts who nodded in tacit assent. We cannot let present limitations imprison tomorrow's breakthroughs, he declared, his words leaving an unmistakable impression on the assembly. Su Mingli cut across him with a dismissive scoff, his interruption sharp and unyielding. He professed respect for Chen as a senior, yet insisted that scientific endeavor must be governed by data and demonstrable utility rather than lofty rhetoric. How distant is this future in years 20 or a horizon beyond our lifetimes? He demanded, his voice rising as he swept his gaze around the chamber. He reminded them that every yuan of defense funding derived from the people's toil, and that each technological outcome bore directly on soldiers' survival. To him, resources could not be squandered on ethereal speculation when there were tangible, mature projects like the Institute's new composite Zhuangji atop promised immediate operational conversion. Then Su's voice turned resolute. He reminded everyone that every transformative technology had its infancy fraught with deficiencies: steam engine that initially lagged behind the horse, the early aeroplane that scarcely outclimbed a bird. If we consign such nascent achievements to the rubbish heap because they are imperfect, we condemn ourselves to stagnation, he argued. He praised Chen and Chen for discerning the disruptive promise beneath the present imperfections, while reproaching Su for attending only to immediate obstacles and bottlenecks. I will not adjudicate whether your eyesight is farsighted or myopic, he continued, but complacency and rigid conservatism are the true enemies of progress. The room erupted as Su Mingli, his composure shattered, slammed his palm onto the conference table and pointed accusingly at Su Chen. His voice cut through the assembly with contempt. He denounced Su Chen as an upstart presuming to speak at a gathering devoted to the highest echelons of military-industrial research. He demanded to know how much of the nation's resources had been squandered on the prototype quantum shield, and scorned Su Chen as a charlatan siphoning research funds for personal ambition. Qian Yuanqi and Chen Jiaoshou exchanged alarmed glances. Chen Jiaoshou rose abruptly, his frame trembling with indignation, and refuted Su Mingli with righteous force. He declared plainly that Su Chen had not touched a single cent of state funding, and that the research had been undertaken independently. Su Mingli, incredulous, scoffed at the notion that such high-level work could be the product of one individual, openly mocking the idea with derisive laughter. Murmurs and incredulous looks spread like ripples. Even Qian Yuanqi and Chen Jiaoshou felt the declaration bordered on fantasy. Su Mingli treated it as the most ludicrous of jokes, taunting Su Chen to perform the impossible for their amusement. Su Chen, unruffled, clarified that he did not intend to conjure a nuclear reactor by hand. Instead, he spoke of harnessing an energy source that was compact, immensely powerful, and effectively inexhaustible, and crucially environmentally clean. The suggestion that such an energy could exist provoked an uproar of disbelief. Someone jeered that Su Chen must be composing science fiction, and Su Mingli asked whether he claimed to have mastered controlled nuclear fusion. The meeting concluded as Su Zuran asked with a clipped formality whether anyone else had anything to add. Su Chen's curt affirmation brought an end to the debate. Su Mingli smothered a disdainful snort and folded his arms, savoring the impression that he had prevailed. Though he had suffered a minor setback, he still believed himself to be firmly on top. In his estimation, the quantum shield application project was irreparably doomed. Unperturbed by the scrutiny, Su Chen produced his phone and dialed Long Xiaotian. The call was answered almost instantly. On the other end, Long's trademark, booming voice spilled into the line, brimming with triumph. He boasted of having secured naval favor and a 20 million bonus for the cause, his pride palpable. Su Chen interrupted him with a dry cough, curbing Long's self-congratulation. He had a request that required more than rhetoric. Once the call ended, Long prowled his office like an agitated lion. He struck the desk with a fist and swore that fortune had finally smiled on him. He grabbed the secure red telephone and rang Chen Haifeng at the Nanhai Jiandui Command Center. Chen answered, weary and wary, having been harried repeatedly by Long since the Yuvihao incident. Long cut through banter with urgent bluntness, demanding to know whether the turbine remained intact. Chen explained that the Yuvihao's hull had been condemned after sustained hypervelocity stress, and the turbine had been removed and stored. Long exploded in panic, commanding Chen to dispatch the machine immediately and intact, not a bolt missing. Chen, bewildered by the ferocity of the demand and eager to be rid of Long's ceaseless importunings, acquiesced with reluctant compliance. He did not appreciate that the item he was about to hand over was in essence an artificial sun. Dongyu Zhangku, the research center conference room. Su Chen ended his call and, as if nothing had happened, sat down and resumed watching short videos on his phone. The screen displayed a young woman in light attire dancing with captivating grace. The catchy music complemented the image, producing an almost hypnotic delight. Su Chen watched with palpable amusement, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth as moments slipped by. Around the table, the atmosphere had curdled into something near hostility. Experts murmured among themselves and kept stealing glances at Su Chen, their expressions a complex collage of curiosity, skepticism, contempt, and grudgingly a hidden strand of hope they would rather not admit. Reason told them this was impossible. If controlled nuclear fusion could be achieved so casually, a lifetime of research by these elders would suddenly seem negligible. Yet Su Chen's composed, almost insolent calm did not read as mere bluster. Qian Yuanxi and Chen Jiaoshou exchanged a look and found only deep concern reflected in one another's eyes. This young man had made his claims too categorically. For the moment, their only recourse was to hope that Su Chen possessed a substantive fallback rather than having spoken in a rash moment. An older expert friendly with Qian sidled over and lowered his voice. He muttered that the boast was extravagant and worried about how they might salvage the situation if it collapsed. On the other side of the room, Su Mingli supporters watched with the grim relish of those anticipating spectacle. They jeered that Su Chen's act would soon be exposed as empty showmanship, that summoning people to deliver mysterious equipment was nothing more than theater. Su Mingli smirked and lounged back, arms folded and eyes narrowed at the phone-screening youth. To him, Su Chen's composure was affectation. How could a mere 20-something remain unshaken before such an assembly of authorities? He must be bluffing. Su Mingli could not resist. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he demanded to know whether Su Chen's so-called artificial sun was delayed in some service area or perhaps had been shipped from another star system. His barb drew a suppressed ripple of laughter through the room. Su Chen paid it no heed. His attention remained fixed on the video as he murmured appreciative comments to himself. Chen Jiaoshou, sitting nearest, nearly spat bloodless air at the scene. How inappropriate at such a juncture. Su Mingli's face darkened with fury, and he smacked the table, rising to his feet. He accused Su Chen of academic fraud, of shamelessly claiming mastery of controlled nuclear fusion, and threatened to propose an investigation into alleged misappropriation of research funds and grandstanding. His words sank the room into an icy silence. Chen Jiaoshou moved as if to retort, but Qian Yuanxi sternly restrained him with a glance. Qian's own complexion betrayed his unease. Though uncertain, he felt compelled to stand with Su Chen for reasons he could not openly explain. Before any further escalation, the conference room door burst open with force. A broad-shouldered figure strode in like a gale and filled the doorway with authority. Long Xiaodian entered, his voice thunderous and perfectly resonant. He demanded to know who had dared to propose an investigation into Su Chen. Flanked by several sharply uniformed bodyguards whose bearing bespoke battlefield experience, Long's arrival shifted the room's energy like a sudden tide. His gaze locked onto Su Mingli, and the latter's bravado melted into stunned disarray. The senior officer's mere presence erased the earlier momentum of condemnation. Long Xiaodian ignored Su Mingli's feeble salutations and crossed to Su Chen, patting his shoulder with an expression that melted from severity into an almost blinding warmth. He addressed Su Chen as if the young man were kin, advising him not to be drawn down into petty disputes. Su Chen rose, pocketing his phone with a shrug and a wry remark that had Long not appeared he might soon have been hauled away. Long replied with exaggerated bluster that made the room collectively re-evaluate the nature of Su Chen's protection. Eyes that had been skeptical now widened at the implication of powerful backing. Many silently chastised themselves for speaking too cavalierly seconds earlier. As murmurs of recalibrated respect spread, a distant thrumming swelled into a commanding roar. A heavy transport helicopter descended to the research center's forecourt, stirring dust and anticipation. Its cargo bay opened, and a woman in black tactical gear leapt out, first helmet removed to reveal a strikingly composed and formidable face. Behind her, members of the Shaolong Tan DY carefully pushed a covered trolley. The object beneath the tarpaulin remained concealed, and the team's controlled precision only fueled speculation. Long Xiaodian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned towards Su Chen and announced that the delivery had arrived. Long Xiaodian escorted Su Chen, Qian Jiaoshou, and the others out of the research center. When his gaze fell upon the officer in charge of the transport, surprise lit his face. It was Long Ying. "Yingzi so old Chen sent you," he exclaimed, concern warming his tone. "Was the journey smooth? Nothing was damaged, I hope?" He had not seen his niece for some time, and the inquiry was genuine. Long Ying's attention, however, skimmed past him and fixed upon Su Chen standing behind. The sight of that devastatingly handsome face thawed the perpetual reserve on her features. A bright, sincere smile unfurled as if spring had come to melt an iceberg. The armed special forces men nearby froze, stunned to see their taciturn captain so openly pleased. She declared, "I knew it was you." Her gaze unnerved Su Chen. He tried to return the ease of their earlier acquaintance and admitted with a casual touch of humor that her recognition was inevitable. He then gestured toward her abdomen with a practical concern, asking about the appendicitis she had suffered. Long Ying blushed as she recalled the violent rescue aboard the ship when he had torn her garments and plunged a blade to save her heroic yet brutally blunt. She scolded him, and their repartee flowed naturally intimate and untroubled by the onlookers. Su Mingli intended to make Su Chen look ridiculous to expose him publicly so he could not recover his dignity. He wanted in front of everyone to unveil Su Chen's supposed deception. Su Chen cast a single glance at Su Mingli, an expression that dismissed him as nothing more than a prancing buffoon. Why the hurry? He murmured, then turned away without further notice and approached the turbine. Su Chen ignored their derision and concentrated on the screen. Twice fortified by the system, his intellect was now formidable, approaching the heights of great thinkers. The system's own product briefing and comprehensive manual made comprehension less arduous. He only required time. Moments later, he straightened and walked to Chen Yuanxi, extending his hand. Master, may I borrow the quantum shield prototype for a moment? Chen Yuanxi, taken aback, hurriedly had the metallic disc-like prototype recently displayed in the conference room brought forward. Su Chen accepted it, and under the skeptic's incredulous stares began to tinker. He glanced between his phone, the turbine, and the prototype, linking a few cables here and there with the naivete of a novice following a tutorial to assemble a computer. Su Mingli sneered, inwardly certain head caught a charlatan. The performance was too crude, the pretense too transparent. Su Mingli turned and found himself confronted by Long Ying's eyes radiating a lethal calm. If you utter one more word to interfere, do not blame me for acting, she warned in a low tone whose danger was tempered by the genuineness of lived combat. The presence of several Xiaolong Tijanduan behind her, all watching him, as if he were already dead, robbed Su Mingli of courage. He swallowed his retort and shrank back, chastened by the raw authority of the soldiers. Su Chen rose, patted his hands together, and announced, "Done." He smiled at the baffled experts, the words betraying a street performer's bravado. Yet Chen Yuanxi and Chen Jiaoshou exchanged looks of anxious anticipation. Many in the audience remained skeptical, mirroring Su Mingli derision. Su Chen turned to Long Ying. "Ask your people to pull back to outside the building, keep some distance," he requested. She complied without question. When Long Ying and the Xiaolong unit reached a safe remove, Su Chen extended a finger and pressed the small button that glowed a faint blue. No cataclysmic blast, no blinding flare greeted them. Instead, there came a subtle primeval hum that seemed to resonate within each person's chest. The turbine's blue filigree instantly illuminated and began to flow as if the machine had awakened. From its heart, a vast, ineffable energy stirred. In the next instant, a pale, cerulean, translucent energy shield unfurled outward silently and with startling rapidity. The shield tore through the conference room's walls, ceiling, and floor, expanding as if indifferent to conventional physics. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 entire research center, a multi-story edifice spanning thousands of square meters, was wrapped in that diaphanous barrier in less than a second. Sunlight filtered through the bluish membrane, casting every face within the structure in a surreal, dreamlike glow. Silence fell like a spell. The assembled experts stood agape, mouths open, transfixed by an impossible sight. An elderly specialist reached out as if to touch the barrier, then snatched his hand back as though struck by current. It was not mere fear, but an instinctive reverence, a hesitation born of the miraculous. Chen Yuanxi and Chen Jiaoshou, both devoted to quantum shield research and intimately acquainted with its potential, were visibly shaken. Their work had aimed at protecting an individual soldier or a single armored vehicle. What lay before them resembled the imposition of a boundary straight from a fantastical tale. Retreating with her squad to a distance of 100 meters, Long Ying stood utterly silenced by the spectacle before them. She and her team were the only observers positioned outside who could witness the shielding field coalesce in its entirety. The shock and the visual magnitude of the phenomenon far eclipsed what those inside the building could perceive, leaving every onlooker breathless with astonishment. Only Su Chen remained composed. He cleared his throat, drew a measured breath, and called out across the expanse toward Long Ying. Still, the stakes were immense. Behind that shimmering shield stood Long Xiaoshan, the highest equipment official of the Eastern Theater Command, Chen Yuanxi, a paragon of Huaxia's military scientific establishment, and dozens of the nation's preeminent specialists. Should anything go awry, accountability would fall like a thunderbolt. Neither a modest consultant from the 649 Ju nor a general could easily absorb such consequences. Many considered Su Chen irrational. Su Mingli sprawled on the ground, allowed a flicker of hopeful malice to cross his features. In his estimation, Su Chen had lost his wits and sought to drag everyone into oblivion with him. Before dissent could metastasize, Long Xiaotian's thunderous voice cut through the cacophony. Silence. His glare swept the assembled experts into submission. All eyes turned to the general, for he alone could bring this circus to an end. Yet rather than chastise Su Chen, Long Xiaotian fell into contemplation. He was not an academic, he cared little for theoretical argument. What mattered to him was Su Chen himself. He had seen this young man repeatedly transgress the boundaries of the imaginable, from the quantum shield to the hummingbird helicopter and the improbable rescue in the Pacific. Each success had incrementally reshaped Long Xiaotian's convictions. He did not cherish miracles, but he trusted the pattern of results. Long Xiaotian fixed Su Chen with a steady gaze and resolved. If this nascent technology was to receive the attention and acceptance it deserved, it required a demonstration that would be incontrovertible. If the nation's military-industrial leadership were to be persuaded swiftly, they needed to witness its resilience under pressure. If Su Chen's audacity was to be grafted into Huaxia's armament future, then boldness was necessary. Longing, he commanded. She snapped to attention and responded crisply. The general pointed to the ground beneath his boots and ordered plainly, follow Su Chen's instruction. Fire. Longing looked from the imperturbable Su Chen to her commanding uncle. She could not fathom whence Su Chen drew such certainty, nor why her uncle embraced a decision so fraught. Yet duty-bound, her obedience was the essence of a soldier's being. She inhaled deeply, drew her Type 92 pistol, and lifted it until the dark muzzle was pointed at the laboratory tower wrapped in a cerulean halo. At the sight of their leader's motion, her squadmates, though inwardly conflicted, mirrored her resolve and raised their own weapons. The black muzzles glinted coldly in the sun. Time seemed to harden into a single suspended instant as everyone at the research center held their breath. A volley of gunfire fractured the suspended air, each report sharp and insistent. Dozens of bullets traced long, glittering trajectories toward the pale blue energy shield that cocooned the building. Spectators braced for catastrophe. Yet when the projectiles struck the luminous barrier, there was no shimmering ripple of collapse and no dramatic burst of sparks. The rounds met the shield as though colliding with an invisible wall of pure titanium. Bullets flattened and deformed on contact, shedding their lethargic casings and clattering to the ground. The shield only quivered with an almost imperceptible ring before settling back into serene stillness. The assembled experts gaped, hearts pounding. Some had closed their eyes in dread, others muttered that the outcome could not be real. Long Xiaotian stood rigid, hands clasped behind his back, jaw taut, his expression betraying the unease beneath his composed exterior. Qian Yuanqi and Chen Jiaxiao, whose combined years exceeded a century, watched with eyes wide as saucers, the fanatic brightness of astonishment lighting their faces. From within the shelter, Su Chen appeared unperturbed. He displayed a faint amusement at the astonishment around him. His voice, casual and undaunted, drifted outward and teased the perimeter. Longing lowered her weapon after the magazine had emptied, smoke curling from the muzzle. Her lips pressed together as she sought Su Chen's gaze, a question mirrored in her expression. When she recalled what he represented to her, an almost supernatural savior who had once descended like providence, her doubt dissolved. She recognized with a clarity that set her pulse alight that to match him required no hesitation but wholehearted trust. Charged with a fierce exhilaration, Long-ing ordered a change of weapons. Switch to rifles. Filato. Open fire, she commanded, her voice trembling with barely restrained fervor. The Xiaolong Tandui operatives complied, black muzzles aligning once more with the facade. The staccato of automatic fire erupted, transforming the earlier delicacy into a tempest of steel. Rifle rounds piled upon the shield in a relentless metallic downpour, fragments showering the surface in incandescent flecks like hail upon iron. An undercurrent of dread rippled through the scientists. The quantum shield had repelled handgun fire, but sustaining so dense an onslaught would demand prodigious energy. If the power source faltered and the barrier winked out, those in the vicinity would be helpless beneath the ensuing storm of ordnance. Among the watchers, Su Mingli, pallor flushed with a feverish hope for annihilation, a private wish to be absolved by catastrophe rather than face Su Chen's wrath. The assault intensified. Machine guns opened up, and an RPG projector was readied. A rocket trailing a long incandescent tail streaked through the air and detonated upon meeting the shield. The explosion was apocalyptic in scale, a searing bloom of light and heat that would have engulfed everything had it not been for the barrier. The fireball and its jagged shrapnel were arrested at the luminous membrane, the shockwave failing to breach the shield's surface. When the light ebbed, the pale blue curtain still stood unblemished, enclosing the edifice, as if nothing violent had beset it, while the air outside still trembled, and debris lay scattered like a testament to the fury it had contained. Silence settled like a physical weight. Su Chen surveyed the petrified assembly with a wry smile and an insolent serenity. He allowed them only a moment to absorb the revelation before speaking, his tone easy, as if commenting on a minor curiosity. No one found words to answer. They remained transfixed by a phenomenon that had disproven their expectations and rendered their presumptions moot. The plaza before the research center lay hushed. The assembled experts stood motionless, as if turned to stone, their faces betraying the shock of witnesses who had narrowly escaped death. The test had concluded, and the realization of what they had just observed settled upon them like a weight. Their mouths hung agape, their eyes wide with incredulous awe. Sunlight filtered gently through the remaining protective dome and warmed them, as if the earlier onslaught of force had been nothing but an illusion. Professor Chen pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a trembling hand. The lenses nearly flew free. His voice quavered and thickened with the edge of tears as he muttered, "Is this real? Am I not dreaming?" His astonishment transmuted rapidly into delirious joy. From the moment he had first glimpsed the quantum shield concept in a cafe, he had believed it could change everything. Doubts sown by Su Mingli's earlier skepticism had unsettled him, and he had feared that Su Chen had overstated his claims. The demonstration proved his own vision had been too modest. Academician Chen said nothing at first. He gazed solemnly at the shimmering energy canopy, his expression complicated and reflective. A lifetime in military science had allowed him to witness the gradual maturation of Huaxia's defense industry. He had overseen numerous national projects and helped shape instruments of state power. He thought he knew the limits of science, yet Su Chen had repeatedly expanded those boundaries and displaced Qian's certainties. A phrase Su Chen had once spoken, "The future is no," it seemed youthful hubris, then now it read as prophecy. Internally, Qian felt an enormous pride. He believed without reservation that the destiny of the nation's military science now rested with Su Chen. General Long Xiaotian brimmed with triumph. Every sinew of him seemed to exult. He had long suspected that Su Chen was extraordinary, that each of his feats would shake the world. Yet the sight of a localized quantum shield sustained by a compact, controlled fusion reactor surpassed even Long's expectations. He turned to the stunned experts with an almost insolent satisfaction and asked them whether they still thought Su Chen had been jesting or endangering lives recklessly. Their faces flushed with shame. There was no retort left to offer before such irrefutable evidence. One elderly specialist admitted, voice shaking, that they had been narrow and self-limited in thought. Another concurred. Admissions of conservatism and complacency rose like a chorus. Academician Chen drew a steadying breath and approached Su Chen. He placed a firm hand on the young engineer's shoulder, his voice quavering with emotion as he declared that Su Chen had rendered an incalculable service to the nation and to humankind. Su Chen deflected the praise with practiced modesty, insisting he had only harmonized existing technologies. Chen would not be placated. He rose to speak before the gathered experts, his words swelling with conviction. This technology, he proclaimed, transcended military utility. Its ramifications would be profound across society, the economy, and every branch of science. With it, the nation's energy dilemmas would vanish, industry would be liberated from energy constraints, and deep space exploration would become plausible. Perhaps most daringly, it might alter humanity's relationship with planetary resources and set the species on the path to becoming an interstellar civilization. As Chen spoke, his gestures painted the vision of an expansive future, vivid and vast, in which the single silver turbine had become the pivot of a new era. Su Mingli collapsed to the ground, a broken figure amid the applause and exultation. As Qian Yuanxi delivered his impassioned encomium and the assembled experts lavished praise upon Su Chen, Su felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an invisible fist. Pain robbed him of breath. He lifted his eyes toward the young man at the center of the crowd, the very Huang Maoziazi. He had once scorned the showman he had derided as a fraud, and now that youth shone like a blazing sun, suffusing the plaza with blinding light. All of Su's previous words and gestures, every derisive jibe, seemed clownish and absurd. He wanted to weep, but could not summon a sound. He tried to flee, but found his legs too weak to rise. He groped for some saving stratagem, parted his lips, yet no syllable emerged. He could only slump there like rotten clay as despair crept inward, consuming him inch by inch. A new roar of rotors interrupted his reverie. Another heavy transport helicopter descended onto the open ground before the research center. When the door opened, the figures who disembarked stole every breath in the vicinity. At the forefront strode a man in deep green uniform, 3 gilded stars gleaming on his shoulder boards, unmistakably the Dongyu Zhang Jingwei Yuanshan. He was followed by Chun Haifeng, commander of the Donghai fleet. Their arrival transformed the turbulent scene into something solemn and charged with authority. Su Chen, noting that all attention was turning to Long Jiangjun, manipulated the control of the quantum shield prototype with a few measured motions. The pale blue barrier vanished as if it had never been, a vanishing act that made Nia and Chen exchange a meaningful look. Nia approached Long Xiaotian with brisk steps and asked with an urgency that brooked no delay what had transpired. Long, scarcely masking his excitement, motioned towards Su Chen and the sleek apparatus at his side. He declared with restrained triumph that the Dongyu Zhangku equipment department intended to reveal its capabilities this day. Chun Haifeng, impatient and probing, pressed for clarity while his eyes remained fixed upon the silver device beside Su Chen. The device did not look like a mere turbine. Recent events had burrowed into Chen's mind. Whatever Long Xiaotian coveted could not be trivial. He had been vexed by Long in recent days and had perhaps been misled into underestimating the true import of the machine. To uncover the truth, he had brought the senior leadership to witness the scene firsthand. Long composed himself and narrated from the origins of the quantum shield technology onward the sequence of events that had just unfolded. Under the incredulous stares of Nie and Chen, Long pointed once more at the apparatus. Su Chen had long asserted independently developed a compact, controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The vast quantum shield they had witnessed had drawn its power from that reactor. The announcement landed like thunder. Nie Yuanshan and Chen Haifeng both emitted near-simultaneous exclamations of disbelief and alarm. Their discomfiture betrayed the magnitude of the revelation. Nie's pupils narrowed at Chen Yuanshan's testimony. He trusted the venerable scientist's word and recognized the implications at once. Chen Haifeng's expression darkened with rueful realization. He chastised himself inwardly for having been outmaneuvered by Long Xiaoshan, who had withheld the reactor's true nature. The thought that he might yet extract recompense for his own involvement briefly flitted through him, but was overshadowed by the gravity of the discovery. Nie did not indulge Chen's private grievance. Instead, he regarded the compact fusion device with solemn approbation. He turned to Su Chen and inquired about his current status and official standing. Long Xiaotian cut in before Su Chen could elaborate. Jingwei, I have already registered Su Chen on the military rolls. He presently holds the rank of Shangwei captain. Because of his monumental contribution to the Hummingbird unmanned aerial vehicle program, the Zhuangbei Bu has submitted an application for elevation to Xiaoxiao Major, although formal approval is still pending. Nie fixed a steely gaze upon Su Chen as if searching him through and through. After a pregnant pause, he spoke with the authority of a man whose verdict brooked no opposition. Following deliberation by the Zanka Party Committee, it has been decided to confer upon Comrade Su Chen the rank of Shangzia Colonel effective immediately. He will also receive Jiangja-level allowances and the highest priority entitlement to research funds. Long Xiaoshan, recovering from disbelief, erupted into exultation. He was supremely pleased for Su Chen. This was the harvest of his own investment in nurturing rare talent. Qian Yuanxi and Chun Jiaoshou wore expressions of proud vindication. At the rear, Long Ying could scarcely conceal her joy. The arc of her smile and the crescent of her eyes betrayed an inward jubilation. For many, the sight of a man so young adorned with such honor was intoxicating. The notion of petitioning for the Gongyeguo Sunzangth Republic medal sent shockwaves through the hall. That decoration is reserved for those whose deeds secure their immortality in public memory. To place Su Chen's name beside that pantheon seemed at once presumptuous and audacious. Even Long Xiaotian and Chen Haifeng were stunned. Nie himself had not obtained such distinction. The scale of this patronage eclipsed ordinary favors. At the epicenter of the tempest, Su Chen felt both exhilaration and vertigo. He had expected perhaps a promotion and funding. He had not fathomed the possibility of national-level honors being discussed in his name. He accepted the magnitude of the gesture with equanimity, aware that such recognition carried weighty obligations. These accolades, while intoxicating, would tether him to loftier expectations and greater demands. Still, he could not deny the surge of elation beneath his composed exterior. Su Chen stood stranded in the brilliant glare of collective attention. When Commissar Nie Yuanshan addressed him with an expectant inquiry, he did not respond with the grandiose blueprint that General Long Xiaotian had immediately proffered. Instead, Su Chen offered Nie a salute polished, but not immaculately, and with an earnest expression expressed gratitude for the organization's recognition and commendation. Long Xiaotian bristled at the cordiality between the younger man and the commissar, a thin vein of resentment flickering across his face. Su Chen, however, neither noticed nor feigned ignorance of the general's pique. He paused, then shifted his tone, allowing a trace of discomfort to crease his features as he spoke with deliberate restraint. He argued that Long's proposal, though ambitious and alluring in its promise, risked overreach. Both the quantum shield technology and the compact power modules remained in nascent stages of theoretical verification. The empirical foundations were fragile and the techniques immature. To declare them the nation's highest priority projects and funnel vast state resources into them, Su Chen warned, would be precipitous and perhaps a misuse of public treasure. With the same unruffled air, Su Chen redirected the assembly's attention. He advocated for the prudent allocation of scarce research resources to endeavors of immediate practicality and tangible utility. Then, turning toward the man sprawled on the floor, he fixed his gaze upon Su Mingli and pronounced with exaggerated admiration that Su's project exemplified precisely the kind of down-to-earth applicative research the nation required. He declared it worthy of the highest priority, urging that all personnel and material support be concentrated to empower Su's team to deliver pragmatic contributions to the military-industrial complex. Night had deepened, yet the command center of the Jiangxing Security Bureau remained stubbornly illuminated. The atmosphere pressed on the lungs with an almost physical weight. Huiguo walked with his hands behind his back like a tiger trapped within bars, pacing before the vast electronic displays. He had gone a full day and night, Without sleep, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the ceaseless stream of data, his face ashen. Around him, a dozen mid-ranking officers in white shirts kept their heads bowed, utterly silent and fearful to breathe too loudly. Only Wei Yua's heavy footsteps and the faint whir of server fans filled the space. Elsewhere, Su Chun drove his Tiger King toward home, a toothpick between his lips, savoring the city lights that winked in the distance. The military mess had been generous. The meal reminded him of the modest treasure house of a restaurant that Lin Zihan had once taken him to. His spirits were buoyant. He had just been promoted to colonel. A certain delicious vanity accompanied the thought of people saluting him with glory to the chief when he walked the streets. He imagined donning his new uniform on the next visit home to lend his parents a share of his newfound pride. With a car, a house, and rising social standing, he felt closer than ever to life's summit. All that remained, he fancied, was the arrival of a suitable companion, perhaps Lin Zihan, perhaps Mu Yungzi, perhaps Long Ying, or perhaps his fortune would be shared among them. Su Chun seethed inwardly, a torrent of sardonic commentary running through his mind. Here was a woman of conspicuous pedigree and delicate mien, endowed with all the trappings of beauty, yet she chose to stand guard. Not content with mere sentry duty, she had insisted on joining the major crimes unit. Whether she fancied herself Bond or Rambo, Su Chun could not tell. He berated her audacity and recklessness, even as a reluctant admiration stirred within him. Beneath her brashness and ferocity lay an unyielding tenacity and courage that was in its own incurable way magnetic. He ended the call without pledging anything to Wei Guo, and without hesitation floored the accelerator. Hu Wang answered with a deep growl, and they shot toward the old quarter like an arrow loosed from a taut bow. The exoskeletal armor embraced him like a second skin. He engaged flight mode, and the night was rent by a sonorous boom as Su Chun shot upward. The armor's propulsion outran even a fourth-generation fighter in a straight sprint, a fact that made intercepting the transport aircraft hardly a feat. What he could not afford to underestimate was the peril of breaching the aircraft in mid-flight and locating Lin Zihan without endangering her. He probed the target with methodical calm, scanning the vessel's exterior and interior schematics until a three-dimensional blueprint bloomed across his visor. Inside the unmarked transport, a cluster of hulking men played cards, their faces a study in brutish complacency. A youth caldily cried out upon glimpsing something outside the window, but his companions, led by a scarred man they called Ba Getism, eyed him with raucous laughter, assuming fatigue or indulgence had clouded his sight. They mocked him for being jumpy and for harboring frustration under their leader's iron edict. Alice's certainty wavered, and he swallowed his protest amid the jeers. Unseen by them all, Su Chun hovered above like a patient raptor, assessing the aircraft's build and the options for ingress. Night vision revealed the maintenance bay as a corridor into shadow. Su Chun moved with economical grace through the cramped passage and into the cargo hold. The coordinates pulsing in his HUD led him unerringly toward the center of the hold. Crates lashed to the floor with ropes and netting lined the fuselage, dozens of wooden boxes secured with nails and straps. He had expected concealment, he had not expected the scale. He worked quickly, shifting smaller boxes aside and prying open the larger ones. Within lay porcelain calligraphic scrolls, intricately carved jade strings of pearls and bronzes, artifacts that embodied millennia of Huaxia civilization. Each piece was a testament to a collective memory now packaged for clandestine export. A white-hot rage flared in Su Chen's chest at the thought of cultural patrimony being bartered and transported to some unknown foreign market. He snarled a curse against those who trafficked in such treasures, the indignation of an honest conscience refusing to be placated. Outrage burned in Su Chen's throat at the audacity of foreign plunderers who sought to despoil Huaxia's heritage. Their methods were vile, an attempt to sever the roots of an ancient civilization and to rend out the backbone of a people. Even more contemptible were the traitorous collaborators who had bartered their own ancestry for paltry gains, desecrating ancestral tombs for a few meager bones. Su Chen's fury coiled like a predator's promise of retribution, yet he restrained himself and moved with practiced care. In the dim warehouse, he gingerly shifted crate after crate, each one enshrining precious artifacts. His motions were swift but composed, practiced by necessity. Soon only one remained, the largest of them all. The crate measured roughly 2 meters in length and nearly a meter in both width and height, reinforced with iron at the corners and sealed with stout planks. From its dimensions, it might easily contain a human or even a small beast. Without hesitation, Su Chun braced the rim and applied force. With a grating sound, several stout iron nails yielded to his strength, and the lid gave way. No sooner had the crate been opened than a dark figure exploded from within, coiled starkly by confinement, yet moving with sudden, desperate velocity. She leapt forward with lethal resolve, a small, cold object pressed hard against Su Chen's brow. When the woman turned out to be sullen, dirt-streaked hair in disarray, but eyes blazing with fierce clarity, recognition struck him even before she spoke. It was Lin Zihin, the celebrated and steadfast officer, though she looked diminished by ordeal. Breathless and raw, Lin Zihin trained a compact pistol on him. Her lips were cracked and her face smudged with wood dust, yet her defiance remained intact. "Do not move," she rasped, her voice roughened by thirst and confinement. Chen, encased in an exoskeletal suit that cloaked his features, instinctively raised his hands, the motion read as a threat rather than reassurance. The standoff thickened. Every second carried the potential for disaster. When Chen allowed the helmet's visor to retract with a faint mechanical whir, the face that emerged was the one she had haunted dreams, with the handsome, rueful grin that had long lived in her memory. Recognition hit Lin Zihin like a tidal wave. Exhaustion and fear that had been coiled for days burst into tears. The formidable Major Crimes Commander momentarily collapsed beneath the weight of her emotions. In an instant, she stepped forward and buried her face into Chen's armored chest, surrendering wholly to the relief of finding refuge. Chen stood frozen for a beat, surprised by the intimacy of her embrace. The cold rigidity of his armor made the gesture awkward, but he did not push her away. He understood that before his arrival she had endured horrors he could scarcely imagine. Gradually her sobs subsided, leaving a fragile quiet. He teased gently to lighten the atmosphere, warning her that too much crying would spoil her beauty. She snapped back at him, tearful and indignant, and then despite herself glanced almost fondly through red-rimmed eyes. A rumble in Lin Zihin's stomach betrayed her humiliation and hunger. She flushed with embarrassment at the noise, wishing she could vanish. Chen, with a mischievous flourish, produced several steaming insulated meal boxes, as if conjuring comfort from the air. The scent of warm food stole immediately into the room, and her eyes fixed upon the containers as though they were a miracle. He offered them with a wolfish grin and the suggestion that she must be ravenous. Her attention for a moment shifted from dread to the simple solace of a shared meal. Lin Zihin was rendered utterly speechless, as if she had witnessed the most inconceivable of miracles. She could not have mistaken it. She could not have misattributed the aroma. It was the takeout box from that hidden gem of a restaurant. The rich, unctuous scent of braised meat and the distinct wok-charred fragrance were unmistakable, unique in the whole world. "Stop staring. You're about to drool," Chen said, and offered her a pair of chopsticks with a casual air. Tears welled in Lin Zihin's eyes once more. She had never been given to frequent tears. Her life had not required it. Yet in this man's presence her tear ducts betrayed her like an unlocked faucet. The last time at Jinmao Tower, she had been drugged and lay helpless, convinced she would die, her mind clinging to the memory of her mother's pork-knuckle rice. Chen had appeared then like a heavenly herald, offering her that very meal and saving her life. Now trapped once more in a sunless wooden crate that drifted at 10,000 meters, she again found herself in extremis, longing for the flavors of that dingy little eatery. Once more this man arrived, bearing the food she craved. Suddenly conscience tugged at her. She remembered that Chen had not eaten. Although he could be infuriating, he had come from afar to rescue her and had brought this feast. She could not simply devour it alone. With trembling hands, she offered him a piece of enchero. In her haste, she had bitten it, and a ring of tiny teeth marks rimmed the meat. Chen hesitated, then stepped forward and ate it without a second thought, his gaze bright and intent. "Delicious," he murmured, savoring it aloud. A heat rose in Lin Zihin's chest, a bloom of crimson color suffusing her face and neck. He had eaten something she had bitten. The intimate, irrational warmth that washed through her startled her, and she found herself adrift in bewildered emotion. He smiled, a small, mischievous curl at the corner of his mouth, and the moment tasted of something dangerously tender. Lin Zihin's gaze suddenly sharpened, a blade of awareness cutting through her composure. She realized with a cold certainty that they were preparing to move the consignment of cultural relics. Panic surged. She understood that once those treasures left, retrieving them would be as impossible as climbing to the heavens. She described how her urgency had driven her to act. The group escorting the artifacts were not petty traffickers, but a disciplined, heavily armed unit, more like mercenaries than dealers. Faced with 20 or 30 men in full gear, she had only herself and a single pistol. There was no prospect of a frontal assault, and even escape seemed implausible under such circumstances. In the cramped retelling, Lin Zihin clenched her fist until the knuckles blanched. In her confusion, and on the verge of being discovered, she spotted a large wooden crate beside her. There was no other option. She slipped into the box, which contained a large vase and a spare of empty space just big enough to conceal her. She hoped to remain undetected, call for assistance, and continue to trail them to identify whoever stood behind the thefts. It was only when the lid was opened that she felt rescue had arrived. Looking up at Chen, her reddened eyes shone with a complicated blend of gratitude, dependence, and something otherwise indefinable. He regarded her with a sigh and an inward admiration. Most people would have broken under such torment, but she had preserved a fighting spirit. That fortitude impressed him. Chen considered the practicalities. He could simply escort Lin Zihin back along the route they had come with caution. She might survive without armor. Yet he refrained from assuming she would be content to let the national treasures go abroad. He no longer lived the life he once did. Wealth, honor, and extraordinary physical power now insulated him from many former constraints. With strength and resources in hand, he felt a responsibility and an appetite to do more than retrieve a single crate. Chen could of course accomplish much of what she proposed. His exoskeletal armor, supplemented by formidable skill and the system's reward of vehicle mastery, made even piloting a plane within his capabilities. But he chose to tease rather than simply comply, enjoying Lin Zihin's awkwardness. Then his expression hardened and his intent expanded. He would not be content with a modest recovery. Those who dared plunder their heritage would be made to pay. He vowed to seize not only the cargo aboard that aircraft, but every artifact they had hidden away, reclaiming what was lost with interest and dismantling the thieves' sanctuaries. "Come back to yourself," Chen murmured, waving his hand before her eyes. "Do not look at me with that gaze of worship. I might become conceited." Lin Zihin bristled. "Who is worshipping you? You are imagining things," she retorted, mouth set stubbornly. Chen pointed at the large wooden crate from which they had emerged. "Before we enact anything grand, we require a temporary refuge. Until the plane lands, this will be our provisional home." Lin Zihin glanced at the narrow box, and then at him, feeling her cheeks warm with embarrassment. Chen had restored the crate to its original place as far as memory allowed, leaving the big trunk in an inconspicuous corner. There was no way to climb into the crate and then slide it back to the bottom. That was the single loophole. The space inside the trunk was already cramped. Their squeezing made it suffocating. Although Chen had sheathed his armor, they remained pressed close. Lin Zihin felt the faint, indefinable masculine presence of Chen against her, simultaneously comforting and disquieting. Her pulse thundered as if it would burst from her throat. She froze, afraid to move. Chen, by contrast, seemed at ease. His assessment was delivered with a casual air. To dispel the awkward tension, Chen cleared his throat and produced his phone. "Air Officer Lin." His voice took on a playful tone. Lin Zihin's reply was a trembling, "What is it?" "You see, I delivered this 1,000-mile order you have eaten, and my delivery was accomplished splendidly. Therefore, we must proceed to the most crucial step of our procedure." He brandished the screen with a look of self-evident righteousness. Lin Zihin, puzzled, nodded. "What is the most crucial step?" 5-star review. His voice pitched higher, earnest and absurd. "Dear customer, please grant me 5 stars. Perhaps a couple of lines of praise, such as that the rider is dashing and professional. Write whatever you like. I do not quibble." Lin Zihin stared at him in astonishment. They were aboard a heist plane thousands of meters aloft, surrounded by priceless national treasures and ruthless traffickers. They might be exposed at any moment and shredded by gunfire. Yet he requested a 5-star rating. Did he truly imagine himself a delivery rider? Furious, she raised her fist, nearly striking him. "Are you ill?" she demanded. "I am devoted to my profession. The customer is sovereign. Your positive assessment is the highest affirmation of my work," Chen declared with solemn conviction. Lin Zihin found herself speechless. She could not follow the curlicues of his mind. One moment, he was imposing and determined, intent on raiding their enemies' lair. The next, he was an absurd jester. Yet his comic gravity eased the tension and dissipated much of her fear. Despite his unreliability, his presence made even grave matters seem bearable. He perceived his knuckles, elbows, knees, and brow as though they had been laminated with a titanium sheen. Where his physical prowess was already extraordinary, this augmentation rendered him even more formidable. He fancied that a single punch could perforate steel. The local enhancement also affected regions previously unmentionable, and his metrics improved across the board, far outpacing the Asian average by a significant margin. Chen exulted at the transformation. He felt as though his rustic musket had been exchanged for a modern armament. With enthusiasm, he opened the second reward to inspect the Lingzi Ji Yen. Chen insisted, half in jest, that his behavior was a rigorously scientific test, an exercise designed to hone the Lingzi Ji Yen for future crime fighting. He protested that there was nothing untoward in his motives, only professional intent. Lin Zihin, however, had begun to feel uneasy. After she tapped the 5-star rating on her phone, she noticed Chen watching his screen with an oddly contorted expression. He stared at her with increasing intensity until she realized with alarm that blood was trickling from his nose. Panicked, Chen fumbled for a handkerchief and dabbed at the wound, attempting a hurried, inarticulate explanation. He blamed the stifling crate for the dryness and poor ventilation. Lin Zihin accepted the excuse with a skeptical tilt of the head. Something about him remained elusive and unsettling. A violent shudder ran through the fuselage. Tires screeched against tarmac, engines dwindled to silence, and the aircraft settled to the ground. The cargo bay's great hatch eased open, letting in a blinding wash of sunlight and the bustling clamor of men. Among the dockworkers were a dozen burly white laborers in work trousers. Chen whispered that they had likely landed near Yuehongua. Lin Zihin nodded solemnly. A lanky youth known as Ali approached their crate, circled it, and fretted that the largest crate had been positioned differently before takeoff. A scar-faced man Baga slapped him and hustled him back to work. The crate was hoisted onto a forklift and then onto a heavy truck. Inside, Su Chun and Lin Zihin were jostled by the truck's relentless motion, their bodies pressed together again, but neither entertained any frivolous fancy. They listened with taut attention to the fragments of conversation drifting through the slats. After half an hour, the truck rumbled into a desolate industrial quarter and halted before a cavernous warehouse. The crates were unloaded and arrayed in the warehouse's center alongside dozens of others. The crew celebrated the end of their shift with crude banter and promises of leisure, then the iron door clanged shut and darkness swallowed the room. When silence finally reigned, Su Chun eased the crate lid and slipped out first, helping Lin Zihin from their cramped prison. She drew in deep, liberating breaths and flexed aching limbs, grateful for each inhale. Su Chun calmer donned the Lingzi Zhiyan goggles he had prudently stowed and let the accessory transform him. The moment the lenses settled, Su Chin's bearing altered. The roguish levity that once softened his features retreated, replaced by a composed, incisive presence. The glasses lent him the austere poise of a man who read the world as a mechanism to be understood. Yet the eyes behind the glass remained mercilessly perceptive, an eagle's cool appraisal beneath a veneer of cultivated restraint. Outside, under the foreign sun, the unreality of their escape clung to Lin Zihin like a dream. They found themselves in a secluded alley within an industrial quarter. The distant silhouette of an unfamiliar city loomed beyond. Her clothes were soiled, incongruous with the cleaned lines of the surroundings. More pressing was the fact that they had no money, no passports, and no clear notion of their whereabouts. "What do we do now?" she asked, again feeling like a scratched record. Su Chin only smiled and produced from his pocket a black card bearing the imprimatur of Mu Shijichunthe, Beifuzang black card. Lin Zihin recognized it immediately and scoffed at the contradiction. "You said you were penniless. How do you have that? Do not underestimate me. Delivering food pays," well, he quipped. She did not believe him, but he only tugged her along into the street. Beneath the strains of a solitary violin, they dined on exquisitely composed French fare. The contrast between the dingy bread they had gnawed from a crate earlier and the present gilded service made Lin Zihin feel as though she were walking between two worlds. Across the table, Su Chin ate with an easy familiarity, as though he belonged to this milieu. A plain outfit could not conceal his composure. "Why stare? Is there something on my face?" he asked with a small smile. She blushed and turned away. Afterwards, he called Long Xiaodian. The voice at the other end burst into hearty laughter, immediately assuring Su Chun of his availability. Su Chin's tone, however, shifted to gravity. "Chief, I have matters to report," he said. The geniality on the line tightened. The conversation had taken its first step toward a broader, more consequential campaign. Su Chin asked for a favor with the casual air of someone remarking on the weather. "I want you to check someone's background for me," he said. Long Xiaoshan on the other end paused when he heard the name. "Who is it?" he asked. "Wei Lian Yuedun. A foreigner." "Yes, from Yuehangua." Long Xiaodian grew silent. He could not fathom why Su Chin needed intelligence on a foreign national, yet his trust in Su Chin was complete. "Our Eastern Theater's records on foreign personnel are incomplete. Give me time. They'll contact National Security and the Foreign Affairs Bureau. They'll send you anything I find right away." "Fine. They'll wait for your good news," Su Chin replied, hanging up with a buoyant mood. The satisfaction of possessing influence and resources settled over him like a warm cloak. Su Chin did not reply with words. He pointed instead to a glittering glass leviathan not far away. The Supian Dasha pierced the sky, its mirrored facade catching the last light. The tower's upper stories housed the city's most illustrious seven-star hotel. "There," he said lightly. Lin Zihin's mouth formed an astonished "Oh, are you insane? Without papers they will never admit us." "Who said we need to be announced?" Su Chin winked. "We're abroad. Why not sample the local character? I intend to procure a complimentary stay." He tugged Lin Zihin down a secluded alley beside the hotel. The lane was deserted. Closing the distance between them, he nearly pressed himself against her. She stiffened. "What are you doing?" she whispered, wary but not retreating. "Don't be nervous. Close your eyes and hold me tight." In an instant, a shimmer unfurled and an exoskeletal suit materialized upon Su Chin's form. Before Lin Zihin could react, he swept her into his arms, and she felt the ground fall away beneath her. Panic burst from her lips as gravity, surrendered wind roared past, and her limbs went weightless. The sensation was more exhilarating and terrifying than any roller coaster. In silent flight, they ascended the Supian Dasha like shadows, Su Chin moving with the precision of a practiced infiltrator. Once atop the tower, he activated his Lingzi Jinmao Yanjing and executed a rapid scan of the hotel's interior. He spoke softly into the visor. "Let me see the Zongtong Defeng." There it is. The system highlighted a sprawling suite occupying the building's crown, a full-floor presidential suite, granting a panoramic, uninterrupted vantage across the metropolis. Most crucially, the scan reported it unoccupied. This was the place. Chen descended onto the expansive terrace like a lizard, then approached the sealed floor-to-ceiling glass doors. His fingertips awoke into nanometal filaments, each finer than a hair. They probed the seam of the electronic lock, and with a single soft chime, neutralized a security system worth many tens of thousands. The heavy doors yielded. Opulence spilled before them. A cavernous salon, sumptuous rugs, bespoke furniture, a private cinema, and an aerial pool crafted a domestic kingdom of luxury. Lin Zihin gaped. Never in her life had she stood within such extravagance, and the absurdity that they had entered by clandestine means only magnified her astonishment. Chen, by contrast, assessed the suite with the cool detachment of a man who had known grander quarters. He tossed open his arms theatrically. "Welcome to our temporary command center," he declared, then flopped into the oversized sofa, luxuriating in its softness. Lin Zihin watched him with affection and exasperation mingled, yet his attention drifted despite his resolve. The frosted glass of the bathroom door snagged his gaze. He tightened his focus. Through the visor, the misted barrier softened into partial translucence. Water and steam blurred the contours inside, rendering them suggestive rather than explicit. The hinted silhouette was enough to unnerve him. He swallowed hard and forced his eyes away, chastising himself for the intrusive effect of the device. At that precise moment, his phone chimed. A message from Long Xiaotian illuminated the screen, interrupting his private turmoil. Water ceases in the bathroom. Chen turns reflexively. The door opens, and Lin Zihin emerges in a generous white robe, damp hair mopped with a towel. Fresh from the bath, her skin gleams like exquisite mutton fat, jade warmed by a blush veiled in the faint perfume of premium soap. Unadorned, her face is ravishing in its naturalness. For a moment, Chen's breath falters, and his heart stumbles. He feels a dryness in his throat, averts his gaze, clears his voice, and pretends to study the chandelier overhead. "All done. Rest early. You take the room, I will sleep outside," he manages. Lin Zihin answers once and withdraws. When the door clicks shut, she exhales, the brief light in her eyes clouded by a trace of solitude. She thinks him foolish and inconsiderate for sleeping apart, yet she says nothing. The night passes in silence. The sequence becomes a fragile ballet of evasion. At the instant she crouches, a camera sweeps past overhead, as if Providence itself had turned away. "Skirt the tree, sidestep 3 paces to the left, keep your head down," he instructs. "Now sprint the shaped path across the lawn, do not exceed 5 seconds. Halt behind the shrubs on the far side." Lin Zihin inhales and summons every ounce of speed and finesse she possesses. She flows like a lithe leopard and vanishes into a thicket just as 2 patrolling guards amble through the place she had crossed moments before, their conversation trivial and oblivious. Her pulse thunders, palms clammy with exertion and adrenaline. The thrill of danger sharpens every sense. Trust in Chen turns every calculated risk into motion without doubt. Yuedun Zhuangyuan, the subterranean parking courtyard, wore the hush of a place that lives by secrets. One by one, gleaming automobiles glided into the compound, disgorging men and women in immaculate evening attire. Their suits were immaculate, their gowns swept the pavement, yet what arrested Chen's attention most was the masks, each face concealed behind ornate filigree and feathers, an assembly of strangers transformed into enigmatic phantoms. The sight felt less like a celebration than a conspiracy. Lin Zihin watched from the shelter of a shadow, her brow knitting with concern. The sentry stationed by the gate inspected each arrival with a ritualistic gravity. Only those who produced a proper invitation were admitted. She leaned towards Chen and lowered her voice. Without an invitation and without masks, how could they possibly gain entry? Chen offered no immediate reply, his gaze instead tracing a quieter corner of the lot where a black Rolls-Royce had just come to rest. Night lent them cover as they slid through gloom toward the car. The man was rummaging in the trunk for feathered masks, laughing a moment with his companion, and then he was overpowered before he could utter protest. In a blur of movement, a shadow fell upon him, and a sharp strike felled his companion as well. Within seconds, both were unconscious, and the lot remained serenely indifferent. There was no spectacle, only the hush of efficiency. For a moment, Chen found words unnecessary. He admired her with a sincerity that surprised even him, and Lin Zihin felt the heat of his glance as a tangible thing. She attempted reflexively to arrange the front of the gown to shield herself from exposure, but the garment resisted modesty. Chen noticed the fallen woman at their feet and reached to cover her with a discarded coat. Lin Zihin glared and rebuked him for looking. He only smiled at her protestations and with casual gallantry slipped his arm around her waist. That single contact sent a current through her. Her limbs went slack as propriety and pretense collided. "Play the part," he whispered, reminding her that every couple in the courtyard wore the intimate familiarity of partners. They joined the stream of masked guests and were immediately absorbed into the pageant of the night. Hands linked, they presented the man's invitation to the receptionist, their fabricated composure meeting no resistance. Inside the grand salon awaited a blaze with light and murmurs where the auction would soon commence. Two strangers in borrowed finery moved past the threshold, deliberate and composed, into the heart of the masquerade. The moment Lin Zihan stepped into the auction hall, a cold, involuntary breath escaped her. The castle's ancient banquet chamber had been transmuted into an arena of extravagant private indulgence. A vast crystal chandelier descended from the dome, scattering prismatic light across the room. Beneath it, thick Persian carpets muted every footfall. Masked patrons clustered in discreet groups, clutching flutes of champagne and murmuring behind veils. The air was perfumed with costly cologne and the heavy smoke of cigars, a heady melange that bespoke decadence and avarice. Su Chen felt the tremor of her indignation and squeezed her hand reassuringly. His touch was warm and resolute, an anchor that steadied her. Lin inhaled slowly, summoning a measure of composure. She understood at once that this was not the moment for rash action. She glanced at Su Chen. His expression was veiled by a mask, yet the cold clarity in his eyes was unmistakable. If anything, his restraint hinted at a fiercer resolve than her own. They moved with deliberate courtesy toward a narrow service passage, stepping lightly to avoid drawing attention amid the hubbub of bidding below. The corridor lay hushed, punctuated only by distant raised voices and the steady tread of patrolling guards in black suits. These sentries were formidable, vigilant, and muscular, their silhouettes bristling with the air of professional security. Lin felt the familiar cold weight of her concealed pistol against her thigh and considered their numbers with apprehension. Su Chen demurred at the notion of a frontal confrontation. In a shadowed alcove, he activated a discreet command. In an instant, a silver exoskeletal armor sheathed his form. It clung like liquid metal, reflecting the dim corridor light with a frosty gleam. Lin watched, awed and unsteady at the sight of technology that seemed to belong to another age. Before she could fully react, Su Chen swept her into his arms with effortless strength. She gasped and instinctively looped her arms around his neck. "Hold on," he murmured, and a soft azure flame flickered as a propulsion unit engaged. Clinging to the ceiling like a phantom, they moved soundlessly over the heads of the oblivious guards. The castle's lofty rafters and the stealthy precision of the suit allowed them to traverse the corridor without a whisper. Below them, the sentries merely registered a passing draft and attributed it to the ventilation. They could never have imagined two living bodies had flown across the space above them. At the third-floor landing, two towering guards, black-suited and immovable as sentinels, watched the heavy door to the study. No alarm warned them of the shadow that dropped behind their shoulders. One by one, they went limp, struck at the nape with such practiced efficiency that they collapsed into a dreamlike stupor before they could draw breath. Su Chen deactivated the armor and resumed his ordinary suit, composed and unhurried. He turned, pushed open the ponderous wooden door, and stepped into the study where the true architect of this evening awaited. In the sumptuous chamber, a hearth blazed, casting a warm glow over leather upholstery and gilt fixtures. Reclining with palpable contentment on a genuine leather sofa was a man approaching his 50s, hair thinning yet fastidiously groomed. He wore a silk robe and cradled a glass of red wine, idly watching the spectacle of an auction unfolding below through a wall-mounted monitor. This was the master of the estate, Walian Yuedon. Walian swirled his wine with a complacent smile. "That is trifling," he scoffed. "The true treasures are yet to come. That bronze ding will bring no less than 50 million. 50 million. My God, is it real? Are those things made by those yellow-skinned people really worth that much?" The other woman blurted, goading his vanity. "They are fakes from Huaxia," Walian retorted with triumph. "The genuine pieces are in our hands. Who would suspect they originate from Huaxia?" Their conversation devolved into brazen arrogance and crude laughter of the women extolling him as though he were a god, promises of a party on his Caribbean, all declarations of fealty. The atmosphere in the study had turned languid and decadent, thick with indulgence, when the door swung open. A crease of displeasure marred Walian's face. He barked a warning that no one was to interrupt without his leave, yet his words were cut short. Two masked strangers stood in the doorway. Without speaking, Su Chen advanced calmly into the room, while Lin Zihan followed and shut the door behind them. Lin's eyes hardened at the sight of the disheveled foreign women. With the decisive swiftness of a veteran homicide investigator, she closed the distance. A pair of sharp, decisive strike-is-two crisp slaps, and two stifled cries, and the bewildered women were rendered unconscious, collapsed in clean, efficient heaps. Lin's movements were clinical and mercilessly effective. She discharged a pent-up indignation in a heartbeat. Walian, recognizing at once that his intruders were not mere trespassers but instruments of peril, retreated without regard for the fallen women. Lin, finally satisfied, turned only to find Su Chen staring intently at the two pallid forms on the floor. Annoyance flared anew in her. This lecherous man had not even had his fill earlier, and now gaped at what she had subdued. She lifted her foot to punish him, but where she expected soft flesh, she met an immovable hardness. Even stripped of his armor, Su Chen's quantum shield remained operative. Her blow rebounded, as if it struck steel, the reactive force sending pain up her leg. A list Su Chen enunciated with deliberate clarity. A catalog of every guest who has attended your family's clandestine auctions of Huaxia artifacts from your grandfather's generation to those present below tonight. Not one name omitted. Walian went ashen. He denied everything, trembling, while protesting that no such records existed, though a rational man of commerce kept meticulous ledgers, names, purchases, timestools for influence and leverage across generations of the Yuedun lineage. Su Chen's patient's thin disdain curled his lip. When Walian offered money, frenzied and pleading, Su Chen declined. His right hand shot forward, and in an instant Walian found himself hoisted from the floor by his throat. Feet kicked, hands scrabbled at a forearm that held him as if he weighed nothing. The color drained from his face as the reality of mortality, cold and immediate, replaced his earlier arrogance. This was not the posturing of a thug or the calculating cruelty of a business rival. It was the absolute predatory calm of someone who could end a life without hesitation. Suspended and choking, Walian rasped, pleading for release and bargaining in a futile attempt to stave off the inevitable. Su Chen's voice descended like a verdict. One last time he intoned the words, a lethal whisper, "Where is the list?" The password came out of Wei Lian in stuttered fragments, the last shreds of resistance gone. Su Chen entered the digits, the mechanism acknowledged, and the safe surrendered with a soft bureaucratic sigh. Inside lay a heavy leather ledger, its pages thick with age and culpability. One of the two items Su Chen retrieved and handed, as if passing a small stone to Lin Zhen. The book was ice in her hands. The ledger was a ledger of sins, a genealogical atlas of an evil perpetuated for generations. Su Chen turned and looked down upon Wei Lian, who writhed on the carpet like something deflated. "Very well, Mr. Wei," he said without warmth. "You have been compliant. Before we proceed to the next matter, I will offer you a reward." The words were a prelude to violence. Wei Lian, tasting ephemeral relief, allowed the near smile of survival to pass his lips, only to be interrupted by Su Chen's next sentence. Lin Zihan felt the color drain from her face. Years as a security operative had shown her cruelty and ruin in many forms, yet she had never witnessed such composed surgical savagery. The man who sat opposite her moments before, calm and inscrutable, had revealed another face, entirely one of cold, efficient retribution. Strangely beyond an initial recoil, she felt not revulsion, but an ineffable relief, an ugly satisfaction, braided with righteous indignation. She thought of stolen national treasures and of histories rewritten, and found herself whispering without permission that beasts of this kind deserved such raw justice. When Wei Lian had lost consciousness, Su Chen's dissatisfaction was barely concealed. He slapped him once, so that pain and humiliation yanked him awake. The sound was a sharp punctuation in the room. Blood and fragments of tooth marked the brutal realism of the act. Fear, now fused with physical agony, demolished the last traces of Wei Lian's will. "Devil," he muttered, as if the word could explain the hollowness that faced him. For a moment their attention was stolen by the glittering array. Then, with a suddenness that sliced the air, Wei Lian's expression contorted into something acrid and manic. Summoning what remained of his strength, he lurched backward, shoved past Su Chen and Lin Zihan, and darted out into the corridor. With the decisive cruelty of those accustomed to control, he slammed both doors and triggered their locks. Mechanisms clattered into place, sealing the vault as though it had been willed shut. From beyond the steel came his laughter, sharp, ecstatic, deranged, radiating through the intercom. "Fools! Did you believe you could contend with the noble Yuedun line?" He taunted, the words a fizzing gauntlet thrown into the sealed dark. A manic, distorted laugh crackled through the intercom beyond the great door, invading the treasury like a malignant tide. Wei Lian's voice poured into the chamber, vindictive, exultant, each syllable a deliberate blade. Lin Zihan felt her heart plummet. Her attention had been absorbed by the artifacts. By the time she registered his movement, it was already too late to intervene. She dashed to the hulking circular metal portal and hammered against it, then pushed with all her strength. The only response was a somber, hopeless reverberation. The door seemed more formidable than a bank vault, an implacable barrier to any ordinary means of escape. From the speaker, Wei Lian crowed about submarine-grade steel and a wall a meter thick, boasting that even armor-piercing ordnance would prove impotent. He proclaimed himself the sole key to their deliverance, gloating in the prospect of their slow descent into darkness. His taunts were venomous and lurid. He savored a future in which, when they lay broken and pleading, he would release them only to inflict a new, more exquisite horror. He promised to show them the meaning of hell and boundless torment, and spoke with nauseating specificity of shattering bones inch by inch and fashioning a lampshade from flesh. Lin Zihan's blood boiled, her fists clenched until her nails bit into her palms without her feeling it. Rage threatened to shatter her calm. Su Chen at last registered her expression, and with languid indifference plucked at his ear as though dismissing a trivial nuisance. He made light of Wei Lian's vocal exertions and told her to let the man howl, while he could the sight of him luxuriating in his own vitriol struck Su Chen as almost pitiable. Lin Zihan seethed at his nonchalance, rebuking him to be serious or they would perish. He soothed her with a casual gesture, smoothing her hair in a manner both unnerving and oddly consoling. His touch was warm and dry, an assurance in human form that stilled some of her panic. Then Su Chen strode to the colossal door and rapped it with composed fingers. He muttered about the famed thickness of the metal as if weighing a trivial boast. Beyond, Wei Lian assumed Su Chen must be attempting brute force and laughed cruelly at the notion. Su Chen ignored the jeers. He looked up at the surveillance camera with a mischievous lift to his mouth. In an instant, a sheen of silver light unfurled over his frame. A sleek exoskeleton resolved around him with the clean, violent poetry of advanced engineering. Plating folded and restructured, nanometal creased into a shoulder-mounted assembly that burgeoned into a cannon, its barrel wide and ominous. The apparition of the weapon rendered Wei Lian's derision mute. The monitor reflected his frozen countenance, the madness and swagger drained away and replaced by stark, nameless dread. Lin Zihan stared speechless and wide-eyed as Su Chen's new silhouette seemed to belong to a different order of being. She pointed at the formidable cannon, unable to form a complete sentence. Su Chen read her astonishment like a pleased craftsman admiring his work. With a wry, almost playful assurance, he told her not to be afraid. The spectacle was not aimed at her. He offered in a tone equal parts jest and menace to let her witness the might of his ordnance. In the next instant, a beam of energy brighter than the sun erupted from Su Chen's cannon. It struck the 1-meter-thick special alloy vault door with an invincible force. There was no cinematic explosion, only a grating sizzle that made teeth ache. The door that Walian Yuedun had boasted even tanks could not budge, yielded like soft butter beneath that blaze. The intense heat liquefied and vaporized metal at once, a visible aperture, its edges glowing molten orange, widened at an astonishing rate. Sparks flew and rivulets of molten metal cascaded like a scarlet waterfall, pooling into glaring, incandescent puddles on the floor. The temperature of the entire vault surged in seconds. The air shimmered and warped with heat. Although Lin Zihan had obediently stepped back at Su Chen's behest, she still felt the oppressive, terrifying wave of heat. She stood motionless, dumbfounded, her mind blank. She had assumed Su Chen's miraculous armor was primarily defensive and designed for flight. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined the suit housed an offensive weapon of such lethal capacity. Its power lay far beyond her comprehension. How many secrets did this man continue to conceal? Walian Yuedun had become utterly stupefied, frozen, as if he were a statue, the alarm bells blaring in his ears. The vault doors, forged at great expense, had been torn as if they were paper. The color drained from Walian's face with every passing second, replaced by an ashen pallor. He muttered incoherently, trembling uncontrollably. One moment he had been complacent, certain of his dominance. The next he plummeted into hopelessness, as if cast headlong into an abyss. The swing from arrogance to despair rendered him incapable even of flight. When both doors had been pierced and the grim corridor beyond revealed itself, Su Chen finally lowered his arm. He turned toward the stunned Lin Zihan and allowed a teasing inflection into his voice. "How is it? Not bad, this cannon of mine. Stay with me, and I will show you even more formidable armaments." Lin Zihan stared at the gaping wound in the metal door, at the searing red streams of molten iron still dripping from the rupture, utterly immobilized. She opened her mouth to speak, but found her capacity for speech utterly failed her. She was left with nothing but astonishment. She looked at Su Chen's armored silhouette, and beyond the lingering curiosity and admiration there now glowed a deeper, reverent awe. Su Chen paid her no more attention and strode toward the steaming breach. In the corridor, Walian had collapsed to the floor, his trousers soaked with liquid. He had lost control of his bowels from sheer terror. At the sight of the imposing figure emerging from the hole, like an infernal specter, Walian trembled as if he were a leaf in a gale. He scrambled backward, emitting incoherent wails. "Don't come near me. Don't come near me," he babbled. "Demon, you are a demon." With measured steps, each one landing as though on Walian's heart, Su Chen approached. Walian wailed, grasping at mercy. He beat his forehead to the ground until blood welled, sobbing that he had 50 billion pounds in a Zurich account and offering the entire Yuedun family fortune in a plea for his life. Su Chen stood over him, looking down with cool disdain. The tableau mirrored the fantasy Walian had indulged only moments before, but the positions were reversed. "Spare you." Su Chen's words were laced with cold irony. "When did I ever promise to end you swiftly?" For a heartbeat, a sliver of hope flared in Walian's eyes. Money had always seemed to him the currency of salvation. Then Su Chen's next sentence plunged him into a frozen abyss. "Death would be far too merciful for you." With that, he lifted his foot. A blood-curdling scream cleaved the corridor as Su Chen crushed Walian's left knee with precise, ruthless force. The crisp snap of bone echoed, making the skin crawl. The knee bent at an unnatural angle, white bone shards tore through fabric and flesh. Torture rolled over Willian in waves, he convulsed, eyes bulging, as if they might be forced from their sockets. Faint as she was to the spectacle, Lin Zihan turned her head away. She felt no sympathy for him. She judged his ruined, deserved diet. The vivid brutality made her physically ill. Su Chen mocked civilities about aristocratic canes and declared that a wheelchair would be more fitting than a limping gait. He planted his boot on Willian's other knee, and the second bone-cracking sound drowned out the man's entreaties. Both legs were shattered in symmetrical ruin. Willian foamed at the mouth and writhed like a fish flung ashore. Su Chen crouched, removing his helmet to reveal a smile that only sharpened the horror of his words. He forced Willian to meet his gaze, clamping his hand on the man's jaw. Your ancestors stormed our gates with guns and cannons and plundered our treasures. For over a century, your Yuedun lineage has been a malignant parasite fattening itself on the lifeblood of our people while indulging in luxury. Did you think I would grant you a merciful death? His gaze chilled every joint. 2 legs and 1 hand are not punishment enough. I will make you live out your days like an animal gnawed by endless pain and despair. He released Willian's chin and moved his hand downward. The terror in Willian's eyes deepened into a knowledge of what was to come. He writhed and strained to escape, but it was futile. No. They returned to the vault. The space opened before them like a private museum segmented by towering glass cases and multi-tiered cabinets. Paintings and calligraphy, porcelain, bronzes, jade, gold, and silver, Buddhist statues, ancient volumes, and first editions works spanning the 5,000-year current of Huaxia civilization lay, ensconced in climate-controlled glass. Under the soft illumination, each object exuded a quiet halo, as if whispering the vicissitudes of its long journey in mute testimony. Lin Zihan's gaze fastened on an isolated case where an archaic square bronze ding reclined, its surface mottled with verdigris, yet still radiating the grave weight and dignity of remote antiquity. Its belly was incised with intricate dowdy motifs that throbbed with primordial power. This ding is no lesser than the Humyua ding, she breathed, her voice trembling. Though not a specialist, she had visited the National Museum and had seen that sovereign of bronzes, what stood before her could only be a national treasure of equal stature. Piecing the clues together, Su Chen's contempt turned to cold fury. The Yuedun household had not merely been pillagers, they had been consummate fraudsters. They commissioned counterfeits of peerless craftsmanship, orchestrated clandestine swaps at auction, and retained the genuine articles, while selling the forgeries for real capital. A corrupt mechanism of double gains, immaculate in design. Lin Zihan's understanding arrived with a bolt of fury and horror. No wonder in recent years so many purported national treasures purchased from abroad were later declared fakes, she said, chest rising and falling with indignation. The root of those scandals lies here. She straightened instinctively. The evening gown she wore hugged her like armor, the lines of it accentuating her resolve and outrage. With a single decisive slap, he shattered the thick, bulletproof glass. He plucked one of the brush washers, and to Lin Zihan's stupefaction tossed it to the floor. It struck and fractured into a crisp shower of porcelain shards. Lin Zihan cried out and lunged forward, aghast at the ruin of such apparent perfection. Her face blanched with pain and disbelief. Are you mad? How do you know it's a fake? What if you are wrong? She demanded, voice trembling. Su Chen did not answer her question. Instead, with a cold, intimate reproach that she could not have anticipated, he asked simply, are you shouting at me? Lin Zihan stared at Su Chen's unreasonable comportment, her mind suddenly aflutter, as though 10,000 horses were thundering through it. Her mouth hung open and her eyes bulged. She stood there almost idiotic, fixed on him. What was happening? Had she shouted at him? The crucial matter was that he might have damaged a national treasure. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, as if the very logic that guided her was about to unravel under Su Chen's antics. Su Chen, seeing her silence, escalated his theatrics. He clutched his chest with affected anguish, his expression resembling that of a delicate little nymph. After all the toil I endured helping you distinguish the genuine from the counterfeit, bearing the colossal burden that a single mistake would bring, yet you dare to shout at me. His feigned hurt made Lin Zihan blink in stupefaction. She began to protest, but Su Chen's gaze grew even more plaintive, as if accusing her of attempting to wriggle free from blame. Do you not trust me? He asked in a voice thick with faux disappointment. I confided in you, revealed every secret, even my greatest trump card. And yet in your heart I am but a reckless brute who smashes national treasures. His lament, so overblown nevertheless, softened her anger. The conviction that had flared in Lin Zihan cooled at once. She found her voice small and uncertain. I did not mean it like that. I was just so anxious. Su Chen arched an eyebrow, skeptical, until she capitulated completely. Fine. I believe you. I promise. Her tone softened into near entreaty. Say you're sorry. I'm sorry, she whispered, chastened. Su Chen pretended to relent, granting a reluctant forgiveness. Do not do that again. His expression brightened at once, swapping severity for triumph like a page turned. Lin Zihin realized he had been teasing her, but she wisely let the matter drop. She admitted to herself that arguing with Su Chen was useless. It was like shouting at a wall, or worse, still striking metal where no echo would respond. Yet beneath her annoyance, there was a peculiar enjoyment of their playful banter, the intimacy of their barbed affection. Collecting herself, Lin Zihin pointed toward the room, full of treasures, and raised the most practical question. Even if you can tell which pieces are real, there are so many genuine items, easily thousands. How can the two of us carry them all away? That was the crux of the matter. Even after smashing the forgeries, the remaining authentic works would fill multiple containers. The two of them empty-handed could not possibly haul a Qingtong Ding, a Yuan Qinghua, and several Guhua out of the manor. They might not even make it off the estate, much less out of Yueden. After teasing the bewildered Lin Zihin, Su Chen pivoted toward his next objective. Like a tireless porter, he commenced a meticulous purge of the treasure chamber. With astonishing efficiency, he gathered genuine relics into his transcendent repository and pulverized every counterfeit until restoration was impossible. Wherever Su Chen passed, precious artifacts vanished as if plucked from the air, each authentic piece sequestered into his superdimensional archive. The fakes reduced to irreparable fragments would no longer pose danger. In under 10 minutes, every Huaxia relic in the vault, from colossal Buddha statues to diminutive seals, had been swept away. Surveying the devastation on the floor, Lin Zihin felt no sorrow. Instead, she experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. These forgeries had deceived innumerable patriotic patrons and kept treasures that ought to have returned home in perpetual exile. They deserved destruction. Left to linger, they would only become future calamities. Just as Lin Zihin presumed Su Chen had finished, he continued onward toward the section housing artifacts from other civilizations. He paused, eyes trained on a nearby display case containing a golden funerary mask, its austere yet opulent design suffused with foreign mystique. A placard identified it as Tu Tankamen's golden mask from the new kingdom of Ig. Su Chen's gaze brightened. This object ought to belong to the Ig Qiaji of Baowen. How had it come to rest here? The reach of the Yuedun family was boundless. He scoffed at their audacity and with imperious conviction declared the mask his. Since he had seen it, it was henceforth in his custody. He spoke grandly of perspective and optics. Let these objects rest in the hands of thieves, and they remain ill-gotten goods placed under his guardianship. They would become instruments of cultural exchange and instruments of peace. Once the haul was transported home, the state could negotiate with the artifacts' countries of origin. Through diplomatic leverage, legitimate treasures adrift abroad could be swapped in an exercise of cultural diplomacy. At Su Chen's blueprint, Lin Zihin's eyes lit. Official intervention would mute questions about provenance. With the current leverage of her family, no one would dare pursue the origins of the collection. She admired Su Chen's audacity and acuity. He was not merely formidable in capability, but also relentlessly inventive, always thinking farther and deeper than she could. Satisfied with their plunder, Su Chen signaled departure. Lin Zihin then remembered the items consigned to the auction, recent national treasures shipped from home. Su Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he nodded toward the thick leather ledger Lin Zihin had cradled throughout. The account recorded every distinguished guest from the auction, a comprehensive roster. He smiled thinly. They would not escape. Each piece bought that night would in due course be returned to them, principal with interest. A chill crept through Lin Zihin as she met Su Chen's solemn eyes. She realized his words were not idle. A sweeping, unprecedented campaign against Yuedun's high society was about to unfold, and its architect was this deceptively benign, unervingly capable man. They retraced their steps toward the entrance. William Yuedun still lay collapsed like a mass of rotten flesh, drooling, emitting a foul stench. He had not died, but was sunk in a profound coma, his features contorted as if in some grotesque reverie. Lin Zihin suddenly interceded, insisting they could not abandon him there. Her plea was cloaked in benevolence and calculation. Su Chen was perplexed at first. Given Lin Zihin's ruthless disposition, why spare William? She smiled with a semblance of compassion and explained that the vault's concealment would likely forestall discovery. If left alone, he might starve over days, and such an end would be a disservice. Instead, they would relocate him to the manor, place him conspicuously, so his retainers would find him, secure the best medical care and attendance, and ensure his life was prolonged to savor his impending despair. Su Chen's lips twitched in approval. He raised a thumb in salute to Lin Zihin's merciless ingenuity. She remained the same resolute enforcer of justice they had witnessed in darker encounters. For a fleeting moment, he regretted having provoked her earlier. To imagine her meeting such measures upon him was an unsettling thought. Su Chen and Lin Zihin did not retrace their original steps. They emerged from the earth through the central tunnel. For Su Chen, this was scarcely a feat. They had avoided the guards and left Walian in the garden in a spot neither conspicuous nor truly hidden. After changing into their own clothes, they slipped silently away from the estate. Under the shroud of night, Su Chen cradled Lin Zihan, and they returned to the glittering metropolis where lights and indulgence awaited. They adopted a familiar routine. Su Chen deftly bypassed the lock and strode into a different presidential suite, opulent in a divergent style, but equally excessive. Lin Zihan retreated to the bathroom to wash away the grime of their ordeal. Su Chen did not resume a security sweep. Instead, he produced the leather ledger he had pried from Weilian's safe. Its pages were dense with names. He photographed each page with meticulous care and dispatched the images to Long Xiaoshan, asking him to run background checks on the listed individuals. To proceed with their next moves, Su Chen needed to know where these people's strongholds lay. Su Chen chose candor. He explained plainly and without flourish how he and Lin Zihan had removed the national treasures from the museum in a clean substitution, emptied the Yuedun Jesus vault, and observed the auction in the mansion. He recounted how he had ensured Weilian remained alive, yet incapacitated in the garden before fleeing. Long absorbed the tale in a silence punctuated by heavy breaths, the old soldier's anger transmuting into grave concern. When he finally spoke, he asked where Su Chen was, and whether he was safe, for the artifacts mattered far less than the man's life. Do not be overly apprehensive, the voice on the line instructed with uncompromising calm. Even if you stir up trouble, do not fret. Remember that what you do is for Huaxia, for the 1.4 billion compatriots. Regardless of circumstance, the nation stands irrevocably behind you. Su Chen held the phone motionless, the words sinking into a silence that lasted several heartbeats before he answered. Understood, Commander. I know my limits. The reply on the other end was brusque. Limits? Keep in constant contact. Understood. Yes. He ended the call and let himself sink into the soft embrace of the sofa. He looked up at the crystal chandelier that hung like a small, luminous constellation from the ceiling. A warmth, quiet and pervasive, filled him, not the effusive sentimentality that could be stirred by a few flattering lines, but a fundamental, almost sacred recognition. He was not easily moved by speeches, yet this felt different. It was the kind of attention that emanates from the very apparatus of the state, pure and profound, a conviction that he was not alone on the field. Behind him stood an entire nation, Huaxia itself. The sensation resembled that of a wayward child who, no matter how great the transgression, knows there will always be a guardian to say, "Do not fear, we are here." He allowed himself a genuine laugh. How comforting it was to have a motherland as a bulwark. A lazy, curious voice drifted from behind him. Why the foolish laughter? Su Chen turned and saw Lin Zihan emerging from the bathroom, clad only in a towel. The contours of her form were arresting, the skin just cleansed and still carrying a delicate rosiness under the light like a ripe peach. Two long, elegant legs extended from beneath the towel, while bare feet planted softly on the carpet, toes charmingly rounded. The sight arrested him for a moment. She seemed to have shed restraint altogether. Yesterday, it had been a robe, today a towel. The suggestive ambiguity was more intoxicating than any explicit revelation. He chastised himself inwardly and forced his gaze away, composing his face into an expression of solemn propriety. It is nothing, he declared, clearing his throat. Rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Lin Zihan, who apparently had not noticed the stray look, responded with immediate alertness at the mention of plans. What are we doing tomorrow? Are we going door to door, conducting zero-cost requisitions as listed? Her eyes lit up with mischief and a hunger for action. Su Chen observed the gleam in them with an uneasy amusement. Her temperament, once that of a public servant, had been skewed toward brigandage by his influence. She could not resist the thought of a direct confrontational campaign against exploitative capitalists, though he judged such extremes beyond what was prudent for her current status. What? I go back alone. She snapped, towel clutched as if to anchor herself. The motion made the towel tremble perilously. For a heartbeat, it slid dangerously lower. Su Chen's gaze dwelled there for 2 more seconds before he averted it with feigned innocence. Yes, you return home. He kicked his legs up, plucked an apple from the fruit tray, and bit into it with casual composure. Her indignation erupted. Why should I be left behind? We are partners. One does not abandon a comrade midway. He considered her plea. This is a temporary alliance, he said slowly around the apple. When the job is finished, the team dissolves. She protested, insisting there remained more to accomplish, pointing to a ledger containing 100 and odd names they had yet to confront. She sprang forward in a flurry of elegant motion, bringing a sudden whiteness before him that made his eyes water and his uncharitable thoughts whisper that such legs were wasted on rickshaw driving work. He swallowed the apple and spoke with a sterner tone. You have been missing for days. Even though you checked in with Hiju and assured them your disappearance still leaves the police on edge. If anything goes awry, if your presence becomes known, the consequences would be irreparable. My next actions require absolute discretion. On error and identities could be exposed. Lin Zihan opened her mouth to retort, but could find no logic to mount in opposition. Indeed, what he intended would demand extremes of secrecy and cunning that only Su Chen could withstand. Her own record consisted of 2 half-clad encounters with minimal combat value. In truth, she was a liability when compared to his inexhaustible repertoire of stratagems. He spoke again, and rare gentleness softened his baritone, lending it a magnetic hush. He told her the path ahead would be sordid and chaotic. He would wallow in the mire alone, he would not drag her into filth. Then he leaned close, his warm breath stirring her ear, and confessed he could not bear to let even the smallest harm befall her. The admission struck Lin Zihan like a thunderclap. Her face flushed to the roots of her neck, her limbs went rigid, and thought fled from her mind. In the presence of Su Chen's beguiling tongue, she had no defense. Eventually, she capitulated to his plan, promising to visit the embassy the next day and return home. The following morning, Su Chen escorted Lin Zihan to the Huaxia embassy in Yuehongua. In her resentful gaze, he looked upon her with a reverence reserved for rare things. His last glance through the lenses of his glasses was precious and lingering before he turned away with an almost theatrical elan. Then he departed, leaving nothing of himself but the memory of a folded sleeve and a silent vow. Over the next fortnight, an unprecedented calamity befell the most aristocratic houses of Yuehongua. Each night, Su Chen unleashed his full arsenal. He did not strike at Lin Zihan. She had already left Huaxia, but at the families listed in William Yuedun's ledgers, learning their names through intelligence supplied by Long Xiaodian. He visited each estate in turn, slipping into fortified castles and manors in the hour when watchfulness drooped and the night was a cloak. The lavish security systems that the rich had purchased with their fortunes proved laughable before Su Chen's advanced armor and ocular apparatus. Without firing a shot, and without disturbing a single sleeping soul, he pinpointed hidden vaults and secret chambers and emptied them clean. Each raid left no trace but the absence of treasure, cleaner than a swarm of locusts. He attacked with a remorseless efficiency that bordered on madness. He did not spare works of global renown either. Van Gogh, Picasso manuscripts by Da Vinci were incorporated into his shipments. On the surface, Yuehongua remained undisturbed. No public outcry announced the thefts. Yet beneath, the calm families who had been emptied of their collections seethed in silence. They could not openly proclaim loss that would expose their secret accumulations. Instead, they swallowed their grievances, marshaled influence, and launched desperate searches for the elusive thieves who had shamed them. The greatest casualty was the Yuedun family. William Yuedun lay confined in the most expensive private medical facility in London, broken in body and spirit. Accused rightly or wrongly of betraying his kin by revealing their concealed treasures, he found himself the scapegoat for a cascade of reprisals. The pressures, visible and clandestine, compounded the Yuedun house's decline, pushing it toward ruin. William's days would become more harrowing than a long descent into hell, a certainty that weighed on Su Chen as he continued his solitary labor, a painful duty he performed with an odd private joy. The Yongle Dadayan comprised 110951 and 22937 volumes, approximately 370 million characters. The catalog alone consumed 61. After completion in the 6th year of Yongle, only one master copy remained jealously guarded within the imperial palace. Not until the Jiajing era was a duplicate transcribed to preserve it. Over 6 centuries of dynastic upheaval, invasions, and internal turmoil, the colossus of books suffered theft, loss, and fragmentation. Volumes were consumed by war, dispersed abroad, or secreted into private collections. For a people, this loss became a wound upon the national memory. The total exceeded 3,000 volumes. Priceless pages, each more valuable than kingdoms, lay within reach. Su Chen let out a measured breath. A tumultuous joy rose within him at the sight. With a deliberate act of will, he withdrew more than 3,000 volumes in an instant, and they vanished into the ordered void of his hyperdimensional space. He then turned his attention to the remaining artifacts. Su Chen's elation was unrestrained. At last the 12 heads were whole. He liberated the relic with a mixture of reverence and triumph, promising to restore its dignity after years of humiliation. With that, his sweep of the estate continued, each discovery amplifying the gravity of the haul. Far to the northwest, atop a cliff overlooking the English Channel, Yingjili Haixian, ancient blackened castle brooded, its silhouette fused to the night. The estate did not appear on ordinary maps. It served as a forbidden locus, one of the true centers of Western power. Within its heart, an opulent but dim council chamber hosted a convocation of figures clad in black robes, hoods drawn. 13 high-backed chairs of ebony formed a circle. The northern seat remained empty, while the other 12 were occupied by hooded silhouettes who exuded a suffocating aura, as if risen from tombs. Lancelot's voice slid across the chamber, thin, slick, and reptilian, expressing condolences for recent misfortunes that had befallen their families. His words stung the assembled. Across from him, a broad-shouldered man, his eyes rimmed with bloodshot fury, slammed a palm upon the table. "My family vault has been emptied," he roared, spittle flecking the air. Centuries of accumulation vanished in a single night. We are left without even a clue as to the perpetrator. This is a humiliation to the Shengdian Qishituan. The others titans who manipulated global finance, commanded armies, and influenced prime ministerial appointments shared his outrage. Their inviolable treasuries had been breached, and their ancestral caches plundered beyond piecemeal intelligence from the incapacitated Walian Yudun. They possessed no answers, only impotent fury. Lanzarote quelled the tumult with a single deliberate utterance. He cautioned them that these incidents were not mere burglaries. He tapped the ebony table with a skeletal finger and reminded the Council of the Northern Alliance's elite mercenary contingent Sunnites nurtured for decades, whose recent annihilation had been both inexplicable and absolute. Those detachments had been struck down while executing operations aimed at Huaxia. Importantly, the most prized items plundered from their vaults were Huaxia artifacts. The faces at the table fell whispers of Swalang and Duxi mercenary corps whose obliteration they had heard of, but not linked to their own thefts, now rippled through the chamber. If an adversary could silently liquidate such top-tier forces, then their capabilities surpassed conventional comprehension. The same inscrutable proficiency seemed at work in the infiltration of their sanctums. Around the round table, figures in black robes leaned forward, their gazes fixed with iron intensity upon the satellite photograph. Muffled gasps escaped beneath their hoods. They had witnessed the apex of human technology and the strangest anomalies, yet the sight in that image defied even their seasoned comprehension. It seemed not of this era. A hush settled, only the fireplace's embers whispered. At the table's far end sat a diminutive figure in black who had not uttered a sound throughout. Her codename was Poxyware. Young and unassuming in appearance, she sat with an air of detached calm, as if the deliberations belonged to some distant world. Her attention had remained wrapped upon a single photograph from the beginning. The photo showed Su Chun and Lin Zihin strolling along Mujinjutu, each clutching an ice cream cone. Su Chun wore a casual white shirt, and a half-languid smile, his face turned toward Lin Zihin as he spoke. Afternoon light softened his profile, rendering him handsome in a gentle way. Poxyware stared as if she hoped to engrave every nuance of his expression upon her soul. Far to the east in Huaxia, within an austere military installation considered one of the nation's most secure, the night watch did not sleep. Guard posts proliferated, drones patrolled the skies, incessantly radar arrays hummed without respite. Any unauthorized craft that breached the no-fly zone would be destroyed without hesitation. Yet through this labyrinth of defenses a silver streak descended, as if through a seam in reality, alighting deftly before a warehouse at the compound's heart. When the light dissipated, Su Chun stepped into the night. Having looted the Kandik Sugabeo of the Mayor Bull family, Su Chun had not tarried abroad, but returned immediately. He stored the final and most precious of his spoils in that warehouse. The building served merely as an intermediate station. Only Su Chun and a trusted few had access. From there, the artifacts would be transferred discreetly to a larger repository for cataloging, restoration, and study. The procedure was deliberate, partly to conceal provenance and partly to shield the truth of Su Chen's extraordinary method of transportation from public scrutiny. Long Xiaoshan, who commanded with unhesitating trust, refrained from prying into the logistics. He respected Su Chen's discretion and recognized that some technologies one kept close because exposure would be worse than silence. After unloading, Su Chun emerged with a lightness of step. Long Xiaoshan, waiting outside, greeted him with barely contained elation. This, he said, was the last consignment. Su Chun confirmed it was. Long Xiaodian clapped his shoulder and promised to show him the tally of his acquisitions, cautioning only that the scene might be disorderly. As they approached the main warehouse, a tumultuous din preceded them, borne on the night wind. The sounds were a dissonant chorus of jubilant shouts, restrained sobs, and strange cries, hardly the noises one expected within a fortified military facility. At the warehouse entrance, soldiers stood at attention with rifles slung and saluted as Long Xiaotian arrived. The heavy metal doors slid aside with a metallic rumble to reveal a furnace of activity. Dust, oil, and a feverish exhilaration washed over them. The interior was vast, the scale of the ceiling alarming, illuminated by an array of high-powered floodlights that turned night into day. Thousands of people moved within like an industrious colony. In a dimmer quarter of the great hall, far from the floodlights, a quieter procession of custodians carried wrapped parcels and padded cases toward the inner repository. Only a handful knew the route that ultimately led to the clandestine vault intended for particularly sensitive items. Su Chen's cargo would be handled with the highest discretion before being dispersed to long-term safekeeping. This was the choreography of concealment and care he had orchestrated, an unspoken pact between him and those he trusted. As the night advanced, the hubbub within the warehouse did not abate, but assumed the rhythm of a grand machine in motion. Outside the compound remained a bastion of vigilance. Within, history was being catalogued and guarded, and among the many who toiled, Su Chun walked with the quiet authority of a man who knew what he had reclaimed and what he intended to protect. There were conservationists, archaeologists, historians, curators, logistical personnel, and a cadre of soldiers responsible for perimeter security. In total, the workforce numbered into the thousands. Had the building not been designed for bulky military hardware, it would not have been nearly large enough to contain so many people and so much scholarly fervor. As Su Chen scanned the scene, an involuntary twitch crossed his lips. Long Xiaotian had not exaggerated. The place was a magnificent chaos. The staid dignity of these ordinarily solemn scholars had evaporated. Shouts, cries, disputes, and rapt exclamations rose in an unending tide. An elderly expert cradled a Qinghua vase, tears streaming as he fondly wiped its surface as though tending to a beloved. A middle-aged academic lay across a display case, beating his chest and wailing over an ancient painting as if bereft of a stolen ancestral grave. A circle of bronzework specialists danced around a massive fanging, their voices rising in a strange, almost ritual cadence. One vociferous middle-aged man, lost to some delirious enchantment, pointed at priceless items and muttered incoherent refrains that sounded like the ravings of someone intoxicated by beauty. The whole tableau resembled not a secure archive at the heart of a conflict zone, but rather an unruly stall at Panjiawen, the worst sort of flea market. Even the most reputable antique fairs would not dare to display so many national treasures in the open. To the uninitiated, the accumulation of such artifacts in a single place would reek of forgery. To remove even one would trigger consternation throughout the collecting world. Su Chen turned to Long Xiaotian and smiled. "Commander, where did you recruit all these characters? Are they for real?" Long Xiaotian replied with casual pride. "Rest assured, their identities pass the strictest vetting by Qianbu. Their records are clean and their loyalty beyond question." He felt the weight of having secured high-level acquiescence for Su Chen's operation, a concession won only with the backing of Nie Yuanshan and the endorsement of the entire Dongyu Zhang. Had he not offered that guarantee, the plunder would have been halted at once. If anything had gone awry, China's international standing would have been imperiled. But once the nature of what Su Chen had retrieved became known, every doubt evaporated. Instead of being reprimanded, Long Xiaotian had been commended. The recognition mattered less than the knowledge that in peacetime he had found another way to defend the nation and redeem its dignity. Within Long Xiaotian's chest swelled a rare, unalloyed pride. He regarded Su Chen with warmth and even entertained the private, somewhat ludicrous thought of offering Long Ying as a match. He wore his satisfaction openly, afraid by the spectacle. "This is professionalism," he said, amused by Su Chen's dazed expression. "This is only the tip of the iceberg. You brought back too many items, too precious. We amassed the best minds from across the country into this 1,000-strong team to catalog and conserve them day and night. Even so, it will take months to complete an initial inventory." Su Chen pursed his lips. "I am not frightened, merely somewhat disillusioned. Look at this scene," he gestured. "A stranger might think Panjiawen's ghost market had opened and at its lowest fringe." Long Xiaotian laughed heartily once he grasped the analogy. He chastised Su Chen lightly and then grew solemn. He stepped back, looked him in the eye, and offered an unexpected salute. "On behalf of the Dongyu Zhang, on behalf of those who sacrificed themselves protecting these cultural treasures, and on my own behalf, I extend my highest respect to you." Su Chen, startled by the ceremonial gravity, steadied him. "Commander, you flatter me. If you had not been my support, I would never have dared do this." Long Xiaotian lowered his hand, his gaze burning. "What you have accomplished transcends ordinary praise. The state and the people will not forget." A warmth spread through Su Chen. He deflected the solemnity with his habitual irreverence. "We are comrades. Let us not indulge in mutual adulation. On a practical note, the final consignment is imminent. Better have the medical team on standby and keep emergency vasodilators ready. I worry some of the older experts might succumb to the shock." He winked meaningfully. Long Xiaotian scolded him with a laugh and then grew grave as he recounted how several experts had already fainted, one being revived 3 times. Those cases were from the newest arrivals, most others have grown numb. As long as the last batch does not include anything too sensational, there should be no more incidents, he asserted with confidence. Su Chen's expression darkened imperceptibly. "Commander, I advise against undue optimism." Long Xiaoshan, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean?" Su Chen replied with quiet intensity, "You have no idea what that thing is." Where moments before there had been clamor, now there was a strange, reverent hush. All gazes fixed on the trolleys shrouded beneath thick tarpaulins, the anticipation simmering like hunger before a feast. The escorting soldiers lifted the coverings with unnerving gentleness. When the contents were revealed, a soft stir rippled through the crowd. There were no glittering golds, no ornate porcelains, no majestic bronzes. Instead, each trolley bore square, climate-controlled cases, their metallic surfaces catching the light. Through the transparent lids, neatly stacked volumes were visible, thread-bound books. A few of the younger researchers and staff showed faint disappointment. To them, these grayish tomes lacked the immediate dazzle of gem-encrusted objects. But the silvered-haired scholars reacted differently. They leaned forward, breath quickening, eyes widening, as if the books themselves could be pierced by sight. To those who had devoted their lives to letters and culture, the preservation of script and the continuity of civilization were worth more than any treasure of metal or stone. The head of the Manuscripts and Paintings Division, Vice Director Wang of Gugong Baoyuan, was the first to respond. His voice hoarse with excitement, urged caution, and ordered one climate box opened at once. A scent unique to antiquity paper inked the faint hollow perfume of old ages pilled from the case. Wang, gloves donned, almost lunged forward. With trembling hands he lifted a volume. Its cover was a pale, aged yellow, corners worn by time, yet the craftsmanship remained evident. 2 characters written in vermilion adorned the front. The moment he read them, Wang's body went rigid, as if struck by lightning. The book slipped from his hands with a soft thud, and he sank down, all the marrow seemingly drained from his legs, and utter vacancy in his posture. Those near him rushed in alarm, but Wang did not hear them. He stared at the case, lips quivering, tears welling. His voice, when it emerged, was hoarse and ground raw. Jinmao Tower. The name detonated through the silence like an explosive. For a breathless instant, everyone was stunned. The disappointed juniors, the soldiers on duty, even Long Xiaoxinon had expected this. The Jinmao Tower, the encyclopedic monument celebrated as the largest compendium in world history, the repository of millennia of Chinese thought to be shattered and scattered by centuries of war and theft, had improbably arrived here, and in numbers that suggested far more than a single survivor. Pandemonium followed the stunned pause. Experts surged forward as if overcome by a common ancestral impulse. Ceramists, bronzework specialists, archaeologists, restorers. At that moment, they were simply sons and daughters of Yanhuazisin, united by a single cultural reverence. A hoarse cry broke through the crowd. An elderly spare man with a shock of white hair and old-fashioned black-rimmed spectacles pointed and shook with uncontrollable sobs. Shi Xiaorong, the unquestioned titan in the study of rare Chinese editions, had given his life to tracing and restoring Jinmao Tower fragments scattered overseas. He had chased a single torn folio across continents, labored for months to repair a single damaged character. To see before him what could make a small mountain of volumes, he collapsed into unfettered grief, pressing his cheek to the cold lid of a case and weeping like a child. The normally austere scholars, disciplined to the point of rigidity, had abandoned every remnant of decorum. Some knelt on the floor, kissing the climate-controlled chests that preserved the volumes, murmuring prayers. Others clasped one another in tight embraces, sobs wrenching from them uncontrollably. A few surrendered to a kind of rapture, laughing through tears and repeating with fervent cadence, Tinyuzanghua, Tinyuaxia. From a distance, Su Chun stood in silence, observing the scene with a quiet heart. He watched Shi Xiaorong, an elder, who after his first overwhelming outburst had been steadied to his feet. The old man, slipped on pristine white gloves and hands trembling yet resolute, cradled a copy of the Jinmao Tower. With the pads of his fingers, he traced the inked characters as if centuries had browned the paper but not eroded the clarity of the script. His gaze brimmed with reverence and an almost parental tenderness, as though he had found a child lost to time. In that instant, Su Chun felt a deep stir within him. Every sleepless night, every perilous errand of the past fortnight suddenly seemed vindicated. Long Xiaodian appeared beside him, voice husky with emotion. He gestured toward the assembled treasures and said, "This is what you brought back. This is the power they possess. This is no longer mere artifact," he added. "This is our nation's root, the soul of our civilization." Su Chun only inclined his head in silent assent. Introductions followed. The urbane minister was Fan Wyman of Wenelbu. The stern man was Gu Qingyu of Qianbu. Both regarded Su Chun with a scrutinizing curiosity that belied their prior briefing. He seemed far too young to have wrought such upheaval overseas, yet the record of his deeds had already reached the highest echelons. Fan Wyman extended a warm, almost avuncular gratitude, while Gu Qingyu offered only a measured nod, his gaze assessing every facet of the youth before him. Escorted to the bronze appraisal table, the dragon head rested upon a soft cushion. Its maw was slightly open, eyes wide and commanding, whiskers aloft, and scales delineated with exquisite precision. Even through the veil of a century, the object radiated the arrogance and majesty of an imperial age. An expert in bronze artifacts examined it with trembling hands and declared with conviction that the workmanship and spirit unmistakably identified it as the dragon head of Yantang. 5 sculpted beast heads were arrayed with solemn composure beneath the warehouse lights, their patina imparting a depth of shadow and luminous weight. Each bronze curve and engraved eye seemed to murmur, without uttering a sound, the long tale of displacement that had endured for more than a century and a half, and the incomparable honor of returning home at last. Around them, the assembled throng, veteran experts with hair silvered by time and young soldiers fresh from the field, closed ranks, instinctively forming an unbroken ring 3 deep. No one spoke. The warehouse embraced a silence so complete that one could hear the faintest breath. Faces were fixed upon the reunion, eyes glistening with tears. It was a scene of restrained, incandescent grief and pride. What swelled in those chests was more than emotion, it was a feeling that defied mere vocabulary. It sprang from the marrow of collective memory and ancestral resonance that celebrated resilience. A voice ragged with sobs whispered the single word meaning reunion. The sound was answered by a chorus of stifled sobs, each one a small testament to the moment's gravity. After a long while, Nie Yuanshan slowly found his bearings and turned to regard Su Chen. The expression that crossed his face was a complex interweaving of astonishment, relief, and most of all genuine admiration. Fan Wyman stepped forward and gripped Su Chen's hand with a fervor that left speech scarce. Gratitude overflowed in repeated halting thanks. Su Chen, slightly embarrassed by the effusive praise, offered a rueful smile and a slender jest about serving the people. Long Xiaotian's hearty laugh dispelled some of the warehouse's reverence. He clasped Su Chen by the shoulder and without further ceremony led the principal figures toward the reception parlor, promising fine tea and a warmer atmosphere for conversation. Once seated, Nie Yuanshan outlined succinctly the reasons for the minister's presence. Fan Wyman of the Wenlubyu had come because the sheer scale and priceless value of the returned collection demanded ministerial oversight. The tasks of cataloging, conservation, placement, and the extensive research and exhibition that would follow required coordination at the highest level. Moreover, courtesy and propriety dictated his personal attendance to express gratitude for the Dongyu Zhenke's assistance. Gu Chenggu's purpose, however, was grimmer and more complex. The replacement of museum holdings, the illicit substitution of national treasures, and their subsequent trafficking abroad transcended ordinary theft. It bore the hallmarks of a crime that imperiled national security. Behind such operations there must exist a finely organized and formidable network, compromised insiders who had been corrupted and traffickers who served foreign interests. The Qiuanbus remit was to root out those internal rot and to neutralize external threats. Gu Chengyu had come to preside over and to coordinate the ensuing investigation. Then Fan Wyman addressed the recompense. He praised Su Chen's selfless patriotism and declared that the state would not leave such devotion unrewarded. A diplomatic plan would use many of the non-Huaxia treasures, those splendid rarities from ancient Greece, Egypt, and the Renaissance, as part of cultural exchanges to repatriate other displaced Huaxia relics. As a special concession, Su Chen would be permitted to select 100 items for his personal collection. Surprise and a flush of disbelief swept Su Chen. His assent was immediate and wholehearted. He was not given to hypocrisy of spirit. If fortune chose to bestow favor, he would accept it with a conscience at ease. Fan Wyman rose, promising that formalities would follow, and excusing himself to attend to pressing duties. He took leave with courteous salutations to Nie Yuanshan, Long Xiaoshan, and Gu Chengyu. When the reception quieted and the others dispersed, only Gu Chengyu remained. He did not take his leave. Instead, the minister fixed his keen eyes upon Su Chen with a scrutiny that felt both searching and deliberate. The glance lingered, arresting the conclusion of the proceedings and transforming the room into an arena of quiet appraisal. The moment Fan Buzang departed, the atmosphere in the room shifted with a subtle but unmistakable gravity. Where jubilation and commendations had reigned moments before, an inscrutable solemnity now took their place. The words landed with palpable force. Not only did Su Chen freeze, but even Nie Yuanshan and Long Xiaotian were stunned. Long sprang from the sofa in indignation, glaring at Gu Buzang. He accused him of poaching before the eyes of the military delegation and the political commissar, insisting that Su Chen belonged to 649 Ju and was a prized asset of the Dongyu Zhenke. His voice climbed with alarm. To Long, Su Chen's value lay in his scientific genius, not in clandestine intelligence work. There was no conceivable role for him in Qiuajia Enkondyu that would not compromise his research. Silence settled like a curtain. Long Xiaotian and Nie Yuanshan understood without need for further elaboration that Gu Chengyu had not overstated his case. The military, bound by rigid hierarchies and immutable procedures, could bestow honors, privileges, and abundant resources, yet it could not grant the kind of pan-departmental latitude and normative immunity Qiuajia Enkondyu could extend. Such near-extraterritorial authority was the exclusive prerogative of that unique institution. Gu Chengyu addressed everyone present, his tone both grave and practical. Su Chen's talents were singular. To constrain him within ordinary protocols would be tantamount to squandering a national asset. He likened Su Chen to the keenest blade, one that required not a scabbard, but an open field in which to be wielded. Only Qiuajia Enkondyu could provide the protective canopy that would render all of Su Chen's actions legitimate and consequential. He reminded them that the Baoguan case was merely the opening act. Embedded traitors needed purging and external threats required dismantling. The nation demanded an unstoppable edge. Su Chen. Then turning to Su Chen, he awaited his decision. Neither Long nor Nie interrupted further. Both acknowledged in their hearts that from the vantage of national interest, Gu Qingguo's offer might indeed be the optimal means of harnessing Su Chen's unparalleled capabilities. They recognized, too, that Su Chen's previous operations, including dramatic rescues in the Pacific that had saved Xiaolong and preserved strategic material, and his successful recovery of the Qiubo, had relied on methods that skirted ordinary protocol. Securing future latitude for such interventions was uncertain under conventional command. Su Chen's ascent had been orchestrated entirely by the system that routed perilous assignments to him. Until now, he had operated as a masked semi-extramural savior, a solitary agent who danced at the margins of institutional legitimacy. To accept the Teping Yuan role would fold him into the highest tiers of state protection and sanction. Doing so would transmogrify any future unilateral ventures into actions undertaken with sovereign imprimatur. The temptation of such sanctioned freedom, of legally sanctioned impunity, proved intoxicating. Su Chen restrained the impulse to slip the black booklet into his pocket. He inhaled slowly, and instead of answering Minister Gu Qingyu directly, turned to Nie Yuanshan and Long Xiaoshan, seeking their counsel first. His ascent thus far was inseparable from Dongyu Zhang and 649 Zhu. It had been Long Xiaodian who first afforded him the chance to emerge, watching over him in every conceivable way. Nie Yuanshan had later exerted himself on Su Chen's behalf, striving to secure honors and unwaveringly supporting him through this crisis. To Su Chen, Dongyu Zhang and 649 Zhu were akin to home. He would never betray old affections for a new favor. Gu Qingguo's usually impassive visage flickered with a subtle approval. In a world where many remembered slights and few remembered kindnesses, he had seen too many lose themselves to power and gain. That a man of Su Chen's age maintained such clarity and loyalty was rare. Offering this post was both enticement and test, and Su Chen's conduct exceeded expectation. Long Xiaodian and Nie Yuanshan felt their emotions well up. They had assumed that when faced with the extraordinary terms the Qiuanbu proposed, Su Chen would seize them without hesitation. Instead, he sought their counsel, revealing that he truly regarded Dongyu Zhang as home and them as elders he could trust. Relief swept through Su Chen. He smiled broadly, nodded deeply to Long Xiaodian and Nie Yuanshan, and expressed his gratitude. Only then did he turn to Minister Gu and accept the black credential from the table. He thanked the minister for the honor and consented to serve as advisor. Minister Gu finally smiled, rose, and extended his hand in welcome. Their handshake was firm and solemn. Gu Qingyu assured him that the Qiuanbu would not oppress him, promising generous authority and salary commensurate with the highest ranks, and offered the highest level of security, given Su Chen's special status and potential risks, including a dedicated team to protect his family around the clock. A pang of warmth touched Su Chen at the thought that the state cared so meticulously. Yet he demurred, waving his hand with a modest laugh. His parents were ordinary peasants, honest and humble, unlikely to provoke enemies. After Su Chen's last visit, when he had settled the village bully and been publicly honored, his family enjoyed a newfound, unassailable reputation. Sending a cadre of Qiuan elites to guard 2 field workers would be an extravagant misallocation and, more importantly, would embarrass his parents. Su Chen, though practical, also cherished dignity. Excessive protection would impose on them and humiliate him. With every sentence Gu Qingyu spoke, Su Chen felt his pupils contract, as if a shutter were closing on his chest. By the time Gu finished, Su Chen was stupefied. Good heavens, he thought. His skin prickled. The confident concealment he had relied upon felt suddenly laughably inadequate before the precision of the state apparatus. In the theater of national power, he imagined himself naked, exposed to a scrutiny he had never suspected. Silence settled heavy in the reception room. Long Xiaodian and Nie Yuanshan wore looks of dawning alarm. They had known Su Chen kept secrets and possessed unusual capabilities, but they had not imagined his movements had so assailed the pillars of global vice and power. In that hush, Su Chen felt the naivete of his former bravado break away. He had treated his ventures like a single-player game, the system and armor, making him an invincible protagonist who could flit across the world dispensing rough justice as if it were sport. He had never believed his so-called skirmishes and side quests connected to anything larger. Now the names and institutions he had once only read about in headlines, state organs, alliances, financial conglomerates, nobility, coalesced into a vast, invisible web that threatened to enmesh everyone around him. The chill crawled from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. If his adversaries rather than Qiuanbu possessed these revelations, the consequences for his family and friends would be unthinkable. Nie Yuanshan's voice was gentle as he advised Su Chen not to shoulder excessive guilt. Gu Qingyu had not revealed these truths to intimidate, but to make him comprehend the peril and the position he occupied. Long Xiaodian stepped forward, slapping Su Chen's shoulder with a bluntness that tried to dispel fear with camaraderie. "Are you afraid?" he asked. Su Chen looked at his familiar companion and offered a rueful, thin smile. Fear, he admitted, was not the precise word. Before he had been reckless. Long grinned and mocked him indulgently, declaring that recklessness was precisely the impulse that had led him here. The room, tense and shadowed, held the uneasy promise of protection and the unavoidable recognition that protection would no longer be simple or guaranteed. He scolded Su Chen with blunt affection, urging him to abandon hesitation and timidity. "You charge forward and poke the hornet's nest," he declared, "and if heaven falls, we will bear the weight for you. The Qiajia is your staunchest bulwark." His words were simple, almost crude in their frankness, yet they poured over Su Chen like a warm current, banishing the chill in his chest. In that instant, Su Chen understood that he no longer fought alone. Behind him stood the whole of Huaxia. The three men exchanged approving looks at how quickly Su Chen had steeled himself. Wu Qingyu checked his watch and rose. He had to attend to the case of the stolen cultural relics and would depart at once. He assured Su Chen that the protection for his family would be implemented the following day and that a liaison would be assigned. Then he handed Su Chen an unadorned card bearing only a name and number, his private contact should any emergency arise. As Gu Qingyu reached the door, Su Chen stopped him with a hesitant voice. He asked to recommend someone to join the effort. Gu Qingyu offered no further words. He nodded curtly to the small assembly and strode from the reception room with broad, decisive steps. Watching his departing silhouette, Su Chen exhaled a long, trembling breath. Today had become without question a pivotal inflection in his life, an abrupt passage into unimaginable wealth, a symbolic imperial mandate, and beyond that a more authentic and perilous world. The mixture of exhilaration and gravity weighed upon him like twin tides. "Young man, how do you feel?" Long Xiaotian clapped a large hand down upon his shoulder with such force that Su Chen nearly stumbled. "Feel the pressure," Su Chen managed with a rueful smile as he massaged the place where the hand had landed. "Pressure is proper," Long Xiaotian boomed with mirth. "With greater power comes greater duty. The state entrusting you with this burden is the highest vote of confidence." Nie Yuanshan, smiling, regarded Su Chen with frank approbation. The young man's comportment that evening, his candidness in the face of lavish reward, his steadiness before overwhelming authority, and his loyalty in remembering his comradeship impressed them both. They saw in him not merely talent of planetary reach, but the ingenuous heart and austere bearing of a national scion. If Huaxia possessed such a Kailan child, how could it not stand tall among nations? Nie Yuanshan laughed and curtailed their sentimentalities. "Business concluded. Now for something that will make you happy. Minister Fan promised you 100 foreign artifacts to choose, and a mountain of gold and jewels is awaiting your selection." At the mere mention, Su Chen's eyes brightened like lamps being lit in a dim hall. He plunged headlong into the cavernous repository. Su Chen listened, bemused by how similar the rhetoric sounded to the patter of interior designers, yet he could not deny its logic. Bai Bobo exemplified his point by pointing to a seemingly modest, slightly rusted ancient blade within a glass case. According to their preliminary appraisal, it was plausible, if not yet incontrovertibly provento, be the legendary stone, sword of Se Wang Excalibur. Even if authenticity remained to be established, the provenance alone endowed the piece with immense cultural cachet. They moved on to paintings arranged in immaculate rows, each preserved by professional climate and light control apparatus. Bai Bobo indicated a work of vivid hues and vigorous brushstrokes, and named it as Fangao Sunflowers, not the most famous iteration, but still an authentic gift once exchanged with his friend Gogon. He recounted that similar works had last appeared at auction decades ago for staggering sums and estimated its contemporary market value to be exponentially higher, making it an indisputable centerpiece for any grand salon. A Monet water lilies from the same series followed, praised for its transient reflections and layered serenity suitable for a study or bedroom where it might induce calm. Then came a Picasso from his blue period. Bai Bobo admitted he was personally less fond of that cubist austerity, likening it to a child's scrawl, but acknowledged its undeniable monetary and historical worth. With wry humor, he suggested that its melancholic mien might be oddly apt for a bathroom, provoking laughter and easing the gravity of appraisal with levity. Under the personal direction of Long Xiaoshan, the collection and all of Su Chen's newly acquired jewelry were entrusted to an armed contingent. A convoy of camouflaged military transport trucks escorted by a regiment of soldiers rolled into Jiangshan Shangpan, Yuhao Yuan, the city's most exclusive enclave. The normally sedate compound erupted into astonishment as residents craned their necks to watch the spectacle, muttering conjectures about who might be subject to such a dramatic mobilization. For hours from dusk into the deep night, the soldiers labored meticulously, unloading vast wooden crates and bearing them into the Yuhao Yuan. The operation continued in solemn procession for more than 10 hours, each crate suggesting a cargo of exceptional importance. Su Chen's villa, a gift from Mu Yongzi and associated with the influential Mu Dong, contained beneath it an immense reinforced concrete cellar exceeding 500 square meters. There, every piece not destined for immediate display, along with mountains of gold and jewels, was stowed, filling the subterranean vault to capacity. Su Chun surveyed the amassed treasures with a collector's satisfaction. The atmosphere of the underground chamber was redolent of a lair. The assemblage hinted at a different ambition than mere ostentation. It was not simply the trappings of wealth he was assembling, but a curated anthology of human achievement and myth, a private repository that transformed his home into something akin to a miniature world museum. The gossip transformed the quiet enclave into a theater of conjecture. Residents debated whether Su Chun had received loot of inestimable worth, whether his background concealed formidable influence, and whether proximity to him entailed prestige or peril. Some vowed to steer clear of him in the future, others resolved to ingratiate themselves, offering trivial courtesies as an entrance into favor. The spectacle of military vehicles entering a residential compound was a rarity that rendered ordinary explanations implausible, inflaming imaginations and prompting furtive drives past the community gates to catch a glimpse of the unfolding tableau. In Jiangchen, within the stately precincts of Jiangchen Shangpin's Yuhao Yuan, Su Chun luxuriated in a rare morning of idleness. Bare-chested and dressed only in a pair of loose shorts, he hummed a tuneless melody as he prepared to wash. The ring of the doorbell cut through the quiet, prompting a half-irritated murmur. He yanked on a t-shirt, shuffled into slippers, and opened the door to find Mu Yungzi standing on his threshold. She was the very picture of purposeful elegance, her professional suit immaculate despite the strain that shadowed her face. A breathless urgency clung to her countenance, relief flickered through her features when she perceived Su Chen's unimpeachable composure. For a moment both parties regarded one another in astonished recognition, the woman who had been alarmed by rumor and the man whose life had provoked such tumult. Su Chun re-emerged from the basement bearing a small velvet box, his expression alight with the sort of pride one bestows on a shared secret. He had long considered Mu Yungzi one of his great benefactors. Her interventions had altered the course of his life beyond simple reciprocity. Now, with newfound resources beneath his feet, a literal mine of gilded ore and gemstone, she felt compelled to offer an emblem of gratitude befitting her generosity. He presented the box with playful ceremoniality and an almost childlike eagerness. Mu Yungzi accepted it with fragile composure, her fingertips blanching as she lifted the lid. A flush of pink luminescence spilled upward, catching in her pupils and illuminating the contours of her astonishment. The scene held a suspended hush as both of them lingered on the moment, each reflecting on debt's favors and the curious ways in which fortunes bind lives together. Despite the dawning realization, she restrained herself. If anything, she cherished gesture over cost. She accepted the gift with warmth, moved by Su Chen's evident sincerity. He stood expectant, an imploring expression on his face, and her soft, grateful smile answered him. She cradled the stone in her palm. It felt cool, unexpectedly weighty, and under the crystal lights it exploded into a spectrum of color that made her heart stir with genuine pleasure. But as she studied the gem out of habit and professional instinct, alarm replaced delight. The temperature was not right for glass or synthetic zirconia. The stone carried that particular spine-cleansing coolness of a genuine diamond. Under magnified scrutiny, the luster took on the characteristic adamantine brilliance of natural diamond, its fire searingly alive. Most decisive of all, she discerned the minute growth lines with thin micro-occlusions and internal striations that serve as nature's fingerprint, impossible to replicate perfectly by human fabrication. Her hand trembled. The realization crashed through her like a physical blow. This was no trinket. This was an authentic heart-shaped natural pink diamond, its weight likely exceeding 100 carats, and its purity extraordinary. Her pulse raced as she regarded Su Chen anew. In her imagination, his silhouette acquired a luminous halo. She recalled the many accomplished men she had known, political titans, commercial magnates, brilliant artists, yet none had set her heart alight as he did. He combined arresting looks with an inscrutable strength, alternately authoritative and tender-threaded with an irrepressible roguishness. He embodied that rare, inexhaustible trove of surprises that made every encounter feel like discovery. Alone in the quiet of that moment, she found herself wondering whether the evening would mark a threshold, a first step toward whatever might finally unfold between them. Mu Yungzi felt utterly unmoored. The poised, aloof composure she usually wore like armor had melted into a delicate flush, and her ordinarily astute mind now fumbled through a fog of conflicting thoughts. She clutched the pink heart-shaped diamond in the palm of her hand, as if it were the most precious relic in the world, striving to steady the tempest of emotions within her. Su Chen found himself disarmed by the gravity of her expression, and in a fluster of awkward candor explained with the most ordinary rationale. He had chosen the pink diamond simply because he thought it beautiful and convenient to take, and if she liked it, he could bring many more trinkets in time. He then, with endearing clumsiness, attempted to divert the moment by offering to prepare something to eat, as if domestic ministrations could lighten the charged air. Relief unlatched a smile that brightened the room like thawing ice revealing early spring. She accepted him with a gentle murmur, both an answer and a caress of approval, and allowed a note of subtle indulgence to color her voice. The atmosphere lightened, and Su Chen led the way to the kitchen where opulence itself seemed to preside. He prepared the meal with methodical ease, tearing open packaging, setting water to boil, and assembling the ingredients in a steady choreography. Within minutes, he presented a steaming bowl of upgraded instant noodles in an exquisite bone china vessel finished with a scattering of scallions. He carried it into the sitting room as an aroma of savory spice unfurled through the space. Hearing the familiar comforting scent, Mu Yungzi realized how famished she had been since she had left the house earlier. She watched the bowl set before her, 12 plump eggs nestled among golden noodles, a solitary sausage lying between them, and emerald flecks of scallion, until her appetite stirred. She lifted her chopsticks with careful grace, drew in a modest portion, cooled it, and tasted it. She dabbed her lips with a napkin and offered him a soft, grateful smile. Her voice carried a honeyed timbre as she thanked him and praised the meal he had made. Seeing her contentment was balm to Su Chen. The image of the imperious woman softened by a humble bowl of noodles pleased him more than he expected. Mu Yunexi's tender expression froze the instant Su Chen spoke. She stared at him, bewildered. "What do you mean?" she asked. Su Chen inhaled slowly and in measured tones recounted the fragments Gu Qingyu had confided to him, weaving them into a coherent account. It was not an accident. It was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. The words struck Mu Yungzi like a physical blow. She could scarcely assimilate them. Assassination belonged to cinema and nightmares, not to her life, which, though ruthlessly competitive at the summit of commerce, had never felt poisoned by such malevolence. The notion that someone had hired killers to take her life seemed monstrous, almost incredulous. Fear and fury warred within her. She seized Su Chen's arm so tightly that her nails bit into his flesh, voice trembling between panic and wrath. "Who would do this to me?" Su Chen admitted he could not yet name the architect. It might be an adversary from the marketplace or a factional feud within her own family. Whoever commanded the Shui Lang Zaiduai possessed formidable resources and the appetite for brutality. The prospect that those she had humiliated by leading Mu Shijichu into prominence might now wish her dead crystallized into a portrait of betrayal. Family members, corporate rivals, the smiling vipers of the boardroom became potential enemies in her mind. Exhausted by the thought of betrayal, Mu Yungzi slumped against the sofa, spirit hollowed. Su Chen watched her with a conflicted tenderness and drew her into his arms, soothing her with gentle pats to her back. "Do not be afraid. I am here." The words were the same balm he had offered when he found her on the mountain, and they brought her a fragile respite. She surrendered to him, burying her face against his chest, as though only his proximity could anchor her. For a woman who had always presented an unassailable front to the world, this moment of surrender revealed a vulnerability she rarely permitted herself to show. Her body trembled not from the cold, but from the aftershock of survival and the dawning recognition of how near she had come to death. In Jiangcheng, the major crimes office hummed. With its habitual urgency, keyboards clacked, phones rang, and officers debated cases in clipped, fervent bursts. Lin Zihan sat before a tangled web of connections mapped on the whiteboard, brow furrowed. Since returning from abroad, the follow-up to the national treasure theft had been reassigned to state security and cultural authorities. Though nominally still the case lead, she had been sidelined from the core inquiries, a situation that rankled. The case had begun in her hands, she had witnessed the theft and endured peril while abroad. No one burned with a keener desire to unmask the traitors than she did. The office phone, an internal line seldom used, rang abruptly, and the room fell into a pregnant silence. Lin Zihan picked up with steady resolve. "Major crimes," Lin Zihan speaking. The call promised a new pivot in the investigation, and Lin Zihan braced herself. Having been excluded from the inner ring had only sharpened her determination to reclaim the truth. Every thread mattered, every overlooked detail could expose the conspirators who thought they had eluded scrutiny. As she listened, the contours of a fresh lead began to take shape, and the long ache of being pushed aside hardened into a focused, simmering resolve to see justice done. Her voice trembled. She scarcely dared believe her own eyes. Hiwei Guo laughed loudly, triumphant. "Kiwajia Ankenbu. A formal secondment letter. They named you specifically. Pass the assessment, and you will be admitted." Lin Zihan held the thin public dispatch with sweaty palms. The joy was astonishingly immediate, as if she had been plucked from one life into another. Joining Kiwajia Ankenbu, confronting threats to national security, this had been the lodestar that motivated her since she first donned the uniform. She had amassed accolades and solved countless major cases to earn it, yet she understood how treacherously steep the ascent from a regional security bureau to Kiwajia Ankenbu could be. Hiwei Guo, certain of his conjecture, declared he knew the benevolent hand that had intervened. "It must be your father," he insisted, convinced that the patriarch had finally leveraged his influence. Lin Zihan denied the notion with a frown. Her father, the head of Jiangxing Jingbei Ting, was not the sort to exploit power for a child's sake. When He Weiguo suggested otherwise, another possibility flickered through her mind, a figure whose image startled her by its sudden clarity. Whenever a research project ground to a halt, Su Chun invariably sought advance intelligence from his mentor Chen Jiaoshou. Armed with that preliminary briefing, he would consult the help center of the Shiming Beta app, where detailed solutions to the very problems he faced lay ready. His task was seldom more than rote memorization, then he would assume the guise of erudition before assembled specialists. After a handful of such performances, he had mastered this choreography until it seemed effortless. At the lectern, his fingers skimmed the luminous display with practiced ease and summoned a set of unprecedented molecular schematics. Your thinking was erroneous from the outset, he observed with composed aloofness. You persist in attempting incremental refinements of extant materials, yet the energy scales of cold nuclear fusion already exceed the tolerances of every known substance. What we require is not mere improvement, but wholesale creation. He tapped the new diagram. This is a carbon-based polymer that appears unremarkable at ambient temperature, a simple powder. When subjected to a particular high-frequency electromagnetic field, its molecular lattice reconfigures, forming a quasi-crystalline phase, whose density and hardness surpass diamond by orders of magnitude. Employed as constraining coils, it would endure continuous operation not for mere seconds, but for centuries, without degradation. The conference hall fell into an astonished silence. Every expert fixed their gaze on the schematic with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Molecular reconfiguration induced by high-frequency fields. Quasi-crystals of such properties. These notions transcended their conventional frameworks of physics and materials science. They felt more like revelation than hypothesis. Qian Jinhua, an academician in the assembly, stammered before composing himself. This is not theoretical conjecture, Su Chun continued quietly. The prototype embodies precisely these attributes. Here are the theoretical datasets and synthesis formulas. Follow them. Scenes like this had repeated with monotonous frequency in recent days. What had appeared an insurmountable technical chasm dissolved under Su Chen's terse clarifications or a solitary formula. He occupied the vantage of a player with perfect foresight, dispassionately guiding these mortal experts step by deliberate step toward triumph. With each resolved impasse and apprehension mingled with exhilaration in his chest. He perceived with unnerving clarity that once the correct designs were in the right hands, the machinery of Guojia's war apparatus would unleash a force of unimaginable magnitude. Problems that had bedeviled the Western world for decades were succumbing in the face of relentless collective effort and virtually unlimited resources, and when these laboratory innovations matured into fielded systems, the global strategic balance would be irrevocably altered. Aircraft carriers and stealth fighters would be reduced to relics before such epical armaments. Su Chun recognized that he in this narrative was a fulcrum and instigator of a new Iran. The realization filled him with both pride and a weighty sense of duty. Then Gu Chengwu's tone hardened. Be cautious in the coming days. Intelligence had intercepted fragmentary signals indicating an uptick in activity among certain clandestine operatives from the Bei Lianmeng. These black gloves were conspiring to strike a high-value target. The campaign had been codenamed Zhanlong. Though it was not yet established who the target might be, the implication was chilling. When Su Chun pressed, Gu reassured him that to the best of their capability they had erased and shielded his sensitive traces with the most advanced countermeasures. In theory, his identity should remain obscured. Yet theory was not impermeable. In practice, the threat persisted. For his own safety, he was advised to curtail his movements and keep a low profile for the foreseeable future.